Can you hear me on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing this morning? Hi. It's so good to see you. Good morning to our virtual family. Delegates, we will come into session when the Grand Secretary of the Alaska Native Brotherhood gives us a signal that we are ready. So if you'd like to finish up your coffee, finish up your breakfast, it's so good to see everybody this morning. We're going to have a great day.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's Madam Chair. Thank you, Rhonda Butler.
Hi, Rhonda.
ANS Camp 2. Hi. I did have a question. Who do I need to speak to about our resolutions submitted? I hadn't seen them in the distributed resolutions. There was 2 from ANS Camp 2. Who do I need to speak
I
to
know,
about
Sister
making
Rhonda.
sure that?
Thank you.
Okay.
I know that I seen them last night in an email like at 12:30 a.m. So I'm sure that the DOTS team is working on that to get that to you. And you're virtual now. Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
So we will organize ourselves. Delegates, if you could please be seated, we would appreciate that. And it's so good to see everybody this morning. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, well, I'm almost awake. I'm attending a Zoom meeting and trying to get on board. A and B and AMS has been going on since.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome again to our Grand Camp meeting on today, Saturday. At this time, I would like to call the meeting to order. Brother Albee, can you do the invocation for us? Thank you. Yes.
Kayatsakuga, good morning. I just know there's a lot of smiles under those masks. Today's the last day. Can have election of officers, finish up our business, go home and feel pretty good about what we've done here. Let's look to our Heavenly Father. How, Salana, how should we gain your great spirit today? We give thanks for this wonderful day that you have given us, for all the days, for the families that we have, for the friends that we have here in the hall and throughout. We give thanks that, and we pray that you will sit with us today and stand with us today and give us wisdom and knowledge and share with us your hand of love, understanding, so that we can do the same with each other here, that we can be understanding, that we can be a pride to ourselves and to our people. We pray for those who could not make it, for those that are sick, struggling, having a hard time. We ask that you reach out your healing hand and touch them with your heavenly grace. We pray that what we do here today will be for the good of not only our people, but all people. Wherever they may be, they may see your good work through us. We pray that you bless us as we bless each other, as we pass among each other and as we smile and share our day. We help us today, Grandfather, to do the best that we can do. That is our prayer today. Koyana, koyana, koyanakpak. Korochish, hawa, hawa, mahaya, hawa. Amen.
Thank you, Brother Albee. At this time, I'll have our ANS Grand President take the mic. Thank you.
Good morning. Morning. Thank you, First Grand Vice President Woody Watson. Thank you so much for our invocation, Brother Frank Elby. Thank you so much. I love the way that you opened your prayer this morning, calling on our Heavenly Father, Hashugania, and the Great Spirit. At this time, we will open with our hymn, Onward Christian Soldiers. Those that would like to join us may do so. Those that would like to stay seated in your own way or have a hymn in your heart or song in your heart, we want to respect that and we will respect that. But we will go forward with singing our song at this time. But we do want to give space to those who may have another song in their heart. At this time, you do have Onward Christian Soldiers, a song that we've sung for over 100 years as an organization. If you would like to join us, please do so. If you choose not to, that's okay too. Thank you so much. So I believe that our ANS, Grand Sergeant at Arms, is distributing the hymn. So in our virtual world and in our in-person place here in Juneau, you have a choice, and your choice will always be respected because we love you very much. You are loved. And I know the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood Executive Committee is open to hearing your thoughts on any matter, since we have so much work to do ahead of us, but most of all, we'll be together in love. So those that would like to join us, please do so. Are we ready? Okay, and those who would like to stay seated may do so also. The same within your homes in the virtual world. Okay. All right, so thank you. Okay, those who would like to join with us this morning, if you could stand, thank you. Or you could stay seated, whatever you like. All right, are we ready? Sister Mary Lekanoff, would you like to come and join me up here, please? I would really like that.
You have to be seen. You can't
And
see.
then, and I know our president of our host camp has a really good singing voice, President Marcelo. Would you like to join me too? I understand you have a really good singing voice. Yeah, that's good. ANS Host Camp President Marcelo has graciously decided to join us. I hear that he has a wonderful singing voice, as does our beautiful Mary Lekanoff. This is Mary. Her daughter made her best. Thank you so much. So those who would like to join with us, please rise. Yes, and those who would like to stay seated and honor in your own way, we understand and we appreciate and respect that. All right, ready? Okay, Marcelo?
All right.
Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war, with the cross of Jesus going on before. Christ the royal master leads against the foe. Forward into battle, see his banners go. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war, with the cross of Jesus going on before. At the sign of triumph, Satan starts to flee. On then, Christian soldiers, on to victory. Hell's foundations quiver at the shout of praise. Brothers, lift your voices, loud your anthems raise.
Sisters, like okay, we say, ready, sisters? Like a mighty army
Moves the church of
God.
God.
Brothers, we we are treading
where the saints have
trod.
trod.
We are not divided, all one body, one in hope and doctrine, one in charity. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war, with the cross of Jesus going on before. Onward, then, people, join our happy throng. Blend with your voices in the triumph song. Glory, laud, and honor unto Christ the King. This through countless ages, and angels sing. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war, with the cross of Jesus going on before. Thank you so much. Sheesh, thank you. I'd like to provide space. Is there anyone that would like to share in their own way at this moment? Does anybody have a song? Does anyone have a words of our ancestors? Brother Frank, okay. Brother Frank has wished to be excused for 5 minutes. Thank you, Brother Frank, and thank you for joining us, Sister Mary and President Marcelo.
Hello, Heather has her hand up and Rhonda as well next.
Okay, so the chair would like to take a moment to recognize Grand President Gurko, and thank you for those that have joined us this morning. Grand President Gurko, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. I so wish we could be there in person, but I'm so grateful to be able to share space with you virtually. As we did yesterday, I wanted to provide space for a moment of reflection for those of us who wish to connect with our Creator or higher power in the way that moves us in our spirit, so we can move together with support and togetherness, feeling safe and protected. I've lit again some cedar and some sage and some sweetgrass. These were all traditionally harvested and gifted through traditional ways. I know that cedar is our medicine. The sweetgrass and the sage are those of our brothers and sisters in the lower 48. So I honor everybody here. And if we could please take a moment of reflection to allow our brothers and sisters who may be Muslim, Buddhist, Baha'i, or whatever religion you do or don't have, just to provide that safe space.
Thank you, Grand President Gurko. Sister Rhonda.
Your room and others packed in that aisleway. Utilize the space under that seating front. The wheels to the inside aisleway and down.
Madam Chair, I'm unsure if,
Diagrams in those
Sister
overhead
Rhonda?
plans that do show you how to
am I
place your
coming
overhead.
through clear enough?
If you are sitting in our bulkhead row, that's a row with a wall in front of
Can
you.
you-
Rhonda,
can you
there's a
hear
bit
me?
of background noise.
First class. For you folks, all of your apartments, nothing can be
If
on
there
your
is
own.
somebody else that would like to speak before me, and it will give the opportunity
Absolutely.
moment?
If there's
Thank
anyone
you.
in our virtual family, if they could please mute while Sister Rhonda is speaking. Good morning, Sister Rhonda. It's good to see you, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a brief moment as I'm on the plane. So if I'd like to relinquish the floor to Brother Willard and possibly speak after him.
You have an echo, but if you'd like to proceed.
She's asking for Wheeler Jackson to speak first because she's on a plane.
Okay, absolutely. Hi, Brother Willard, the floor is yours. And Brother Willard, this robe that is brought out is to wrap us this morning and to represent our ancestor spirit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ANS Grant Camp President Paulette Marino. We were dancing one time in Saxman. Richard and him had moved to Juneau. Janice had a job at the university. We were doing a traditional culture bearing. What is the right way to enter and to pay respect to our opposite clans and entities that come from afar. And George Ramus was with us, teaching us, and we finally ended up out at the tribal house in Saxman. And my mother, Esther Tauthier, asked me to go get George Ramus and ask him to dance with us. We'd be honored to have him dance with us, and I did. And we allowed George to speak first, George Ramus. And this is what our brother George Ramus said. I'm gonna take my bare paws and I'm gonna scratch my forearms, and I'm gonna let this oil fall on my people, all our people, as we do things in a different way, in a different fashion. And he started crying. He had on tiny little brown bear ears. And this is what he said. My grandfather was Tekwedi, and these bear ears were given to me. And I had that opportunity to dance with the Tekwedi Tongass tribe. Tears are important to pass through our body to cleanse us, as well as feelings. Sometimes I wear my feelings on my sleeve and I react. But I also have to remember to apologize. At 74, I'm seeing the world in a different way now. I'm seeing a change coming. And it's really honored to see AMB, Grand Camp President Heather Gurko do the saging, because I'm a sun dancer. I had to go out of my element to find healing as a Vietnam vet. But I also ended up in AMB thanks to my brother Richard and Janice. And that completed it. We are one family across Turtle Island. We are one family in this world. And we will definitely hold each other up. Goodness cheese. Thank you very much.
Thank you, A&B Executive Committee Member Willard Jackson, for those powerful words and setting the tone of safety and love and security with us. Are there any others at this time, virtually or in person?
Yeah, I think Rhonda is ready now.
Okay, Sister Rhonda.
Ganesh Chish, brothers and sisters, and Madam Chair for calling on me. I may not be there in person, but I wanted to extend a great gratitude of appreciation and allowing this space for each and every one of us. I know it is the beginning of a long day for all of us. And so I'd like to take this time as a as a woman of God, to bless each and every one of you. And as a child of the Creator, in whatever form that you believe, I speak to your Creator and ask for blessings. And the respect I have for you is here. I respect each and every one of you. And thank you to our chairs and to our AMB Grand President Heather Gurko for reminding us to create this space, because we are here for the better cause for each and every one of us. And we do not speak just for ourselves. We speak for all those that placed us here. Punishchish Hawa.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. I see no other hands raised virtually or on the floor. So thank you so much, everyone, for gathering with us today. I would like to turn the chair back over to our first Grand Vice President, Woody Watson. And once again, we have brought out a robe to wrap us with so that we have a balance this morning. And if you would like to contact us throughout the year, the Alaska Native Brotherhood Executive Committee, the Alaska Native Sisterhood Executive Committee, please approach them in a respectful way. State to them what it is that you would like, your thoughts, and they would be happy to hear those thoughts because we are in this together. And thank you, Grand President Gurko. Woody, the floor is yours. The chair is yours. And good morning. How you doing?
Good morning again, everybody. At this time, we'll see if we have credential report. After the credential report, we'll do a test voting to do the roll call.
Mr. Chair, Kevin Allen,
Yes,
Grand
sir.
Second Vice. Credentials report, there are 6 A and B. There are 6 A and B Grand Officers, 6 ANS Grand Officers present, 7 Executive A and B Executive Committee members, 8 ANS Executive Committee members present. There are 15 local camp delegates and 23 ANS camp delegates for a total of 28 A and B and 37 ANS.
Thank you, Kevin. Yes, sir.
Peter Nowrose, Camp 70. Point of inquiry as to how those numbers were determined. Was it through the dots or was it? I never called, my name was never called, so I don't know how they determined the number this morning. Could we get an explanation, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, sir.
The original list would you wish to recognize me or recognize
sir.
online?
Kevin, go ahead.
The original list, we had added the names from yesterday's roll call vote. So chances are, Peter, your name was on the list. There were just some names added yesterday from the roll call that we did not have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's not really my question. My question is who's here? What's the roll call for this morning? Not what was yesterday. Well, That was an additive function, as I understand it. We just kept adding people who were qualified to be either representatives or delegates for the mayor camps or alternates. I'm looking for a number today so I can understand what constitutes the assembly, and two, what constitutes a majority of the assembly, since this is election day. In the old days, not too long ago, that is, I'm a claim to still be a young man, but in the old days, we had our executive committee explained to us what constituted a majority. And they gave us a number. And that number was based on the people who were in the room and qualified to vote. Right now, we have this room, which I can look around, and we have dots on the screen. Some of the members I can see, some of the members I can't see. I would just like to know who is responded to this roll call, and if this roll call is for this morning or if it's yesterday afternoon. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kevin?
But, Mr. Chair, the numbers are based from yesterday. If we do wish for an most current for today credentials, it sounds like Brother Peter is requesting a roll call because we do not have the numbers for today. We have the numbers we have been adding up to make a credentials report. But I'll have the Grand Secretary add more.
Mr. Carroll?
Yes, there is a number of people who have registered and are qualified to vote. And then there is the lesser number of those who have actually voted. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Richard Jackson.
Didn't hear you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Richard Jackson. Can you
Yes,
hear me?
sir.
Yes, we can.
Okay, if Mr. Chairman, I came in late yesterday to do an interview, and I did ask if this was a final credentials report, and it wasn't. So today is their final credentials report, which includes all those who have registered between yesterday and today. Then that number can be decided. So the credentials committee has to do a final credential report, then it has to be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. We are doing a roll call, not a roll call vote, but we're doing a test vote so that we can establish who's present virtually, plus those on the floor. Are we ready to do the test vote?
Hello, this is, oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I think the question that this Richard Jackson, that Mr. Norris was asking is, what is the number? And and also the Secretary of the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp. So we need a final credentials report to adopt it to get the final number that have been added.
Thank you, sir.
Do they have to do roll call to get that?
No, that's the credentials report.
I have started the quorum test election. So if people want to navigate to the voting page, then they can vote to put in their presence, and that will give us a quorum count. And I will put in the chat the information again for how to get to the site.
And we have a hand raise.
Yes.
McCormick?
Mr. Chair.
We can't understand you right now.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Sorry, we're watching Grand Camp as a group. I was just curious if we had, our camp hasn't received an agenda or who's in attendance. So I know yesterday we did like a roll call. I was wondering if we can get those names. I assumed the people in attendance were supposed to be on the agenda or in the minutes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Thompson.
Yes, Mr. Chair, those will be being sent out momentarily, only because we have had some last minute email changes and additions. So we are trying to get it out to everyone, virtual and in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
I'd just like to remind everyone that the voting is open for the quorum. So please do navigate to the page in the text in the chat and enter your login credentials and register your presence, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I would like a quick update on, maybe while we're waiting for this, of a summary of the next 2 hours. So for the virtual ones and me that will be traveling through the sky with spotty service, the attempt of the morning proceedings, please, since we don't have the virtual agenda in front of us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Heather Greco, AMB Grand President, may I please make a comment?
Yes, President Gergel, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a great time, just as a reminder to everybody, if you're having struggles with dots, they do have an 833 number that you can call. It is important that we do have everybody able to access this voting platform, because when we go into elections, it is how, and into resolutions, how we will be casting votes. So there's an 833 number that they will place into the chat. And so if you are continuing to have struggles, they can help you through that. I know a lot of people, it might just be a login issue with your ID. So they are able to assist with whatever you need. So please Again, if you are unable to access the voting platform, please reach out to them. They're more than happy to help out. Gonna, sheesh.
Mr. Albee wants to know what the 833 number is.
I've posted that again in the chat.
If somebody
1-8, yeah.
can write it down for Frank, that would be helpful. 833-368-7123.
For those who are using the chat function to reach out, can you please be specific with your difficulty? For instance, I can't log in, or the page won't show up, or something a little more along those lines. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Heather Gerko, AMB Grand President, may I speak again?
Yes, President Gergel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me turn my camera on. And just for clarification with the DOTS team, I know yesterday they were able to help if everything else fails with the login process. And I would just like to confirm that they do have the capability of casting a vote for you if you are confirmed. Is that correct, DOTS team?
That is correct. I'm more
So
than
they
happy
would
to do that through the chat too.
Yeah, and the preferred method is, of course, to use the technology because they do have limited staff. But worst case scenario, we want your vote. We want to hear your voice. So please utilize the DOTS team. Thank you. Mr. Chair, Heather Gerko, AMB Grand President, asking permission to speak again.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Our ANB Sergeant at Arms has reminded us, so when it comes to secret balloting, voting through the open chat is not providing a secret ballot. So with the DOTS team, is there a private channel chat that they can reach you through? Or is it only the main chat?
They can reach out to credentials@dataonthespot.com or the phone number, the 1-833-368-7123.
Thank you. And thank you to our AMB Grand Sergeant Arms for that reminder. For secret balloting, we do want to honor that, so that chat would not work. The phone number or the email would be your best avenue. Thank you. And thank you, DOTS team.
As we are credentialing right now, thank you, Brother Woody. The Grand Sergeant at Arms have notified us that some people are going to need to leave for flights. So they've asked if we are able to take care of our matters at hand, that they would appreciate that very much. And we wish them the best. So we're going to do the very best that we can for those that do need to leave for flights. So thank you, everyone, for being patient and working with us on our technical aspects of things. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Rhonda Butler. I did type my question in the chat as I am going to be taking off here from Ketchikan and will lose service momentarily. I was wondering, I did cast my credentials and stated my presence here this morning, but virtually I will be in and out of service because my attendance and presence, since I have casted it on the electronic voting, am I considered present? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I guess that would be a question for our parliamentarian in regards to attendance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have Brother Dennis online? Dennis Demmer?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I would like to have the parliamentary question that we need an answer for stated. I know it had to do with presence, probably having to do with voting, but I'm not clear on what the question is that we need to have answered. I'd like to ask if that can be stated. What is the question that I need to provide an answer for?
Through the chair, this is
Yes.
Rhonda. Mr. Demmer, I will be cutting in and out of service. I have cast my vote as present,
Yes.
but attending virtually and losing some service and possibly even getting booted out. My question is, are we still counted as present? I will log back on as quick as possible, but I would like to know if my presence is marked in attendance. Thank you.
Thank you. Once your credentials have been presented and approved, you're a member of the Grand Camp, and presence or absence. If you're going to be absent and are excused, you're still a member. What is implied, however, is that if you're out of contact with what is going on, an issue coming up now that you may be particularly interested in is in voting for candidates.
to vote, you must be accessible somehow, whether virtually or present in person. But if a vote is being taken and you're not present or accessible, you're not able to vote. But somehow you must be accessible in order to vote. I'm not sure that that's what you're particularly interested in. That's what I would be interested in your place. And does that answer your question? You continue to be a part of Grand Camp. Presence or absence is not as relevant as being recorded as a delegate. But when it comes to vote, you must be accessible one way or the other.
Okay, thank you. That will answer my question, as I am going to lose service momentarily and log back on once I get onto the Alaska Airlines Wi-Fi. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Rhonda. Dot, do we have a count for a quorum yet? Thompson?
Forgive me, Mr. Chair. At this time, we are at 53. So a quorum has been established.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr. Chair.
Secretary. We have a quorum. Next on our agenda is approval of the minutes for Friday, October 8th. You have a copy before you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Dennis. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the Grand President Emeritus had raised a question earlier about the actual count. We've been told that we do have a quorum, but what is not clear, and this is the issue that the Grand President Emeritus was concerned about, is what is the count of delegates at the present time? Have there been any added since the last credentials report? And what is the total number at this time of registered members of this Grand Camp? That is, delegates and executive committee members. What is that total? That is the question that the Grand President Emeritus was interested in. I received a call from him recently, just asking if we could get some clarification on that. And so if it would help at this time to get a count of the actual number of registered members of a Grand Camp. And that would confirm then that the 53 constitutes a quorum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brother Dennis.
Heather Gergo has her hand raised.
We needed 50, and we have a total of 53 so far. Sister Carol.
As my co-secretary has already stated, we have received a quorum, and the numbers of the delegates were listed earlier today. If necessary, I would ask Kevin to restate that. But hopefully those of you online as well as in person have a pen or pencil, which you can take down those numbers. I don't have them with me because I have another request. The minutes have been distributed, both. Okay, I apologize. The virtual delegates will be receiving the minutes online, and those in the room have already received them. You'll notice that they are listed as draft. That is because changes are always necessary. And I have mentioned that I will probably have to watch the live stream to fill in a few details that I missed while I was busy doing other jobs. So I would request that you defer the approval of the minutes until we get the voting done, maybe until noon, or at some time that allows those who are not here, as well as those who are, to go through that at their leisure. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman.
We will defer that. We get a count read. Dot, can we have the agenda scroll down?
Sorry, the agenda or the minutes?
The agenda that's on screen.
What I have on the screen is the minutes from Friday.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Richard Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
I believe the credentials committee reported, so I think it's in order to adopt the final credentials report. That way that number is established and we can move on. But we need a second on that.
I'll second Eric Morrison.
We have a motion made and seconded.
I call for the question.
Question is called for. We may proceed to vote.
Mr. Chairman, while we're voting.
Yes.
I have one edit. The announcement of Chad being a clan leader was not in the minutes, and I believe Chad can help the secretary put in the words that were given so we could have it in the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Morrison.
Mr. Chair, AMB Grand President Gerko, I've had my hand raised.
Go ahead, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question has actually changed now that we have a motion on the floor to accept the final credentials report. Are we wanting to do that through our DOTS team? If so, that needs to be clarified, because I believe it was yesterday we determined that a body would decide if we do the vote through DOTS. If not, I would ask the motion maker if we could to have a friendly amendment to ask for unanimous consent.
Chairman, this is Richard Jackson.
Mr. Jackson,
She asked for unanimous consent. If you ask, you can ask, is there any objection? Give it a certain period of time and then we move on if there's no objection.
is there any objection to the unanimous consent? Any on virtual?
Not so far.
Hearing no objection, we'll move forward. At this time, we need to approve the minutes. Of Friday, yesterday, October 8th. We have motion to approve. Yes.
I would simply like to ask and put forth the motion that we postpone the approval of the minutes to give our grand secretaries time to adjust, as the current minutes that we have are drafts. In addition to it, our virtual delegates, some still may have not received it. So to allow adequate time for our virtual delegates to review those minutes and make adjustments or amendments as needed, I request that it be postponed to later today.
At this time, we will postpone the minutes till we have a better count. Thank you. We'd like a resolution chair update, please. Brother Bill.
Joe Stewart here, Camp 16.
Point of
We-
order, Mr. Chairman.
Brother Bill.
Mr. Chairman, yesterday we were still doing nominations when we left. And I think the first order of business today should be to complete those nominations.
And President Gerkel has asked for update on the resolutions. Then we'll continue.
No, Mr. Chairman, if I might continue, whatever unfinished business we leave at the end of the day should be the first order of business on the following day. So I understand the resolutions are important and I agree that they should be in there. But if we leave the nominations and have to be reopened this morning, that should be the first order of business.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. just for information purposes, our guest, Ed Mercer from the Chief of Police, is standing by to address the assembly. I know the election chair yesterday had mentioned at recess that we would reconvene, but I'd like to ask the election chair, election chair, could you come forward, please? And thank you to our resolution chair, if you could stand by for a moment. Chairman?
Mr. Albee, Chair requests permission to let our guest speaker come forward and proceed.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I have heard comments by Brother Bill, and for information, we did go through nominations yesterday, and we did complete all the nominations. And we're ready now to go into elections, but that's scheduled a little later this morning. So nominations have been completed. We've nominated for every position on the grand officers. Does that answer your question, Brother Bill?
No, I wasn't aware that the nominations were completed yesterday.
No, they're not.
Because after
Tell them,
each
Richard.
nomination for each
Nominations are
position,
still open.
you mentioned that nominations would still be open until this morning.
Can you
And
correct
so
them?
that is the case.
Nominations are
Excuse
still
me.
open.
Excuse me, I have the floor. And if you're stating that the nominations will stay open this morning,
That's
that should
correct.
be the first order of business.
That is correct, but they're only open for the rollover during the elections.
No, I don't believe so. I think the way it was stated yesterday when the nominations, he said the nominations will be postponed and left open until today, this morning. It wasn't, I didn't hear anything about it being a roll down to the next thing, but that certainly would happen, but that would be during the election process.
Frank Albee, elections manager. We did go through all of the nominations for the grand offices, both A and B and A and S yesterday, from Grand President down to Sergeant at Arms. And during elections today, someone who is not elected to a position would be eligible to be nominated for the next position if they wish to run.
Is it correct?
Yes, the nominations are now in recess, but it will not be opened again until we are ready to vote or
No.
to vote on the next position to be elected.
No.
Mr. Chairman, considering with our colloquy, I think that that was given already before the nomination process that anybody was not elected, they would be eligible to put their name on a roll down to the next position. But the way the motion was made, the nomination would stay open until today. Now, I would be more than happy to move to close the nominations with the understanding that the roll down would stay in effect. But that was not the way it was presented yesterday. Yesterday was
That's right.
presented so that somebody, if they wanted to be nominated.
Come here.
Mr. Chair, Grand President Gerko, I've been waiting online to speak.
Can you hear us on the hall? Is the sound from the Zoom call in the hall? Did they lost our signal?
Maybe I just put it in the back channel. Mr. Chair, are you able to hear us online?
Can you hear us? Can anybody hear us?
It looks like the EP hall and the A and B Grand Secretary, the one on the stage, are both muted.
Dot team, are we able to unmute those?
You have to be unmuted on site.
And
We don't have
when I have
remote
the
access.
floor, I should have the floor until I leave it.
Okay, it looks on mute
Isn't
now.
that correct? So once again, I'll make the motion that the nomination close with the understanding that if somebody does not make the position that they were nominated for, wouldn't have an opportunity to roll down to the next available position that hasn't been nominated for. Mr. Chairman, I make that motion. I ask for a second.
Thank you, Bill. Woody has just turned the chair over to me. So thank you so much, Brother Bill, for your comment. Brother Bill has made a motion at this time. And is there a second to the motion?
A and B Executive Committee member Brad Fritsch, second.
Could you stand, please, and say your count? Elias?
So for a period of time, we weren't able to hear, or you weren't able to hear us? Well, it looks like somebody muted again. Jamie, could you make EP Hall co-host? Hopefully nobody else muted again.
Their co-host.
Thank you. Let's see if that helps. And please, for everybody online, now that it's allowed to mute and unmute, please make sure you don't mute anything else, because as is happening now, muting EP Hall, it means we lose connection between the hall and the online people.
Madam Chair, are you able to hear us online?
It looks
We're
like they
unable to
haven't
hear you, Madam
unmuted
Chair.
yet.
We need to have the TAM A and B Grand Secretary computer unmuted, I believe.
It is called EP Hall. I'm
Oh,
sending the
EP Hall
message.
needs to be
Yeah,
unmuted.
I'm sending the message to unmute, but
We're
they have to
trying
do it.
to get
There we
quieted
go.
down so that we can respect the process and your motion at this time. We're just trying to make sure that thank you, that's much better.
Madam
Brother
Chair, can you
Bill
hear
had
us?
made a motion. There was a second.
Well, in discussion of the motion, you mentioned that we're keeping the guest speaker from speaking. Well, this is our business.
Yes.
And we meet once a year to discuss this business. And the guest speaker should be aware that he is an invited guest.
Yes.
But that our business should be put first. Unless, of course, it's the
Can you
president
guys
of the
hear us
United States
in the hall?
Thank you, Brother Bill. So yes, that was just mentioned for information purposes. So at this time, we do have a motion on the floor. We want to respect that process. The chair recognizes Sister Beverly.
Sorry, interrupting. Can we make sure you
Excuse
guys can
me?
hear us in the hall?
Excuse me?
Can you hear the Zoom in the hall, like the online?
We can hear you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair. The reason being is we completely lost the ability to communicate with the hall. So we had people here trying to second and have discussion, and you were unable to hear that. So the technology has been worked out at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for your patience. I know this can be frustrating. So the technology online is having a problem. So our people online cannot hear us in the room at this time. So
Madam
Grand
Chair,
President-
correction.
Go ahead.
It had to do with the microphones in the hall. So we need to make sure we have the correct microphones unmuted in the hall. The
Okay.
EP hall needs to stay on. I'm not sure who's managing that one, but that was part of the challenge. But
Okay.
we can now
Thank
hear
you.
you and you can hear us. So that problem is resolved. So thank you.
Okay, so if we can mute all the microphones in the hall, except the one at the podium, please, that may help. Sister Beverly, if you could stand by, please, and then our Grand Secretary.
Madam Chair, this has to do with those attending virtually.
Yes.
Many of you are not muted, and as a result, your conversations or the feedback in your background were in fact interrupting Executive Committee Member Bill Martin. So we do apologize, but we do ask if you have, until recognized or at your discretion, please keep yourself muted because it was interrupting our elder. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And the next person that was recognized to speak by the chair was Beverly. Thank you, Sister Beverly.
Do you know whether the motion that Bill Martin made was heard by the virtual delegates?
Yes. Madam Secretary?
It was heard by the delegation, the virtual delegations, and I know it was seconded here, but it was also seconded by Executive Committee Member Brad Flage.
Okay, thank you. So yes, the question is yes. So I believe that the DOTS team is putting it into the chat because we do have a motion on the floor. And thank you, Mr. Mercer, for standing by and understanding our business at hand. We do have a motion on the floor. Sister Beverly?
Beverly Russell, ANS Camp 70. I speak against this motion. The election chair, Frank Elvey, stated that nominations would be open today. So I believe we should be able to put forth new names. Thank you.
Thank you. And to the secretaries, I believe that he stated that the motions would reopen at 10:30 a.m., which is correct. So we are not at 10:30 a.m. at this time. However, we do have a live motion on the floor. Is there anyone in our virtual family that would like to speak to the motion?
Madam Chair, there are multiple hands raised.
Okay. I can't see them from across the screen here, Madam Grand President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It looks like ANS First Grand Vice President Sandy Churchill, and then A&B Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, and then ANS Executive Committee Person Cecilia Tabliero.
That's very helpful. Thank you so much, Grand President Gurko. So the chair would like to recognize Sandy Churchill, First Grand Vice President of ANS, on this motion. Sister Sandy.
Well, I was hoping to make a nomination.
Okay.
And if the nominations are closed, I won't be able to do that.
So are you speaking for or against the motion?
Against.
Thank you, Sister Sandy. Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson. Grand President Emeritus Richard, the floor is yours.
Here we go. Can you hear me?
Yep, good morning.
Good morning. I'm looking at the Robert's Rules of Order, the last edition, not this one, but I think they're pretty much the same. On page 435, it says, in some organizations, all nominations from the floor are completed and nominations are closed for each office before voting on in any office takes place. So what that says is that we chose that process yesterday, that the nominations are open until each office is voted on. And they're continuing based on Robert's rules and the choice we made. That is my comment. So unless you change that, you're out of order in making the motion, and that's what we chose yesterday.
Thank you. So this motion has been called out of order at this time based on what was presented by the election chair yesterday. The chair rules this motion out of order at this time. Thank you. Thank you so much for standing with us, our resolution chair. You may be seated at this time until further notice. Thank you. And thank you, Brother Frank. The chair would like to recognize Brother Bill Martin.
Just a point of clarification. So are we still going on the assumption that the nomination process will still be open?
I believe so. And our election chair will come back from that at 10:30 as stated last night, Brother Bill, and we will take this back up at 10:30. Would that be all right?
It should be the next order of business. So you've asked for consent to change the agenda to allow our guest speaker to speak. And I'm sure he probably won't need an hour, but I think it would be good to say that the nomination process will continue after the guest speaker.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your advice and your graciousness, Brother Bill. So if there is, we will continue with our guest speaker at this time, and then we will go into nominations.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
We do have one more hand raised, Heather.
Grand President Gurko.
Thank you so very much. I just wanted to make sure that, I'm so sorry, I lost my train of thought. I wanted to go ahead and thank Chief Mercer for his patience. Chief, thank you. As you know, the business that we do here is important, and for us to make sure our procedure is correct is important. I want to thank you for taking time on your weekend to address our body. The work you do is very important to all of us. I haven't met you in person, but I am the child of Paul Smith Sr., grandchild of Paul Smith Sr. from Hona, who is also a Kagwantan. And I'm grateful to be able to welcome you and join you and have you join us today and share the work that you're doing. And I hope that you'll be able to stick around for questions. I know we've ran over your time. So Ganach Chish, thank you for being here.
Am I, okay, everybody hear me? All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for the invitation to come to the AMBNS Grand Convention. My name is Ed Mercer. Before I go into my presentation, and I'll try to go through it, I mean, I have a lot of different things that we do at the Juneau Police Department for outreach to our community and the tribe as far as that goes. But before I go into it, I just want to introduce myself. I'm Ed Mercer. I was born and raised in Sitka. What's that? Are you, okay, could we switch over on screen share or?
They're controlling slides. Ask them to go to the next slide.
Would you like me to stop sharing for now the slides?
Yeah, could you just go to the next slide? All right, thank you. So just a brief introduction on it. This is my professional background as far as it goes, but I just want to talk a little bit about myself and my family. I was born and raised in Sitka, and I was adopted into the Raven Coho clan by Annie Joseph, as well as all the rest of my siblings, including my mother, Barbara Mercer. My father is Ed Mercer Jr. He is from Huna. He is the clan leader of the Box House, Killer Whale Kagwantan. And I'm just gracious to be invited here to address all of you today and talk about the Juneau Police Department and what we have to offer as far as it goes in building partnerships. On my professional side, I started my career back in 1992 at the Sitka Police Department. And I started as a reserve officer before a full-time position came open, not very long after getting through all of my training and everything that was required to become a police officer in the state of Alaska. In 2001, I took a job with the Juneau Police Department. So I've been with the Juneau Police Department for 21 years now. I would say it's been a great move for myself and my family. I've had many opportunities within the Juneau Police Department, and living in the community of Juneau has been such an honor as far as it goes. But internally in the agency, I've had, started off as a patrol officer working out in the field in the patrol car to working in the drug unit, and then getting promoted up the rank all the way to chief, from sergeant, lieutenant, captain, deputy chief, and now the chief. That I took the job back in 2017 and was promoted in that position. Some of the things that I have in my background that has been great is I've attended the FBI National Academy down in Quantico. I'm a graduate in 2015. It's a very prestigious honor to be able to be accepted into this academy. I believe there's only 1% of our profession that goes to this academy throughout the country. That also consists of not just police officers and commanders across the nation, but also around the world. I believe we have like 25 members from different countries also attend our academy, and that's pretty common in this particular academy. I hold a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. Some of the boards that I have served on or currently serve on is I serve on the Alaska Association of Chiefs of Police, which is a group of predominantly chiefs and some high-ranking professions from Alaska State Troopers, the Anchorage Police Department, the Fairbanks Police Department, North Pole. What's great about this organization is that we always want to strive to enhance our profession. And we do that through providing training and recommendations for training, keeping up with trends across the nation, across the state when it comes to our profession and the services we provide in public service. I also serve on the Alaska Police Standards Council board as a board member. What's nice about this is that this board is the governing body that issues all certifications for police officers and Department of Corrections. And it also focuses on expanding on providing training to all law enforcement officers across the state, including corrections. And one part of it I think is very crucial is that it oversees all misconduct complaints in the state of Alaska, as far as a review for whether or not a police officer's or a correction officer's certification will be revoked. So I've learned a lot sitting on this particular board that helps me think about policies and procedures and those types of things for running a police agency. Another board that I currently sit on is FBI CGIS. It's actually SCGIS. It's a criminal justice information system. There's 4 different groups that participate with this. We're an advisory board that provides information for our information data systems across the country. In our particular working group, it's members from Alaska all the way over to Arizona and Texas, as far as it goes, covering the west side of the country. And the last board I sit on, I think is very good for the state of Alaska, is a high intensity drug trafficking area board. Back in 2017, the state of Alaska was the last state recognized as a HIDA area. We developed 3 different initiatives, drug initiatives, and Juneau is one of them, including Anchorage and Fairbanks. And they have task force attached to it. And what this means for the state of Alaska, and that I think is very valuable because we do have a drug issue in our state, is that it provides funding and training and those type of things to help with drug investigations and expanding our ability to try to interdict drugs coming into our community. So that's pretty much just a little bit of background of what I've done in my career. It's been going on 29 years. So could I get the next slide, please? So one of the things that I really enjoy doing as a chief of police and working for the Juneau Police Department is our mission statement in partnership with the people of Juneau. We want to make our city place. I'm trying to read right off of it. There we go. Our mission is to make our city a place where people can live safely and without fear. We recognize that the police department cannot do this by themselves, and that's why we build these partnerships, and that's why I'm gracious today to be able to speak to all of you about what we do and what our mission is as far as what we're trying to accomplish in our community here in Juneau and also in our region as far as it goes. So when we go out and interact with the public, that is one of our number one goals is to build partnerships. So this is our mission statement. Next slide, please. As you're all aware, I mean, one of the more reasons why I'm not present today, the city and borough of Juneau kind of ramped up their mitigation plan with our pandemic. And we all been in this pandemic for 18, 19, 20 months now. With that being said, one of the things when you run a police department is you're forward facing, you're meeting the public, you have the face-to-face contact with our uniform staff and some of our support staff that provides public safety service to the city and borough of Juneau on a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation. So we had to be creative in how we moved forward with that. Obviously, we ramped up our mitigation plans for having our staff wear masks and do all the precautionary things when we're having face-to-face contact with the public. But ironically, prior to going into the pandemic, we moved forward with our online reporting mechanism as far as expanding the amount of crimes that you could actually report online. And typically these are crimes that are like property crimes or crimes that are cold that maybe not require a police officer or staff to respond to, so that they could be all the officers out in the field could be working on things that are more immediate and need and prioritized. Unfortunately, during the pandemic, we had to postpone or suspend some of our outreach programs, and I'll go in more and talk about in the presentation about our outreach programs as we go. But one that was very difficult for me back in March of last year was our Citizens Academy, and we had to postpone that. We had a classroom full of citizens, and we were in the third week, and unfortunately we had to stop it. And we also had to do it for several other type of events like our National Night Out, and I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go along. The nice thing about it, as we are where we currently are in 2021, we reinstituted our Citizens Academy, and we're moving forward with that. And I will talk more about that. But next slide, please. Just a little bit of background on demographics for the Juneau Police Department. One of the things, a report that came out was 21st Policing, and one of the pillars on there talked specifically about police agencies how they should line up with their community. And one of them is you should be reflective of the community that you serve. And what that means is that you should be spreading it out when it comes to ethnicity and working towards in your hiring practices to bring on people, different groups of people in the community that represent the community. The great thing about the Juneau Police Department is that I think we're well spread across when it comes to representation. I'm one of 5 Alaska Native or stateside Indians that work for the Juneau Police Department. And I think that we strive and continue to strive to solicit and invite different minority groups to become members of the Juneau Police Department, whether it be our sworn staff or our support staff. So next slide, please. So going into our outreach, the first one I want to really talk about today is our tribal court partnership. Back when I started back in 1992, I worked with Sitka Tribes of Alaska and actually went to a VAWA convention, the Victims Against Women's Act convention down in New Mexico. And it was kind of early stages of tribes trying to introduce tribal court, even though tribal court had been going on for many, many, many years. It was not necessarily recognized in the state of Alaska. I will tell you now, we've made some bounds and leaps when it comes to recognition as far as that goes. And over my time working at the Juneau Police Department, not just in the chief position, but also in the captain and the deputy chief position, I've had many meetings with tribal judges here in Juneau and try to expand on that to a point where now tribal court is recognized and equivalent to our state courts, especially when it comes to dealing with tribal members and trying to find solutions that are best for family needs and whatnot. So one of the things that we do is we actually go out and serve tribal court paperwork. And even though it's passed through the state courts, we get them and we go out and do that. We also do civil standbys as far as that goes. Another part of tribal, just tribe membership and partnership goes, most recently, we backed and supported Central Council Plinkett Haida when it came to reentry programs for people who were incarcerated and getting out and trying to find means for them to get them on the right step so that it's a little bit easier transition when it comes to that. So matter of fact, there's a housing facility just right down the road on Alloway Drive here, our avenue, that went into effect this summer. And I know they've been making some good strides in that area. And we always try to take these opportunities to support the tribe on a lot of these type of social issues. Next slide, please. One of the things that we offer, or at least working with the tribe that we've done, but we also do it throughout the community, is Coffee with the Cop. And we met with President Peterson and his staff, and they stood up Coffee with the Cop with the tribe, where we were able to get out and interact with members of the community, members of the tribe, and listen to any sort of concerns or observations they may have as far as how we could work better together towards our mission and their mission on what they're trying to cover. We also have had officers participate in Dancing with the Elders. We always think it's a fun event to be able to get out there and do those type of things. Unfortunately, in the police world, a lot of times people do not interact with the police unless there's really an absolute need, and sometimes that needs a negative contact. We like getting out there doing positive contacts as far as it goes. So the next one, the other pilot program that we've tried, I was called by Eric Morrison, I believe Eric's in the audience today, to see if we were interested in standing up a proxy hunting for elders pilot program. And we tried that late in the hunting season last year, and we had several officers interested in doing it. And this is something we're going to continue to move forward with, as far as trying to see if we could provide deer meat to elders, depending on our officers signing up. We have a lot of officers who love going out and outdoors and doing those type of things and giving back to the community. Next slide, please. Another outreach program. This is one of the newer programs that the Juneau Police Department created. One of our patrol sergeants came up with this idea because we were seeing a little bit more reports of people in need of aid, either getting lost or leaving their home. And this is called the At-Risk Community Program, known as ARC. Basically, it's focused on people that may have mental health issues or dementia, severe dementia or autism, where we offer members of the community to sign up. It's their own doing for their loved ones. And what it is it's a packet that they fill out, and they give basic information on their loved ones, and also provide just maybe some information that would expedite if they ever have to call the police department to go out looking for their loved ones or their friends, that they have all this information readily available, and we could start the search for these individuals early on. Excuse me. Another thing also in the packet talks about individuals' triggers. We know that sometimes people don't react the same, especially with police officers or staff out there. The good thing about the Juneau Police Department is that we train all of our officers in crisis intervention and de-escalation to try to have a peaceful contact and also a peaceful ending with individuals and whatnot. So this is very helpful information. I know that when we started this up about 4 or 5 months ago, I think we got like 5 or 6 members of the community provide us this information. We have it. It's confidential information. We would only use it when there's a need, if they call in and say that their loved one may be missing. Attached to this is a silver alert. This is something that is run and regulated by the state of Alaska, but we work really close with our state, local, and federal partners, and can certainly reach out to them to make this alert go into effect. And basically, it's just like the Amber Alert, where a missing child or abducted child happens, they get the information out, the community can sign up for it, and they can get immediate notifications and help us in locating somebody that may be missing, or they're concerned that they left their home and shouldn't have left their home and whatnot. So this is another part of ARC. Next slide, please. I talked about this early on, our Citizen Academy. This is not really new to the Juneau Police Department. I worked under several different chiefs in my 21 years. One was Chief Greg Browning. He brought the Citizen Police Academy to us in early 2000s. It was a hit. People really enjoyed it. I believe we filled the classroom, and we had like 3 or 4 different academies until it kind of dwindled down. So I became the chief, and I really felt it was necessary to provide this. I mean, to try to reach out to the citizens and see if they want to come in and learn more about the police department. And it's an 8-week classroom on hands instruction that individual will come in once a week, usually a selected day of the week for 4 hours in the evening. We typically try to have 1 to 2 academies a year. Since we opened this back up, I think last year when I canceled it, we had 11 participants in the class at the time. We opened it back up, and I think we got 24 applications for this. So we had to break it apart. So the good news is that we're gonna this month start up our Citizens Academy again with 16 participants, and then the rest we're gonna start it up in February or March of next year. So there'll probably be room in that as far as it goes. And you could go to the Juneau Police Department and website and look for that and sign up for it if you're interested in doing it. So a little bit of history behind this, and my strategy on this is it's a 3-prong approach. One is what I talked about initially was to invite members of the community who are interested in to see what their police department does and why they do what they do. As you all are aware, we probably watched some sort of show that they solve a mystery or a murder in 1 hour. Well, that's not typically police work. And the nice thing about this is that we go through week to week, and we talk about criminal law, we talk about investigations and how we go about doing those things. And the students in this class are able to go out with the officer on a 4-hour ride along to see for themselves exactly what it feels like to be out there serving the public as a police officer. The second part of it is to invite people who are maybe more critical of the police department and maybe a little suspicious of the police department and how we operate, and have them come in a controlled environment where they are able to ask questions of staff and maybe get a better understanding of what we want to do as far as it goes. We invite the media. In this particular slide, the gentleman sitting right closest to me is the Juneau Empire. They come out and they usually write a story up on it. They are one of our partners and always interacting with us on a daily basis. So it was great to have them in the class. And the last thing was really for a recruiting mechanism and a tool to get people who are maybe on the edge of whether or not they want to become a member of the Juneau Police Department, or maybe get in the law enforcement in general, where they could come in and get some instruction and get a little bit more up to date on exactly what they may be getting into as far as it goes. One of the individuals sitting behind the Empire guy is a newly hired police officer who just completed his public safety academy over in Sitka and his field training, and is out on his own just most recently this month. So that has paid off in many different ways. So this is just a general outreach program we do at the police department. Next slide, please. And I'm not going to really talk a lot about Coffee with a Cop, but I will tell you that, again, we want to reinstitute it, especially after we get through this pandemic. We want to continue to be always reaching out to the public to interact with them and listen to their concerns, whether it be in a neighborhood or at a selected location. And again, we want to have it with all of our partners in Juneau, so that we have opportunities to have face-to-face interactions with them. Next slide, please. One of the programs that we try to we felt was necessary is the population in Juneau is about 32,000 people that we serve. The core areas are the Valley, downtown, and Douglas and North Douglas. And what we did is we broke our jurisdiction up into 4 geographical areas where a sergeant and officers are assigned to those geographical areas. They may not be just permanently assigned to it, but we provide this on our website so that members of the public can reach out to those individuals that are assigned to this geographical location if they have problems, or if they're seeing some sort of problems, maybe picking up in their neighborhood, or have concerns or suggestions as far as it goes. This seems to be working quite well as far as it goes. We have walk and beat officers in our downtown core area that are there 7 days a week, usually during the busiest times in the mornings and midday as far as it goes. And really the concept behind this is going back to like old school policing, where we're sending our personnel and our staff out into those neighborhoods, out into those geographical areas to get to know the people that live in those areas, but also the people get to know that individual officer as far as it goes. And so they put a name behind it and get more and more comfortable. And that's the nice thing about it. I enjoy going out, talking to the public and putting a face to the name, and so I can pick the phone up and talk with individuals as far as it goes. So this is something that has been very useful, and we use it quite often, especially when we delegate deployment for certain events during the year, where we have those officers or sergeants assigned to this particular area. They go out and that's what they do. So next slide, please. Neighborhood Watch falls right in line with geographical policing. Again, when we do get requests from the public to maybe stand up a neighborhood watch, we'll direct it towards those geographical locations, and those officers will go out and interact with the neighbors in that particular community watch. So in most cases, neighborhood watch is a lot of work, and how they're usually formed is when there starts to be a problem, or there is a problem in a neighborhood. So it starts with a couple citizens living in that neighborhood that say, hey, we need to get together and start talking. And we agree with that, because who's best to pay attention what's going on in their neighborhood, the people that live in it. So the nice thing about this is that we want to be fully participating in these neighborhood watch groups, and send our officers out there to provide input or suggestion, or even just give them tips to start a neighborhood watch community group in their neighborhood and whatnot. So it's been quite successful in some areas. I've seen them dwindle down when the problem stops. But it's good to have, and it helps combat becoming victimized or having crime in your neighborhood when everybody is participating in the community in which they live. Another program that we provide at the very bottom is crime prevention through environmental design. And what that is that we have found that if you do certain things with your natural environment, will deter or prevent you from becoming a victim. And for example, if you have poor lighting around your house or your business, basically that might be a reason why more criminal activity is happening in your area and whatnot. We have 2 trained officers that go out and provide input and suggestion when it comes to SEPTED, and all they need to do is call the police department and ask for that, and we'll get somebody out there to help them out. Next slide, please. National Night Out. This has been a very fun event that the Juneau Police Department has participated in since 2007. Again, we just like getting out, interacting with the public, but the reason why National Night Out really came to was because of, as you're well aware, when I was a kid growing up, I knew all my childhood friends. I knew everybody that lived in my neighborhood. I knew their parents. We interacted with each other. Well, today, a lot of neighbors don't even know who lives right next to them. So National Night Out is a means to get people out, interacting with people in their neighborhood, so that they get to know each other and talk about maybe some issues that are going on in their area, or really just to get out and talk with each other. The fun part of it is that it involves all the first responders that we gather to go out on this event. We have ourselves, Alaska State Troopers, the fire department, the Coast Guard, Forest Service, Lemon Creek Correction Facility, Sea Dogs, and National Guard. They all come out and play a role. So members of the public have the ability to come out and talk with each one of us and have questions. And I've seen some pretty big groups put together. They put in an application for a block party. And I think the highest I've ever seen it here in our community since we started this is 21 block parties. And we made sure we made it to every one of those block parties as far as it goes, because the neighbors in the community was willing to put this together for their neighborhood. We wanted to get out there and interact with them. So it's been a really good event, and we'll continue to do that. Next slide, please. Flotingo was really a replacement for National Night Out last year. We had to cancel National Night Out, and we wanted to try to find a way to continue to connect with the community and interact with the community out there. So I have some very creative staff that came up with Flotingo, which is similar to bingo. It's a card, and members of the public could come pick them up, and they could fill it out and get a bingo on there and get a prize and whatnot. So I think we had a good turnout when we did this last year, and the pictures you're seeing are the individuals that won actually a couple of prizes in there. And we just wanted to continue to reach out instead of just pull back and not do anything, especially at a time in the midst of our pandemic where we saw a lot of people just kind of separating, and this wasn't good for our society. So next slide, please. One of the, could you move that over to the other side, please? Yeah, thanks. One of the upcoming programs that we're going to start doing at the Juneau Police Department again is our Cadet Explorer program. JPD had a Explorer program back in the 90s. The reason why I wanted to have these three individuals' faces on here, all three of them went through that Explorer program back in the 90s. And all three of these individuals, at the very top is Sergeant Chris Gifford, the individual to the left is Sergeant Dominic Branson, and the individual at the bottom is Lieutenant Jeremy Westby. All born and raised in Juneau, went to high school here, graduated, got into the Explorer program, have been exceptional Juneau police officers out there. All of them have been received a high award with Officer of the Year or Supervisor of the Year, and all have succeeded in becoming ranking officers at the Juneau Police Department. So that is probably really one of the big reasons why we feel it's necessary to grow our own in our community and throughout our state. So the program is designed for 16 to 20-year-olds to gain exposure and experience at JPD. We will provide them all the training. They'll do ride-alongs. They'll participate as far as up to a certain level. Obviously, they're not going to have the authority of a police officer, but we want to get them up to par so that they're prepared. If this is a career they want to go into, it'll make it a little bit easier as far as it goes. They'll be in uniforms and they'll be out there helping us on special detail like 4th of July or any other type of big event that we have in our community. Celebration is another one where we always stand up special detail at the Juneau Police Department. You'll be seeing more of this on our website and our Facebook for details starting next year. Next slide, please. And the last thing is I always have my hat on when it comes to recruitment. I have my deputy chief always says it very well. You know, a lot of people may not think that they would be good at being a police officer or be a member of the police department until somebody who's close to them stops and asks them, have you ever thought about becoming a police officer or a dispatcher or those type of things? There's certain skills and trades that an individual has to have to be successful in that. We are always recruiting. Currently, I mean, the agency is we have 95 personnel that work here at the Juneau Police Department. We always have vacancies, especially in police officer positions, and we're doing quite well in dispatch, but there's always positions open. So if you or anybody knows of anybody that may be interested, please send them our way. We're more than willing to sit down and talk with them and direct them in the right direction if they're interested in becoming a Juneau police officer or a member of the Juneau Police Department. And next slide, please. Well, that pretty much concludes my presentation today, and I just want to say Ganesh for inviting me to come speak to you all and and share what we do at the Juneau Police Department, how we like building partnerships, and you know, I want to open up questions to the floor if there's any questions.
Goodness, so much. If the chair would like to recognize questions from the floor, first in person and then virtually. We will have a question and answer session at this time, and then we will move on to the agenda. Thank you so much for your report and good morning to you. Who was first, Brother Eric or Brother Bill? Okay, thank you so much. So executive committee member allows other executive committee member, Brother Morrison, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chief Mercer. I think the last time I saw you live, we were winning a tournament in Sitka, so that was quite a few years ago.
Yeah.
But I wanted to thank you for taking up the deer project, and I'd like to add names to volunteers to that. We have, of course, Marcelo's the president of the Valley Camp, and now we have John Morse, president of the Douglas Camp, and downtown we have Damien Rhonda, which would be willing to help you in that project. And I like to add that Marcelo and John were just achieved the elder status, so they'd have some contact as well. The other thing that, as you're aware, I served on the police and fire department advisory committee in Sitka, but in Anchorage, I also served in what we call the minority task force to support the police department in Anchorage. And I think that's something we could do. You talked about the Central Council, but we have the Douglas Indian Association here and the Auk tribe, which doesn't receive federal funds, but is recognized here, as well as 3 AMB and ANS camps here in Juneau as well, that's willing to support you in your endeavors. But I want to address you. We're talking about recruitment. And then I looked at your statistics and I saw 3 women. And with the CARES Act that the tribes receive here, part of that money is designated to relieve or to assist in the emergency issues for the tribes. And we couldn't have a larger issue today than the violence against Native women. So what I would like to propose is for you to reach out and have a partnership with these tribes and the Native Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood here to actively recruit, even if we start at a volunteer step, recruit Native women. And with funding from the tribes, I think we can achieve a goal of at least getting 1 in the next year. And we would be glad to actively recruit and also to join a coalition to stop violence against Native women, to let them know of our progress, I think would be great. But I think that's one of the things I'm glad to see. We have a number of Natives in the police department, but do we have a Native woman? And I think that would be very essential. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate all that, and I'm more than willing to sit and talk with you more about this. Anything we could do to help with that, I agree with you. I would like to see more minorities within the police department, and anything we could do, Alaska Native, or any representation of the city that we serve is essential. So thank you for all that.
Thank you, Brother Eric. We have Brother Bill Martin next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Bill Martin from Juneau Camp, and I just want to say I appreciate you coming here to address us. The only thing is, Marcelo Quinto here and I are just a little disappointed because we're a year or two too old to apply to be policemen. Otherwise, we'll be down there and be really proud to serve under your leadership. I know you made your father very proud today. I grew up with him. I played ball against him when he was in Huna and I was in Cake. The problem was those Huna boys were a lot taller than we were for some reason, so that kind of gave them an advantage. But it also allowed us to kind of dribble under their feet and make all those layups. But anyway, I just really want to tell you too that when we were growing up and playing ball against each other, none of us realized that one day we'd become clan leaders for our respective clans. He belonged to the Kagwanton Box House, which is the same as what my father was when he was alive. And I'm going to kill a whale, the Cedar House. But he was a good guy, and if you're even just a little bit part of him and his integrity, then you're living a good life. And I'm really proud of you. And I'm also proud to say that to be a police chief in Juneau, you must be overqualified because that's an accomplishment. A Native man to be the police chief. And we here in Juneau, we're just all so proud of you. We may not show it, but we are. And knowing your heart and your mind that we love you and that we are very, very proud of you. Thank you for being here.
Sheesh.
Thank you, Brother Bill. Marcella, we'll have Jamie on, and then you can proceed. Thank you.
Ashish, thank you. Hello, Ed Mercer. Thank you for being here today. I rose today in honor of my Deshiton sister. Say her name. Tracy Day. Say her name. Tracy Day.
Tracy Day.
There's Cheesh. I'd like to know about the investigation of my Deshiton sister. On the Juneau Police Department webpage on Facebook, it identifies her as a fair-skinned Caucasian. She is was a very proud Deshiton. I would like to see that post corrected. I'd also like to know about her investigation as she went missing over 2 years ago on Valentine's Day. There are many efforts in trying to find her. Her daughter, Kaylin, has formed a GoFundMe to hire her own private investigator because the Juneau Police Department has been, her daughter's words have been falling on deaf ears with the police department. Tracy, like I said, was very proud Deshiton. She always wanted to hear the dragonfly story when I saw her. I only saw her about twice a year, but I would proudly tell her, display my tattoo on my arm and reiterate the story of the dragonfly and how it saved our village. Her birthday is this month on October 19th. And in her honor today, I wear this necklace, the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women handprint, and these earrings, because I knew that this floor was going to be talking about this subject. There have been candlelight vigils for her, and we always speak her name and sing songs for her so that she knows that the search continues. And we ask you, I ask in honor of her family for you to continue this and to reach out to Kaylin and give her an update to show that she is not forgotten. Could you please provide us some insight on her missing? And thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. I can hear the sorrow in your voice as you talk. These are always very difficult, not only for the family that we always want to be compassionate towards, as for their missing loved ones. I can assure you that the Juneau Police Department may not sometimes feel like nothing is happening, but we are always will continue to investigate and follow up on any sort of leads or any sort of activity. We have followed all the protocols when it comes to putting information out there. I kind of mentioned, we talked about our data systems that are out there, the National Crime Indicator, or NCIC systems, that if we get information or intel coming in, our detectives will follow up on that as far as it goes. I know this has been very public. Anytime we have somebody missing from our community, we currently have another individual missing as we speak. And it's occurred in our jurisdiction, we believe. So we will do everything we can to follow through with it and try to find some closure as far as that goes. And we will fix that on our website to outline that. So you will see that. And if you have any more questions, certainly reach out to my office. I'll put you in contact with my staff, and they could talk to you a little bit more of what we have been doing. Or listen, just like I've been saying in my presentation, we listen. We want to listen, and we want to hear what our members of our community are saying, their concerns they have, and try to come to an understanding of exactly what we can do under circumstances like this. Again, I'm very sorry. Every person's important. I don't care who they are. And we know they have loved ones, and we want to try to have some closure or follow through on what has happened to them. And we're more than willing to, like I said, reach out to me. And I'm more than willing to talk more with you or my staff as well.
I would like to join her family to come speak with you. I'd just like to sing one verse. Hey, Yakio, Yakio, hey, Yakio, Yakio, hey, Yakio, hey, Yakio, Yakio, hey, Yakio, Yakio, hey, Yakio. Fine Tracy Day, Ms. Sheesh.
Thank you, sister. At this time, we'll hear from Brother Marcelo.
Thank you. Chief, I wanted to tell you I'm a very proud father, with the son on your force that is closing on his 25th year on the force. And having also been raised in Juneau and been around here for the past over the age of your recruitment, I was always very pleased and happy when we had one of our Native people on the force, because it made us proud and be able to walk down the street knowing that, one of our own was looking after us. And I can tell you, we can go back to, when Bob Welder was on the police force, and there were others that were there. But I think today, your recruitment is, I felt good, because there's an awful lot of people. Not only are we looking at Native people, we're looking at people of color. We're looking at some of the Filipinos you have on board also, and I appreciate that very much. And we are very proud of you. And thank you very much.
Yeah, she's Marcelo. And I do appreciate your son, Jimmy. He is a great police officer and does a great job for us. We're very proud of him as well. Thank you.
We have Cecilia online waiting to talk.
Thank you, Brother Marcelo. Who do we have
Thank you.
next online?
Cecilia?
Cecilia, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to commend Chief Mercer for the community-friendly force that he's creating within the police department in Juneau. It's a lot better, it sounds like, than what's going on in a lot of the other communities where a lot of folks actually hate the police department. So I'm glad to hear that. I really like the proxy hunting program that you have going, and also the recruiting new folks and the ARC program. Those all sound very, very helpful to the community. So lending your time, efforts, your talents is a good thing. My question is, I happen to know a couple of ladies that were homeless and on the street, and they were always in fear of being attacked by male homeless folks. Is there any way that their safety can be ensured? Maybe they have the first choice, since winter's coming up, for shelter so that they can be safe among other females. That's my question. Thank you.
Ms. Jason, thank you for the question, Cecilia. We, in our partnership, we work with the Glory Hall, we work with the CBJ, Housing First, and we sit on several of the boards, or we have weekly meetings with them, because we want to try to help and provide and direct people to go to the right places if it works for them. So assurance is a big word. What I can say is that in our interactions with these different groups, I could, or my staff can pass on to those groups and bring that up as far as what would be maybe an opportunity for females out there that are fearful for themselves against their male counterparts that they may come across, and recommend that as far as it goes. I will tell you that all of our officers are always trying to be critical thinkers out there, and when they see and make contact with people that are in need of help, we're always trying to refer them to the services that we have here in our community, so that, and give them options as far as to go, especially for their safety. I sat on the homeless task force about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago, and listened to some of the individuals that were homeless come in and provide testimony. And it wasn't just females, it was also males concerned about their welfare and their safety, and especially their property. So what I can tell you I will do is I will have this conversation with these other partners to see if there's maybe means to help individuals who want to go to these places that are more safer, and that they don't become victimized.
Thank you for that.
Do we have any more questions or speakers from the live audience or from the virtual?
We have McCormick on the virtual.
We have McCormick, please.
McCormick, you
Hi.
have the floor.
I just wanted to say I went to tribal assembly, and it was really exciting to see Indigenous representative on the police force a few years ago. So, but I do believe that our Deshiton sister needs to be recognized in doing quite some work with missing and murdered Indigenous women USA. The biggest problem is when our Indigenous women are marked as Caucasians, we're not necessarily seen as an issue for missing and murdered Indigenous women because we're being incorrectly put into the system as Caucasian, whether it's we're being pulled over or we're being seen on the side. We not only does our Deshiton sister need to be re-recognized, I feel like the department in whole needs to go through and correct all these Indigenous women and mark them correctly, as well as our homeless population is being targeted. They have been being targeted, and our women continuously go missing because they're not out there looking for the necessarily well-off Indigenous women. They're looking for women that are already victims. And those women deserve to have voices standing beside them no matter what position they are in their life. So I ask that we do work on better services for our homeless Indigenous women, and we keep an eye out for them. You know, if you're driving by them, keep an extra eye out for that Indigenous woman that you know you know she's gonna get. And watch out for her. And I just ask that to keep our numbers correct, especially as you on the police force, to remark all of our Indigenous women, to not have them marked as Caucasian, to have our women marked as Indigenous so our true numbers can show within the state of Alaska, especially Southeast, so we can have accurate numbers to show just how severe our problem actually is here in Southeast, to show how much women we have actually going missing. That way, when we pull numbers, like we have a resolution to pull numbers for missing and murdered Indigenous women, most of our numbers are not on there because of the police marking us as Caucasian. But I do appreciate your work, and I appreciate you taking the time to hear me talk. Thank
you.
Do we have any more virtual questions?
Just a comment, Bill.
I believe that's iPhone Charlene Wolf.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Yes. I just like to make a comment to Chief Ed Mercer. As a past city cop of Craig, Alaska, as a Native woman, I'd like to commend the work that you have put into your yourself with making Juneau a better place. I think so many times we get on and people just take it as a job, and you've taken it to heart. I want to say Gunishish Hawa Mahalo for everything that you are doing for us and that you are teaching our people also to do. Gunishish Hawa.
There are no more raised hands virtually.
Thank you very much. The floor recognizes Barbara, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief Ed Mercer, Juneau. My mother was murdered here back in the 70s with her husband, James Benalkin, Ann Benalkin. And I don't know if that case has ever fully been brought to justice. I know somebody is serving time for that crime. But today, after experiencing a connection with the brother, I believe the brother may have been more capable of that crime than the one that's sitting in jail right now. My own experience tells me that he was an abuser, and he was creepy, and he had some kind of mental problem along with alcoholism, because he jumped me like a cat out of my bedroom and tried to rape me. And if my daughter and friend hadn't been downstairs, I might have been a victim of that perpetration. And I believe he's still here in Juneau. I don't know if he ever got mental health help or not. But my personal view today is that it was him and not his brother, because when I showed him a picture of me and my mother together, all he said was bathroom, bathtub. So I just needed to say that, and I thank you for listening, and I thank you for what you're doing for the city of Juneau. And if there's any way I can contact you, I'm in Petersburg. Thank you.
Ashish, you're more than willing, reach out to me and contact me. You can go on our website and you can shoot me an email, or you can call us on the listed number, and they'll put you through to me. And we could certainly look into all of our cases and whatnot and see what we find as far as that goes. But I appreciate your courage today to come forward and talk about this. Ms. Cheech.
We have a hand raised online by Rhonda.
Madam Chair, can I be heard? I'm unsure if she's speaking.
I think someone mute again the computer in the hall. Just let me send a message to see if they can unmute it.
Okay, I'll be on standby. And
I believe there was a
direct me when-
message that one of their computers crashed as well. So I think they're rebooting.
Hi, this is Jamie. That I can confirm that the hall had a Zoom crash. They are in the middle of restarting.
But
Just so you guys know, I've been using my captions, and Jamie, it read that the hall hot age to crash. They are in the middle of moving.
Very nice.
I just-
I've seen some very interesting words as well appear during the closed captioning, but I'm glad it's working.
Actually, the computer, it's since connected to the Zoom, so oh, there's a new one. Okay.
Yeah, I've just allowed them back in, Ali.
Madam Chair, are you able to hear us from the Zoom world?
We are, and we
Wonderful.
are.
There was a technology issue, but our sister Rhonda Butler had their hand raised for a question.
Yes, we were waiting, Grand President, until the technology was fixed, and we are currently bringing Brother Frank Elby forward. Sister Rhonda, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Madam Grand President. Thank you, AMB President Gerko, and to our Juneau Chief of Police. I am currently en route, so I was only able to catch portions of your speech, but I did want to inquire with the closure of the youth facility that is located on the back side of on Mendenhall back loop. I'm sorry, I have my notes, but they're in my
Johnson Youth Center?
No, Miller House.
Or Miller
not
House.
Miller House. Thank you. With the closure of the Miller House, is the police force a entity that is looking into providing or assisting in a space for our troubled youth? I know we have the Johnson Youth Correctional Center there, right? Is that overpopulated, and is this Miller House a portion that the police be a part of, or? Thank you. I hope that question makes sense.
No, it does, Rhonda. Thank you, Ms. Cheech. The Juneau Police Department does not, we do not get into the middle of all of how they run the Miller House. That's done through Juneau Youth Services. And however, we do sit at the table when there is time to talk about different things. So I do not know what the capacity is over there currently as far as it goes. I know the city has opened back up the Spruce House for a replacement for Cornerstone for kids that need of aid, that we could bring them to this facility. So as far as the Miller House goes, I don't have all that information pertaining to what capacity is and where they're currently sitting with capacity over there. But we do work with them. We do have conversations. My staff does interact with them. Certainly, if there's a concern, we could pass that on as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I truly appreciate your response, and I am the ANS Camp 2 of Juneau president, so I do have the privilege. Our camp will reach out to you to inquire further. So Ganesh Hawa, can I request the chief's contact information be put in the chat, please? Thank you again, Ganesh Hawa, for your time here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. Seeing no further questions, the chair had recognized me and I am chair once again, but I would like to call on our A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms, Chad Titel, if you could please deliver this to our Grand Secretary. Ed, this is just a little business card holder. And that will be gifted to you for spending time with us today, the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood. And as ANS Grand President, I know that Grand President Gurko joins me in expressing our appreciation for your work. Many of our local Alaska Native Sisterhood and Alaska Native Brotherhood camps have had rallies and have had vigils and have brought things forward. As Grand Presidents, we brought forward our resolutions in regards to our missing women and our missing families to Washington, D.C. in the delegation, and have really stayed on that the last 2 years at a national level. But on our local camp level, it really is our local camp presidents and officers and all of our brothers who stand with us, our good brothers. So thank you so much, and I would just thank you and encourage that you continue to work with the new Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood Grand Officers and Executive Committee members. Thank you so much for your time. If you could please escort Frank Elby forward, please.
I'd like to mark that Dr. Demert has a raised hand as well, please.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, the chair recognizes Dennis. Brother Dennis, we have Ed Mercer with us, and we have Frank
Yes.
Elby, the election chair that is coming up right now, but the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'd like to pose a question to our guest. Has been very informative. The issue of murdered missing Indigenous women has been brought up for several conventions now. It's a concern of the ANB and ANS. And because of that, I've made it a point to read several studies of that and related issues, the domestic violence, for example. And there's advice in a number of these studies on what women should do to avoid becoming victims, and that's pretty important. But another aspect that isn't discussed quite as much, brought up in some of these studies, is that besides that the problem is not simply is not the victims, it's the victimizers that we need to have some understanding of. And is there any way to educate those who tend to victimize to move out of that? And I'm wondering if there's anything happening or if that's an issue that's come up at all. In these studies, as pointed out, there are several communities of men that from which victimizers arise. Addicts, for example, and men that are frustrated with their inability to interact appropriately with women. And I think there's another category or two. What is suggested in that regard is that there be some focus on another area, and that's men who grow up in dysfunctional situations. And some of the victimizing may be diminished by providing education to those who are not yet victimizers, the young people, for example, coming from dysfunctional settings, and trying to get them oriented to away from the victimization that some of them move into. And I don't know, you may have said something about it, but I don't know if the police are providing any focus on victimizers and how to minimize the domestic violence that is so prevalent, particularly among lower income categories of people. It's not just Native people, but in other lower income groups of people. We have addictions and so forth, violence in the homes. And I'm wondering if there's any focus on that area. And if not, I'd like to suggest that that be considered as well. Thank you for the work that you're doing. I take really great pride in those Native people who have moved into those areas, such as you have. I've taken great pride in Marcelo's son, for example, and I was very pleased to see you in your position. It's not what I was aware of before now, but I'm just very pleased with that. But I thank you for your service. And I know that Native people moving into these situations move in there for the purpose of serving people. Thank you for your service. And I'd just like to get any comment you might make on what might be done about the victimizers so that we diminish it, not by making women hide from them, but by diminishing the likelihood that young people become victimizers. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very good pointed questions. I really do appreciate it. Very thoughtful as far as it goes. As many of us know, that there's a lot of programs out there for the women who have been battered and subject to violence in their family. And I don't disagree. I agree with you in regards to how these things continue to carry on from one generation to the next when it comes to the circle of violence that you're talking about. A learned behavior when maybe their male role model in their home is doing this to their mother or their sisters, and they see it and they go out there and they do it again as far as it goes. I do know that that part of several programs they have over at the correction facilities is that they have that same type of classroom interaction with batterers, people who have been arrested for domestic violence, especially habitual offenders as far as it goes. But most recently, I will tell you that through the tribe with the reentry program, even though it's predominantly focused on people who are committing property type crimes, but also they're focusing on individuals who are batterers, who are actually the ones causing the harm to other people, to try to help that individual break away from that cycle of violence so that they no longer are in the criminal justice system per se and go in the right direction that we all want people to go to. So I have assigned one of our lieutenants on the advisory board for the reentry program. And we've had discussions as far as going out, interacting with people who have been incarcerated for domestic assault, sexual assault, and just in general, those types of contacts to try to maybe provide direction how they could maybe better lead their life. So I know there's programs. I know that we participate in those programs, and certainly need more of it. So thank you. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ed. We will have, the chair will recognize Joey, Sister Joey. And then thank you so much for your time, Ed. So Joey Kita.
Thank you, Madam Grand President Marino, and thank you, Ganeshish, to Chief Mercer. Mine's a housekeeping thing. I need to have Sister Carolyn Hershema excused due to a family emergency.
Thank you so much. And please send her blessings to us on behalf of ANS and AMB Grand Camp. If there are no other further questions at this time, there are not in the room. Are there any virtually? Seeing none, I would like to thank you, Mr. Mercer, for your time.
I'm sorry, we have one from Joey Katak.
Yes, she just announced her announcement. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Thank you for that, though. I appreciate it. Thank you, Ed. Have a good day and keep doing the powerful, important work that needs to be done protecting our families.
Thank you.
At this time, we have an agenda before us, and since we need to make a modification on the agenda, if you could please put the agenda on screen. We are taking into consideration of having Frank Albee go next. So the agenda is modified. What is the wish of the body of the agenda as modified? Sister Beverly?
Beverly Russell, ANS Camp 70. I don't know if I need to make a motion.
You could so move.
I can
and
so
then
move
if there's
that
no objection, I'll ask for
I
unanimous. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I so move that the nominations and election, that Frank Albee chair, is next on the agenda.
Yes, we have the agenda as presented with the modification of having Frank Albee next on the agenda. So you could either make a motion, Sister Beverly, or you could say so move. Then if there's no objection, we could proceed with the agenda as amended.
So move.
So move. Is there any objection in our virtual family or in our Elizabeth Pradovich Hall family?
Rhonda Butler has her hand raised.
Sister Rhonda?
Madam Chair, has Dots displayed it yet? I'm sorry, I'm not seeing the modified
All right,
version for everyone
we're waiting.
virtually.
This is Jamie from Dots. We're waiting for the updated agenda right now, and once we receive it, we will display it.
Hey.
So, Madam Chair.
So we're waiting for it to be on the screen, Sister Rhonda. It'll be just a moment.
So I would respectfully ask that we wait for that for us attending virtually. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yep. You know, once again, I'd like to thank ANS Camp 4 for our president, Grace Larson. She loaned us this gavel. This gavel was made by AP Johnson. in Sitka, and it has abalone inlay right here in this beautiful form line design. Isn't that beautiful? Right there. And also, while we're waiting, I understand that Celeste Worrell and had created this beautiful mural of Elizabeth Wanamaker Peradovich in downtown Juneau. When I came here the very first day, it was beautiful and sunny, and I had walked over there. This is breathtaking. I wish that we as ANS and A&B had a chance to take a picture in front of this mural. But even if we're not able to, if you are in Juneau and have a chance to walk downtown and see this mural, it is beautiful. So on behalf of Grand Camp, we would like to recognize and honor the beautiful artistic work to a tribute of Elizabeth Wanamaker Peradovich. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Okay, yes, Is that, I see Joey Kita, is your hand still raised or?
This is
Madam-
Ginger, Camp 14.
Mhm.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair?
We have
Yes.
Delegate McCormick and Joey Kita waiting to speak.
Okay, yes, the chair would like to recognize Delegate McCormick.
Camp 14, Ginger McCormick. I would like to ask that the credentials be resent out correctly. Camp 14 is not being represented correctly in the credentials. Our delegates and alternates are misrepresented, and this will conflict with nominations and elections.
Thank you so much for that. We will take care of that. Thank you. And then our other sister may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Joey Kita with Camp 36. I would like to seat our alternate Cher Kita. She will be taking place of our sister Carolyn Hirschma. Thank you.
We have a hand raised by Marvin Adams.
Oh, hello. Welcome, President Marvin.
Hello, delegates. Hello to Madam Grand
Hi.
President,
Hello.
ANB Grand President.
Good
Thank
afternoon,
thank
Marvin.
you. Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to, request and confirm that we are registered and our delegate credentials are in order. And that was the purpose of my hand raising. Thank you.
Thank you, President Marvin Adams, Camp 87, and it's so good to see you. So the Grand Secretaries, is that duly noted? It is duly noted. Thank you so much. And I see Brother Eric has risen. Brother Eric?
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a question. I noticed that I'm receiving flyers online for candidates, and yet I know that there aren't very many candidates that have all the emails, and wondering how that was possible, and if it is someone here among the executives providing all the emails addresses for all the virtual as well as live delegates, whether we could give them out to the other candidates as well, because it's creating a bias toward some people. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Eric. And if our ANS Grand Secretary would like to respond. And we do have the agenda on screen. If you could please scroll through that so we could review it, and then the chair would entertain a motion to accept the agenda as amended. Sister Carol.
Thank you, brother. I too was mystified when I got campaign stuff from Sasha and from Jamie Ann as to how they got those addresses, because I did not see that list. I just requested it from DOTS, and they stripped the identifying information from it. So I am in the dark, just like you. I can't believe that they would have divulged such information. So mystified.
Thank you so much. Do you have an idea or a solution?
This is
Madam
Jamie
Chair?
from
Grand
DOTS. Sorry,
Secretaries,
yeah.
if you could let me know what your idea or solution to the matter is at this time. The chair recognizes Sister Elias.
Thank you, Madam President. Elias Chase, Camp 49 ANS President. To my knowledge and point of clarification, to what I understand is our grand secretaries did send out a mass email in regards to documents like resolutions and stuff like that. If you look back in your email, there is 50 plus emails included in that. And each one of those emails are all of our delegates. So I have a feeling that the candidates that did indeed send those campaign flyers through email use the email links that were within those within the emails that our grand secretaries had by doing their due diligence, providing us the documents that we need as a body.
Okay, thank you so much. For information purposes, it is 10:53 at this time. The body would be able to make a decision because we are looking at the agenda, and it was requested to proceed as amended and have elections next. If this is going to become something that candidates would like to take care of and attend to in all fairness, then we may consider amending the agenda and going forward with our resolutions while we're waiting for candidates to get their things forward. But I'd like to recognize Sister Jamie Ann. Sister Jamie Ann.
Sheesh, thank you, Madam President. I would just like to note that I did not send out any campaign information. Sheesh.
Could you please repeat that?
I just wanted to note that the secretary said I sent out some campaign information and I did not send out any campaign information. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sister Jamie Ann.
Hello, it's Jamie from DOTS. I just wanted to announce that Rhonda Butler, then Heather Gurko, then Marvin Adams are waiting to speak.
All right, so we will take a moment to recognize those online, and then we will recognize Sister Carol Dewis, and we will recognize Marcelo Quinto previous to Sister Carol. Thank you. So online, Rhonda.
Thank you, Madam Grand President, Madam Chair. For us virtually having to scroll through that agenda, I'm speedily taking snapshots so I can look at the agenda. And due to connection difficulties attending virtually, I would like to ask, have we addressed our minutes? It is vital that these minutes are discussed and dealt with in the mornings. That is why we have it on our agenda. These become our organic documents that is permanent record for those in the future to see that we've taken action on specific items, and it solidifies and seals our daily successes. So have we, and I apologize if we have, but have we addressed the minutes, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Sister Rhonda, and that is a good point. We have deferred those minutes because there was a draft form. They are working on finalizing that form, and it'll be resubmitted. So at this, thank you for that, though we are mindful of that. Brother Marvin.
I didn't. Can you?
Madam Chair, I believe I was next.
Excuse me?
You got teeth.
Oh, Grand
Madam Chair, this
President
is Grand President Gurko.
I hear
believe
you're
I was
walking
next.
now.
Yes, Grand President Gurko was first. Please
Yeah.
forgive me, Grand President Gurko. You may proceed.
You
Thank you so
tearing
much.
things up?
I do want
Do
to
they have to
note
lock
that
things up now? Yeah? Tear it up. Tear it all up.
Could
You
our
only do it
virtual
for so long.
family
There's another
please
one coming.
mute if able
You got to
to?
get it all out of the way. Just make a mess.
So
Okay.
in typing
Go
this
ahead, Grand
draft, my
President.
apologies. I did not add the election speeches, and so it would need to be up to the wish of the body. We have a very packed agenda with resolutions and elections, but I neglected in my retyping of the agenda to add the nominee speeches. So it'd be up to the body to figure out where they would like to add that. And one clarification, Grand President Marino, I know we're very busy and I misspeak, but I wanted to clarify. You had mentioned that we'd move into elections, but on the agenda, it's moving to nominations. So I just wanted to clarify that we were all on the same page.
Thank you. And when I turn it over to our beautiful election chair over here, he would clarify that, but thank you so much. So I see Brother Marvin Adams' hand raised, and then I'll go back to our in-person. Brother Marvin?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chairman. I guess I'd like to, it seems like we're moving all over the board here. I'd like to go back to what the original request was from Brother Eric's. I am very comfortable of getting those flyers because we're not available to see them, number one. And number two, that normally during a convention, a lot of these flyers are presented to us unsolicited and at our tables. Many times we all show up at our chairs and there would be these flyers there. So I'm totally comfortable of allowing them to send that out. I think it's important and it's healthy that we know who all the players are and hear what they have to say. So I'd like to call a point of order if we need to get back on the agenda and call for the us to do that. Orders of the day. Thank you.
Yes, I understand. Thank you. So we have an agenda that is before us this time as modified. What is the wish of the body?
Heather has her hand up.
Sister Heather? Brother Heather?
Brother Heather Gerko, AMB Grand President. I just wanted to clarify the neglected item was the candidate speeches. So I wanted the body to be aware that we do not, on this current proposed amended agenda, there is not that important item listed. I could provide to the TOTS team quickly an amended version where they could display that, and I've hit send to Jamie already. That would include underneath nominations 2 minutes for the candidates. So since we don't have a motion on the floor, I'd like to ask the DOTS team and through the chair if we could display the one that I just emailed to DOTS, which does reference the candidate speeches. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Brother Marcelo. Forgive me, Brother Marcelo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think really seriously right now, we've kind of taken a lot of our time out, and we need definitely to finish the elections and get them done, because that is the most important thing we have to do right now today.
Yes.
Our resolutions that we bring forth every year and be, reviewed and approved and then sent to the executive committee and yourself to make sure that they get to the proper places. I think we need to get together with this election so we can get on with our day. Thank you.
I do agree. So if there
Madam
are any
Chair, at this
candidates
time-
that are going to run and would like to submit it electronically, please talk to the ground secretaries. If not, then that is fine too. We do have orders of the day. So at this time, when the agenda is modified, the chair would recognize approval of the agenda.
Madam Chair, Rhonda
Yes.
Butler, I'd like to make a motion to accept the amended agenda as presented on screen with the revision that was included for the campaign speeches.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, the unanimous
There is a second in the hall.
Elias Chase, Camp 49, ANS president. I would like to second the motion.
There is a motion. It has been seconded. If there's no further discussion, the chair would entertain a call for question.
Madam Chair, Mr. Richard Jackson,
Brother Richard?
when the chairman is receiving a motion, when they're finished with discussion, there's call for the question. The chairman is supposed to restate the motion before voting.
Thank you so much. So we will restate the motion that we do have an agenda for the day that is on the screen for both of our virtual and
Madam
our
Chair,
in-person
President
family
Gerko.
as amended
Madam Chair, Grand President Gerko.
to be approved. Yes, Grand President Gerko.
I apologize for the interruption. ANS President Rhonda Butler, it sounded like her internet was going out for a moment. I did hear our sister request unanimous consent.
Oh, okay, Sister Rhonda? We have a motion on
sorry,
the
yes.
floor and there was a second.
I am typing it per request. It was asked for a unanimous consent.
Oh,
I
okay.
apologize. I'm typing it as quick as I can to give the grace as asked by our grant secretaries in the chat. It is a
Great.
unanimous consent to approve the amended agenda as presented. Thank you. It's in the chat in a moment.
Thank you so much for that clarification. So it has been moved. Hearing, is there any objection? The agenda as amended is presented. Hearing, hearing no objection virtually or in person. So ordered. Thank you. And do we have the minutes? Are the minutes ready at this time from yesterday? They are not ready at this time, yes, at this time. So I would like to turn the chair over to our election judge, Frank Elby, but Brother Eric has risen. Brother Eric?
Madam Chairman, Richard Jackson.
Yeah, thank you. One thing we're in remiss of is offer to receive requests to host a convention for next year. So spend a minute on toward the end of the meeting toward that, so the camps can be prepared to any of those that want to offer to host, because we're arriving out of the tunnel now and into the light with the new vaccines that are coming out. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that reminder. The host, receiving the host camp potential site for 2022. Thank you so much. We will bring that up. Brother Richard?
I'd like to note that Delegate McCormick also has a hand raised.
Madam Chairman, because we had Anchorage Camp register after the vote of the final condensed report, I move to reconsider the provincial report as approved early this morning to include the Anchorage Camp.
Thank you.
I move to reconsider my motion for approving the final report of the
thank you.
credentials committee.
Is there any objection virtually or on the floor?
Need a second.
Thank you. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Were there any other virtual hands up?
There is one virtual hand up. It is from Delegate McCormick.
Delegate McCormick?
I just seen the credential emails. And again, I would like to reiterate Camp 14's delegates and alternates are not correct. And I do believe that they need to be fixed and immediately emailed out again. So all the virtual attendees and the people in person can see who is a delegate and alternate for Camp 14.
Thank you so much. And our ground secretaries are working very diligently on that, as is our host camp representative, Brother Jan Trigg. They're working on that as we speak. At this time, I'd like to turn the chair over to Frank Elby. Thank you. Brother Frank, election chair.
Well, good morning again. Still morning, right? It haven't gone by the noon hour yet. Okay, we're going to get into elections today. And remember, on these elections, we don't allow misinformation to be going around. We're not going to allow no super ninja audits after this election, like they did in Arizona. On this election, what we're going to do is we're going to go through the ANS roster first. Now, the reason for that is rather than going ANS, A and B, ANS and A and B is because we're going to open nominations and do our election, we're going to have the rollover so that a person who is not successful on the election, that they ran for would be able to be nominated, for another position. Which means that also, since we've had our nominations on recess since yesterday, we'll be reopening nominations today for each position, with the exception of one that has been already taken care of.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
I believe this is the most expedient way. Somebody say something.
Mr. Chair, Heather Gerko, AMB Grant President, I wanted to raise a point of order.
What is your point of order?
We've just approved an amended agenda where we are looking at nominations at this time. Elections are later, and we were planning to have candidate speeches as well. The agenda stated that we would do nominations now and then move forward to resolutions. I'm sorry, nominations now, candidate speeches, resolutions, and then elections after that. Thank you.
My understanding is that we had nominations yesterday. And we will continue the nominations today on a rollover situation.
Mr. Chair, again, my point is that nominees have not been provided the chance to provide their candidate speeches, and that is on the agenda that was just approved.
We will have candidate speeches, yes.
Mr. Chair, this is Cecilia.
Who is speaking?
Mr. Chair, this is Cecilia Tavalero.
Yes, sister.
Good morning, or yeah, it's still morning there in Alaska. Good morning to you. I am wondering, you're saying only on a rollover basis. That's not fair to anyone else who has decided to throw their hat in the ring for a particular office. So the nominations should be open to all, correct?
All except one, and that's for the ANS Grand Secretary, because the
President,
that has been cast a unanimous ballot for that position.
Thank you.
And that position has been elected.
Mr. Chairman.
For ANS
Point of
Grand
order.
President.
Thank you for that correction, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is Ginger, Camp 14.
Camp 14, you have the floor.
I'd received an email about our credentials saying that they'd confirmed with James and Cynthia Lonos, but our credentials were mailed in virtually. So our camp delegates and alternates should have been sent in due with registration. So I don't understand why we are confirming we need to have the credentials emailed out in order to do correct nominations and elections. I'd appreciate it.
Okay. I think part of my problem on hearing some of this is that we have the speakers up here and they're going that way, and I'm not hearing this.
Would you like me to repeat myself?
Yes.
I received an email from Grand Secretary saying that we needed to confirm with James Lanos and Cynthia Lanos for our credentials, but our credentials were submitted virtually with our registration, so there shouldn't be a confirmation needed. Our credentials with our delegates and alternates were submitted, so I need them to be corrected and emailed out immediately so it doesn't interfere with nominations and elections, please. I don't want to raise my voice, but I would like you to hear.
Okay. Every camp elects its delegates and their alternates. And it's up to you to do that before at the start of Grand Camp Convention. If you need to make corrections, you need to do that, with the secretary. I'm not going to make any corrections here on the floor.
Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order.
I'll recognize you after I finish talking.
It's a point of order, Mr. Chair.
What is your point?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. You are the chair of the resolutions. You are not the chair for our credentials report. In order for our nominations and our camp to proceed, the credentials and need to be correct. It is coming direct from the camp that it is affecting, and this will affect our nominations that have been in place. If Camp 14's credentials are not correct and corrected, then it will affect current nominees. I would like to request parliamentary advice in regards to proceeding forward to this correction. If this correction can be taken verbally over and in a chat to avoid any further conflict so we can move on with orders of the day. Thank you. So seeking parliamentary advice.
Chair is going to turn this over to the ANS Grand Secretary, President.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. So thank you. We have Sister Carol Dewis with the Credential Committee, who has been standing first in line. Sister Carol, has the Grand Secretaries received the proper information to credential? Please respond.
Yes. However, in the voting, we have I believe it was Paul Young also voted. I don't have the list with me, but Ketchikan is only entitled to 3 delegates. Ginger McCormick is on as the brother, and my list is back there. Kevin, perhaps. Oh, thank you.
Madam
Antrig has been extremely helpful in this. So that was sent, and with the confirmation, because we have James Lanos Jr., Dr. Kevin Hall, and Ginger McCormick. Yet I just received something from DOT that said that another individual had voted for Camp 14. Is that correct, Jan? What? I'm sorry, Franklin James. Franklin James.
So
we can't have 4 votes from 3 delegates.
Okay. So do we need a 5-minute recess at this time and to have you come back so that we can proceed with our orders of the day? Do you need 5 minutes to take a look at this and make sure that everybody is verified? And if Cynthia and James, our Grand Treasurers, if you could be in contact with our Grand Secretaries, we will have a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
This has been a work.
Madam Chairman, Richard Jackson.
Brother Richard?
Before you do your 5-minute recess, I make a motion for reconsideration of the final report of the Credentials Committee this morning.
Thank you so much, Grand President Emeritus. Is that so moved? Reconsideration of the credential report from this morning.
And ask unanimous consent.
Ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Brother Richard. Is there any objection?
No objection.
Any objection in the Elizabeth Pradovich Hall? Third and final time, is there any objection online? Seeing no raised hands, so ordered. We are now recessed for 5 minutes.
I'm
Thank you
sorry,
so much.
Rhonda Butler raised her hand right as you were speaking.
Okay, Sister Rhonda, do you have a comment in regards to this before we recess?
I'm wanting to make sure that I don't have an objection, but I want to make sure what we're voting on is not affecting the corrections being requested from our Camp 14. Is this motion going to conflict with their request for the credentials to be corrected? For
No.
point of clarification, Madam Chair?
Yes,
Chairman, this is
and through the
Richard
chair,
Jackson.
I recognize our Grand President Emeritus, Richard Jackson.
Reconsideration means if we're going to bring back the Credentials Committee for a corrected report.
Exactly. Thank
Thank you for
you.
the clarification. No objections.
Okay. Thank you so much, Grand President Emeritus. So if we could please start the clock, we will have a 5-minute recess.
Madam
so that
Chair,
we were able to
Madam
take care of
Chair.
this. Excuse me, I have called a 5-minute recess at this time.
Madam Chair, this is a parliamentarian.
Oh, excuse me. Go ahead, parliamentarian.
Madam Chair, we're doing so many side trips, we're losing our time. And 5 minutes is becoming very important now. The matter can be settled more quickly by asking a member of the spokesperson for Camp 14 who their three, if it's Camp 14 A and B, who their three delegates are. And that's what we're trying to get is a confirmation of who there are. And they can say, and I think we can expedite the process by asking the Camp 14 spokesperson, who are your three voting delegates? And then we can move on to elections.
Thank you, parliamentarian Dennis Demert. So Camp 14, are you present? And as we speak to this, we do have our credential committee working right now. So Camp 14, are you present?
Yes, 1 second, please.
Thank you. We're standing by. Could somebody please bring Brother Frank Albee some water, please? Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Please proceed.
I'm going to just take a second and then Cynthia Lanos will update you guys online,
Okay.
virtually. Thank you.
Would you like me to start the 5 minutes now or wait?
We are still in session under the advice of Dennis Demert, our executive committee member. So we are waiting for Camp 14's response.
Raise my hand. Where's my hand?
Camp 14.
This is Cynthia. Can you hear me?
It's just going to be a second.
I'm gonna hang up.
Yes, Cynthia, we can hear you.
Okay. Looking at the list, our president for A and B is Kevin Hall. He is present. A delegate, James Lannis Jr., he is present. Ginger McCormick is a delegate. She is present. Now, originally, we had Frank James as an alternate. And I just talked to James. He said Christian Dalton was a alternate, a delegate. Christian Dalton is not there. But Frank James is.
Thank you so much for that update. Grand Secretaries, Kevin Hall, James Jr., and Ginger McCormick are the delegates for Camp 14. Frank James and Crystal Dalton are the alternates, and the alternates may not vote. Thank you so much. And if the clock could start for a 5-minute break, when
Do
we
you need
reconvene,
ANS?
then we will recognize our election chair, who will begin nominations. Thank you. 5-minute recess.
We only get 3. They got 4. Not me putting that down. It's your dad doing it. I gotta try to see if I can get this in there and go across town.
After party at 4 a.m. and our friends all passed out again, but you couldn't sleep, and I was captured by your smile. No, you wouldn't sleep, and I was falling in love with your smile. Bitter feelings, sweet memories. Bitter feelings, sweet memories. Sitting cross-legged and swapping stories about our childhoods and former glory. You leaned right in and hushed me with your lips. You couldn't wait to kiss me then, smiled and we kissed again. It was long ago, but I can't forget that night. Although we're strangers now, I still can't forget that night. Bitter feelings, sweet memories. Bitter feelings, sweet memories.
Delegates, if you could please return to your seats. Delegates, if you could please return to your seats. ANS Ground Sergeant at Arms, if you could please bring back up our election chair who will open nominations, after which campaign speeches will begin. As she is doing that, I'd like to share that our election chair, Frank Albee, and his beautiful wife, Rosa, donated to Grand Camp a $100 gift card for Barnacle Foods. So thank you so much to the Albies for that. And Frank, we are awaiting your presence. Thank you so much. Are the minutes ready? Do we have the minutes, the final draft of the minutes ready yet? Not at this time. Thank you so much. How's the temperature in here? Is everybody is it too hot or too cold? It's too cold? Okay, if we could please ask to have the temperature turned up just a little bit. Does anybody need extra water or coffee? No? Okay. Thank you for your patience. We're doing the very best we can under the circumstances. This is the very first time that Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood has had a hybrid convention, and we came forward and honored the choice, and we really, really want to thank Linkett and the Haida Central Council President Peterson and his staff for allowing us to meet together in the Elizabeth Hall. And we really want to thank the host camp for providing all the meals and providing all the things that we needed to do to be able to have Grand Camp. We have about 50%, give or take, in the room and 50% online. We have about an even number of brothers and sisters with a little variation. We're doing the best we can. Thank you so much for your patience and your understanding. At this time, I would like to turn the chair back over to Frank Albee. And thank you so much, Frank, for your gift card.
And hello again. And good morning again. Glad to see you all again. I think we're ready to start the process of elections. Like I stated a little bit earlier, we're not going to demand any audit by super ninjas. No information, misinformation. The procedure is that we will go through the ANS candidates first. That'll allow us to take each position one at a time, and that'll allow for the rollover. And then once we get that done, we'll go into the Alaska Native Brotherhood. If you are a delegate, you are authorized to vote. Alternates do not vote unless they have been seated by the floor, by the chair, and they're replacing a delegate. So if you're a delegate and you have to leave, you have to let us know so that if you're delegate, you've got to let us know if you got to leave so that the alternate can vote in your place. Is that understood? Okay. Then let's get on with it. By unanimous ballot yesterday, Daphne Albee was elected as ANS Grand President. At this time, I will open nominations for the ANS Grand First Vice President. We have 3 nominations on the floor. Sandy Churchill, Rhonda Butler, Barbara Erickson. Nominations are open for any additions for ANS Grand First Vice President. Are there any nominations?
On Zoom?
I see a raised hand. Sister Churchill,
Yes,
I believe.
hi. This is Sandy Churchill, first Grand Vice President. And I'm grateful for the nomination, but I would like to decline and nominate Sister Heather Powell for first Grand Vice President.
I'm sorry, what camp is she in so I can get the name right?
Heather?
Huna, ANS, Camp
Heather,
12.
Heather Powell. Heather Powell, okay.
Yes. Kanakchish?
Heather Powell has been nominated for the position of ANS Grand First Vice President. Are there any other nominations? We have 4 nominations on the floor. Correction. No. I have 4, Sandy, Rhonda, Barbara, and Heather.
Sandy declines.
Sandy Churchill has withdrawn.
Yes, thank you.
We have 3 nominations on the floor. Rhonda Butler, Barbara Erickson, Heather Powell. Are there any other nominations for the position of ANS Grand First Vice President? Are there any other nominations for the position of ANS Grand First Vice President? Brother Eric. Heather Powell, do you accept the nomination?
Okay. Is that you? You look different. You're wearing a mask. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Brother Eric, in the past we have not had nominees accept the nomination. There's simply a nomination, so. Okay. I'm sure they discussed this. I'm sure they discussed this prior. Are there any other nominations for the position of ANS First Grand Vice President? Any other? Hearing none. From the floor or virtually, nominations for the position of ANS Grand First Vice President are closed. Is that loud enough? Okay. Unless I'm mistaken, did we allow for candidate speeches? Did this come up this morning? I know it was not originally on the agenda. Dots, are you preparing a ballot?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes. Rhonda Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the approved amended agenda for unanimous consent prior to the break, it did include campaign speeches. So I think it would be appropriate for the campaign speeches to occur now for the first, or are we doing these campaign speeches? I mean, we can't move into elections. So I think this would be the time to hear from the nominees as per the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Brother Dennis.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, in the original agenda that I had seen, there was provision for campaign speeches. The procedure may have been varied from where we are now. Where we are now is not where we intended to be at this time, but the campaign speeches just should be allowed as was stated in the original agenda, and this would be the proper time for those campaign speeches prior to the voting on those candidates. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, brother. Are you saying that we should allow?
We provided for campaign speeches. My opinion is the proper time is now. It is up to the chair to rule, but the advice that I'm providing is that the appropriate time for speeches is before we vote. Speeches later become irrelevant.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I have a point of order. Marcelo, please state your point.
Yeah, in the beginning, when you said that there was going to be a roll down, okay? If you're going to go to campaign speeches right now, you know, the people that may be going down to the next thing will not have that opportunity. You know, I mean, you know, we've always had the election, you know, the nominations, and then we would have the campaign speeches in the order so that they could roll down into the next one if they chose to run for the next office.
That's correct. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Madam Grand President.
Thank you, Sheesh. I just wanted to clarify the process because we do have the DOTS team who has prepared ballots as of yesterday's nominations, and the grand secretaries will need to have time to send them any additions or edits. So I want to make sure that we understand their process. They need to adjust the ballots as edits and additions are made. So if we can allow for that, that would be very helpful for their team.
Thank you, Madam Grand President. Yes, the ballots were prepared yesterday based on yesterday's nomination. So right now they're making adjustments to fit today's ballot.
Just to clarify, it's Jamie from DOTS. We're actually waiting for the nomination lists. The election ballots are prepared. The nominations have not been submitted officially to us yet. So once we get the nominations list, then we will populate the election ballots, and then we can start the elections.
The nominations have been closed. The ballot should read for 3 candidates for the position of ANS Grand First Vice President is Rhonda Butler, Barbara Erickson, Heather Powell. Could be the 3 candidates on this ballot. Point of order, what's your point of order, Brother Bill?
It's Bill Martin, Camp 70. I'm just wondering, why are we doing ANS first? Why don't we do the ANS Grand President, A and B Grand President, and work your way down the line? Why are we doing a total ANS first?
I thought it might be a little more speedier and convenient, because then we can just do the rollover and go right into the next position.
We can do that anyway, but I think it's important to know who the A and B Grand President would be before we start electing other officers on the ANS side. So I think, Mr. Chairman, that the process is wrong, and that in the past it's always gone from one side for Grand President, the other side for Grand President, one side for first vice, the other side for first vice. And I think that's the way historically it's always been done. And I don't think we should deviate from that. Speed or otherwise, we're already a day behind.
Okay, I thank you for your comments. I'll ask the body. We can do the ANS first, or we can alternate between ANS and B and A and B. All those who want to go through ANS first, raise your hand. All those who want to alternate between ANS and A and B, raise your hand. The alternates have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Brother Dennis.
Mr. Chair, I'd gotten in line to point out that the question has been raised about campaign speeches. And in my opinion, was that the appropriate time is before voting. But it is up to the chair to provide a ruling on and if that's appropriate, which I think it is, we need to move quickly. We're wasting a lot of time, and it would benefit all voters to hear the nominated candidates before we vote. And we're dragging our feet. We're taking too much time. The order of business now should be to hear from them and then vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Dennis. Yes,
Mr.
we
Chairman.
are wasting a lot of time. Brother Marcelo.
I think that maybe a suggestion it would be is that not everybody, when we had our nominations yesterday, most of them were nominated. If there are any additional nominations, maybe it'd be easier if we asked the body if they have any additional nominations for Brotherhood or additional nominations for Sisterhood, and go through that so that we can move this thing along. Because right now, going through each one everything is very time consuming. Thank you.
We do have to go through each position, and I will be calling for additional nominations. Since we have started the ballot for the ANS first vice, I thought we'd finish that and then go into the grand president A and B. I see somebody shaking their head. We have a comment over here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see that we have A and B Grand Presidents nominations here, and those need to be done first. We have ANS Grand President nominations, and those need to be second. Then we do the first Vice President nominations of A and B and ANS. Thank you.
Thank you. I was simply trying to speed up the process. She is asking that we go through the A and B Grand President before we finish ANS first vice. Any objection?
Mr. Chair, we have hands raised online.
Sister Butler, was that you?
I do have, you had done a hand raised vote, and I think it caused some confusion because we online are having difficulties to be, I guess, recognized for that hand raised vote because you had done the process so quickly. I just wanted to see what the process was. If the decision was to alternate, I definitely support the traditional alternation, but you had did this, a vote like we typically would on the floor in hopes of speeding things up. I understand that. But if we're going to do a vote on something, we definitely need to have that ample time for everyone, because I don't speak for anyone else if maybe they're in opposition of the alternating. So are we alternated? Is that a unanimous agreed? Because if I'd like to make it a unanimous consent motion, if that needs to be done, can you ask what the wish of the body is?
At the start of the voting process, I said we'd do ANS first. It seemed like some people would like to do the alternating, and so we asked the body, yes, they would like to do the alternating, so we'll do the alternating method first. Madam Grand President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to note that the order on the approved agenda is different than the process we're following now. The order on the approved agenda was to allow time for the DOTS team to populate the ballots with any amended names and changes. So they need the process they need is that they need it in writing from our grand secretaries. So they are working on that list now to get it over to the DOTS team. So if we were to do nominations and then move into speeches after that, it would give the DOTS team time to populate the ballot based on what was submitted by the grand secretaries. Again, I recognize that we're off our agenda plan, and I apologize to the DOTS team for that, but I want you to understand the process.
Thank you, Madam Grand President.
Yeah, because that's their base. And they don't all have Zoom and bandwidth and here. Oh, that's video. From Seattle. Well, I mean,
Somebody needs to mute their Brother Dennis.
Mr. Chair, it's been suggested that we have, as I understand it, elections and speeches. Campaign speeches are irrelevant after the voting. We need to hear the candidates present their stances on issues from them, and then vote. And I've suggested several times that that had been requested, and what should happen immediately so that we can keep moving is to hear from those candidates that have been nominated, and then during that time, the team that's preparing the paperwork can get their work done. But I would suggest that as a delegate, not as the parliamentarian, but as a delegate, I would like to hear what the nominated candidates have to say for themselves. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brother Dennis. Point of order, Brother Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Didn't we just settle this issue? Or didn't we already do a show of hands on who wants to alternate? And didn't that take precedence?
Yes, it did.
So
Yes,
then
it
we
does.
should continue on, Mr. Chairman, and just go on with the alternating basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Bill. I've been trying to continue on, but there are some people who like to be heard. And as a chair, I have the obligation to listen to what they have to say. Dots, we're not going to post the ANS first grand vote, ANS first grand vote yet. We're going to open the nominations for the position of A and B Grand President. At this time, we have 3 nominations for the position of A and B Grand President. Woody Watson, Marcelo Quinto, Sasa Shobolev. Nominations are open for any other candidates for the position of A and B Grand President. Nominations are open. We have 3 candidates for the position. Are there any other nominations for the position of A and B Grand President? Brother Dennis, do you still have your hand up?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Last call. Are there any other nominations for the position of A and B Grand President? Hearing none, nominations are closed. We have 3 candidates to consider for the A and B Grand President. Woody Watson, Marcelo Quinto, Sasa Shobolev. Would Dots please prepare a ballot for 3 candidates for A and B Grand President?
Ballot is being prepared and will be ready in under a minute.
Thank you.
We need them
Brother Bill,
to make their speeches.
pardon?
Are we ready to
speeches?
receive the campaign speeches for president?
We want to hear speeches.
Yeah, and then vote for them.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Woody Watson, Brother Woody. Yeah. Are you there? It's right here. Okay, brother, you have 3 minutes to tell us what you're going to do for us. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Brother Albee. I'm accepting this position because I believe in what we are moving forward with. We got a young people that are stepping up and speaking on the youth panel. I want us to go work together to get the camps that are absent back again. We need to bring this organization back up on its feet because we've lost a lot of camp. Also, I want to see if there's ways we can help those in the villages, especially our elders. They don't get a lot of the stuff they should. Some of it's got to do with the ferries that don't run all winter. They got no way to get to town to get the essential food they need. And also to get our native way foods to them. I know there's a lot of young people that go out and get the food for those that they can. We need to improve on that because we got a lot of elders that are doing without the food they normally are used to having. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Woody. Would you bring up Marcelo Quinto, please? Escort Marcelo. Sasa Sobolev, please stand by.
brothers and sisters, Grand President Gurko, Grand President Marino, Executive Committee, brothers and sisters. And thank you, Mary, for nominating me. I think yesterday really told us that we need to really take a hard look at how we operate. Now, this organization has been around for 109, 110, 50 years, whatever it is. It's been around for a long time, and we're still operating like we were in 1912. As we finding out today, the virtual thing is making us make a real change in how we operate. And the other thing I think I'm really is been evident to me is that our age bracket right now has got to be above 60, probably maybe even more. As I look around, I see a lot of my friends who saw 60 years ago. So I think we need to make sure that we're going to start attracting the younger people. And we attract the younger people by getting to them sooner, right? You remember as we were young, the A and B and ANS were always in our families. They're not that way today. We need to make sure that we start getting to them younger. Maybe we need to go to the schools and talk about the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood and the areas that we were concerned in and the things that we brought to the table in that past. When you take a look at, the Elizabeth Pratt was saying that we needed the vote. We no longer were savages. That's important. Medical issues that we have. I think that that's important. But again, in order for us to move, we need those young people. And they told us the other day, we want to be part of you, all right? But we don't want to be a religious organization. I think for people, we respect religion. We respect each other's religion. But that does not mean that, that it is, you can have your prayer in the morning and have your prayer in the evening. And but during the day, we have to try to get to the agenda that we have in terms. And I think that for us to do that, we need to make sure there's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Marcelo. Sasa Sobolev, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning, and you're doing a fine job. Madam Grand President Heather Gurko, Madam Grand President Paulette Marino, esteemed delegates, guests, and all of you who are online, congratulations. As a candidate for the A&B Grand President, I want to take a moment to encourage you to join me in our continuing struggle to bring positive options for our ANS and A&B local camps. Many of our membership are waiting in hope for trust, even a small favor or an option leading to help them through the day, the night, the next meal, a genuine hand to lift the spirit. In these very uncertain times, one must become the voice for those who need help and have no voice. Join the work and the effort to be in service to one another. Our Creator instilled in each of us to assist whomever, whatever, 24/7, because love and prayer need our action to lighten the spirit. Assembled ANS and A&B delegates, let's answer the call to action. I ask for your vote, and let's get it done. Goodness, geez. Turn them off.
Thank you, Brother Sasha, past Grand A&B President. That concludes a speech from our 3 candidates. Do we have a ballot ready?
We have a ballot prepared, but we have some last minute changes to the elector list, which I'm just inputting now.
Thank you. Chairman, this is Richard Jackson. Brother Jackson. I have a question for the parliamentarian on elections. What we did was we have a credentials report of all eligible voters per credentials, which means you're eligible to vote. And we're going on a majority vote, which is 50% plus one. So, Mr. Demmer, the majority is based on the voting, those who voted, not the credentials report, or is it based on the credentials report of those numbers?
Mr. Chair. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you.
The question is on how do we determine a majority? The majority is based on those voting, not on those that are members of the Grand Camp but not voting. So whatever number votes, the determining factor is not 50% plus one, it's more than half. For example, if there's an odd number, there are times when there may be 50 votes one way, 50 the other. And but in that case, it has to be voted over with a tie. But the determining factor here in response to the question is that what determines the winner is having a majority of more than half of the cast votes. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Brother Dennis. I apologize to the body. I should have stated a little earlier that in order to be a successful candidate to win this ballot, you must have 50% plus one. If we do not, you're saying no, Brother Bill.
It's more than half, not 50% plus one.
Mr. Chairman, it's not 50% plus one. It's more than 50%. So you don't have to.
Okay, more than 50%.
Yes.
Thank you.
In other words, if there's 99 people and you get 50 for it, then that's passed.
Thank you. I stand corrected. The winning candidate must have more than 50% of the votes cast.
This is Jamie from DOTS. We have started the election for A and B Grand President.
Could you please put on the candidates on the screen? We got a computer? All right.
Mr. Chair, this is Dennis, the parliamentarian.
Brother Dennis.
I just have a question. Is this set up as a secret ballot? That was not clear to me, but a vote for an election should be a secret ballot. How are we casting a secret ballot here?
Presumably, this is a secret ballot.
Could we have that confirmed by the company that is overseeing this, the DOTS people?
No one can see the results of who is voting online right now.
Thank you. Gonna have a hand here.
I got permission from Mr. Chair to make an announcement. This is Cindy. There are 4 different types of sandwiches in the back: ham, turkey, roast beef, and vegetarian. If you can go back and get your lunch, there's too much a variety of different breads, so please help yourself. Thank you.
But I'm sure that's it. 8233, I think, just a minute.
Is there any other way to access virtual sandwiches?
Time has expired. Time has expired. Has everybody cast their ballot? If we may see the results of the.
Mr. Chairman, this is Marvin Adams. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Marvin Adams, Camp 87 president. I was not able to vote. I was not able to log in. I don't know why. I thought our credentials were in order.
Okay, yeah. Regretfully, I have to say that the ballot is closed.
Yeah.
And at this
Mr.
point,
Grant, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I call a point of order. We need to go down and be allowed to vote. This is a very important part. We are Camp 87, we're active, and we were not allowed to vote.
The vote is actually still open. I have not closed the vote yet. So
The
if
vote
you
is
want
still
to,
open.
yes, I was not able to close it before hearing Marvin and have kept it open as a consequence. So if you want to contact our support lines, they can place the vote for you, or you can send me a chat. Have you successfully logged in at any point?
I've only been able to get in on Zoom. That was the only one that allowed me. I did not get any email at all regarding logging into Zoom. I got it from a third party. And I did register, and I was confirmed earlier in Zoom that we were registered and eligible to vote, and our credentials are in order. But I did not get this specific support information to allow me to log in to vote. I believe Paul Johnson is online and Richard Porter is online too, and I believe they are in the same position as I am. So if you want to give me an 800 number, I can have them call you for our votes.
Thank you, Brother Marvin. Thank you, Dutz. Everybody's getting their lunch here at the hall. If you're watching virtually and you'd like to have a lunch, we'll have Uber send it out to you. Yes, you must vote first.
Sheesh.
Mr. Chair, those of us in Santa Fe would much rather have a couple tacos and a burrito
On the
with
way.
Christmas salsa.
It's on the way.
Your call to extension 0.
Brother Adams, you'll let us know. Brother Marvin.
Yeah, I will. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a call in on the 833 number, and they got me on hold. It gave us an 833-368-7123, and I just need either the credentials I could forward to our other delegates, so we can get in and vote. But thank you for working with us. It's a struggle here. So.
I'm watching everybody eat, making me hungry. Turkey would be good if you just put it by my, out of turkey. Can you go out and shoot another one? Ham will be fine. Thank you. If you're virtual, I'm ordering ham today. Ran out of turkey.
Chairman, Richard Jackson here.
Mr. Jackson. Brother Jackson.
While we're waiting, it's only appropriate and honorable from our Grand Camp that we thank the outgoing Grand President of the A&B Grand Camp and ask for some comments by her and show our appreciation for her job she did for us the last couple of years during COVID for the A&B. And I wish to note that now. Say, we don't know who the president is, but she's still the president. We want to thank her for the job she did.
Thank you. With all our hearts, we extend our thank you, our Koyanas, our Gunuchish, for the work well done. It's much easier when everybody does a little bit than a few trying to do a lot. Much easier to get things done.
Heather has raised her hand.
Floor recognizes Grand President Herco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe what I heard our A&B Grand President Emeritus ask was for me to possibly share a few words with you now as we're waiting. Since we do have a very full agenda. Was that correct, Grant President Amaris Jackson? Mr. Chair, may I please address the body as we're waiting for credentialing?
Yes.
Ganachchish. Ganachchish to each and every one of you. The times that we've walked through over these last 2 years, none of us could have ever predicted. As I entered into being the Grand President, I was filled with so much excitement and opportunity and planning to come and visit each one of your camps. Grand President Marino and I of the ANS were fortunate to make a few camp visits before COVID hit, but in February of 2020, that changed everything. But through the time, we've been fortunate to be able to stay connected with so many of you, and we have been able to provide some opportunities for you to grow your local camps. During the ferry system challenges that still continue, we are able to help and be part of food distribution solutions. We are honored to be able to meet with our congressional delegation, many of them in person or over Zoom, to bring forward your resolutions and the voices of our people. We use very strong words with many of our congressional leaders and letting them know the imperativeness of paying attention to the words of our Alaska Native people. Some words used not only by myself and others were a continuation of genocidal practices with regard to missing and murdered Indigenous women. Continuing to provide space where our people are being disconnected from each other with regard to the ferry system failure and other things that we had many discussions with them about. So we worked very hard, Grand President Marino and I together, to ensure that we lifted up your voices to the best of our ability using technology, since we couldn't use our feet and our hands to shake the hands of those leaders. I encourage each one of you to continue to lift up our younger generations. I myself am considered a younger generation at the young age of 47. And I'm grateful to have been able to step into this space and serve you. I continue to advocate to listen to our elders and our past presidents. We have so much to learn from them. And to continue to listen to our youth, because we do need to hear what they have to say so we can help continue to build a foundation for their organization in the future. Ganachchish to each and every one of you. I look forward to serving you as an executive committee member. I'm not going anywhere. And I joked earlier that maybe in about 10, 15 years, I might consider running for Grand President again. But I truly believe in allowing space for leadership to change and grow as we change and grow. Ganachchish Hawa.
Wayana, Madam Grand A&B Grand President, we'd like to thank you for your service to the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp. You took over the reins at a very difficult time, and you brought us to where we are today. And so as a delegate and as a member of the Alaska Native Brotherhood, and I'm sure with the Alaska Native Sisterhood, we thank you for seeing us through and for bringing us through and bringing us to this point today. Thank you for a job well done. Shall we all give outgoing A&B Grand President Heather Gurko a hand, please? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Marvin Adams, Camp 87 President.
Chair recognized Marvin Adams.
Yeah, thank you. We still have not received any response or login or ID from the DOT support group.
Hi, Marvin. It's Jamie. I'm in the middle of texting you guys right now.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to let them
It'll be
know
in the chat. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Thank you. We've granted this extra time because this is a very important position. And technology being the way we're working today, working virtually and in person and on computers and on our iPhones and ePhones and emails, it's a little bit difficult. So being as important as it is, we want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to vote.
Mr. Chair, Willard Jackson.
Chair recognizes Brother Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's nice to hear your voice talk. I
Thank
want to
you.
address Heather Gurko in Camp 49. Over the last couple of years, we've been dealing with the Vietnam Air land allotment. And I got many emails from Heather and Tam, the secretary, in regards to issues across Indian country. They were a great support, and Grand Camp continues to be supportive of the veterans issues. I just want to let her know I do have a bunch of flagpoles and flags that I donated through their camp for their veterans. We just got to find a way to get it to them. Heather, thank you very much for all you have done and all you're going to do in the future. Ganesh Cheesh.
Thank you, Brother Jackson. We do have a veterans coordinator in Camp 49, and we'll be talking with him as soon as we get back and making arrangements with you to get the flags over to our camp. Thank you again for Yana. Cheesh.
Hello, everyone. This is Dots. The election is still open, and the people who were missing credentials have been sent their credentials. So I'm going to ask Alejandro to put another minute on the timer, and we'll give you a minute to register your votes.
Mr. Chair,
I see that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is Millie Schoonover from Craig. Bessie Singletary is having issues and she's been calling the Dots number, but it's busy. She would
I'm
like
trying to
get-
help. I'm
Okay.
trying to help Bessie right now. It's Jamie.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Working on it. We're hoping we'll resolve all of these problems on our first ballot here.
Mr. Chairman, Marvin Adams, Camp 87.
Yes.
Yes, I wanted to report that I was able to vote and I got the password and ID and we're
Thank you,
forward.
Brother Marvin.
Okay.
Thank you, Brother Marvin. We're still working on one more issue.
Much appreciated.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
yeah, I would also like to take the time, if I could, to thank A&B Grand President Heather Gurko for her work and all the effort she's done in a very, very trying time. And I just want to let her know that we really appreciated her hard work and everything that she's done for A&B Grand Camp. And we look forward to seeing her in the future and encourage her to be involved and participate. So I just wanted to let Grand Camp or A&B Grand Camp President know that we're with you in our prayers and our heart. And thank you, Heather. And good job. It was a tough one. Nobody expected COVID. I personally experienced it twice, and I wouldn't wish that on anybody. My family and we got COVID on September 16th. It took us 2 weeks to get out of it. So I just want you to know, thank you for your hard work, and I appreciate it.
And I'm happy your family is well. our family also experienced it in January, all 5 of us. So I pray for you and your family and everybody on here who has experienced it or has family. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
This is Jamie O'Dots. I'm just phoning one person having trouble in particular, so I'm going to be unavailable for a couple minutes. We'll leave the vote open for now.
Well, we have a couple of minutes, so at this time, I'd like to call on our ANS Grand President, if she'd like to present her ANS Grand President report.
I'm of my mother's people, the Klinedi, the Yogstit house, the child of the Kagwantan. One of my Tlingit names is Take Unyek. I recognize the Alquan land that we are on at this time. I also recognize our opposites, the Wishkatan. I honor the Yanyedi and all other peoples and clans who have come here and are amongst us now. I'd like to follow up Grand President Gurko's words. Grand President Gurko, it has been an honor to serve with the first woman as Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand President. As Grand Presidents over the last 2 years, and I'll just highlight a few things, and the rest will be in writing this following week. Grand President Gurko and I attended quite a few meetings as the ANS Grand President is also an A&B Executive Committee person. We work closely with the A&B and the ANS Executive Committees. And first of all, I'd like to say A&B Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, ANS Grand President Emeritus Ethel Lunn, A&B Executive Committee members, ANS Executive Committee members, A&B Grand President Gurko and officers, ANS officers, A&B Camp 70 President Marcelo Quinto and officers, assisted by ANS Camp 70 in Juneau Camp 2. Guests and those who are among us at this time, this is a few highlights of what we have accomplished as Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood, and it was definitely not alone. We worked very strongly with our grand officers. To the officers to James Sr., who was first Grand Vice President and filled in as Treasurer, Gunesh Chish. To Jimmy Lanos, who was Secretary, and Tamsin, who filled in, Gunesh Chish. To our Sergeant of Arms, who was filled in for Josh Yates. Thank you, Josh. Thank you so much, Chad Titel and Sean Gurko. To the ANS officers, we all did some amazing things together. First of all, I'd like to report that we took your resolutions from 2019, not only to the Hill, to the Capitol. Grand President Gurko and I, along with our Sergeant of Arms, took them directly into the offices. We spent a week here in Juneau. They know of your words. We did a summary letter. We met with Senator Lisa Murkowski in Sitka, and she spent 5 hours at my family's home with us. And it was wonderful. We had tea, but we also talked, and we brought your issues forward. Afterwards, we gifted her an Elizabeth Wanamaker Pradovich coin. We worked with the Alaska Marine Highway to ask for a seat on the board, since we are the people that are represented in the smaller villages. We also worked on the Memorandum of Understanding with the U.S. Tongass and the executive committees, which is now signed. We had the opportunity in 2019 to work with the U.S. Mint and to bring forward the Elizabeth Wanamaker Peradovich unveiling of the coin. We advocated and worked together for the passage of HJR 29, which allowed 500,000 coins to be circulated within the state of Alaska. We also are working right now, there is an anti-discrimination bill that it's a resolution actually, and it's in the House. When I came on Monday, I updated with Jonathan Christ-Tompkin, and that is a bill that last year, because of COVID, they had stopped hearing those bills. So it's a continuation, and I would encourage the new Grand President of A&B and the new Grand President of ANS to continue through on that. That would recognize Elizabeth Roy and A&B and ANS's passage of the Anti-Discrimination Act of 1945 as one of significant leadership today. We also worked with many different people and wrote letters. We worked with the veterans group, and we worked with the landless. We called a delegation. We had meetings with them as Grand President Gurko. Those words were very strong. We were called on even. In Sitka stands a statue that commemorated Baranov. We worked very closely with the Sitka people that statue would be removed. There's a cedar bench dedicated to Elizabeth Peradovich that is waiting for installation in Sitka. We also worked very hard with reporters and delegates. Elizabeth Peradovich story ended up, I did an interview for the New York Times. We were asked to be interviewed for many different other places. When Lisa Murkowski had the decision of would the first Native woman be assigned in a high office in our nation, Joe Williams, past Grand President, Executive Committee member, and I did an interview with Political Magazine hours before that decision was to be made. She was appointed. But most of all, during this time, what will touch our hearts most, Grand President Gurko, is the outreach to our communities, the memorials, the thoughts. We had to learn how to do them virtually. But really, it was those phone calls from Angoon, Cape, Puna, Anchorage, Portland, all over our nation. It was children and elders calling and just checking in with them and saying how very much we loved them. There will be a further report. I know that we don't have a lot of time today, but I do want to say thank you. It's been an honor. We love you. And I too will be an ANS Executive Committee person. So we hope to serve you to the best of our ability in that capacity. And I'd like to give the time back to the chair.
Thank you, Madam ANS Grand President. Two great ladies leaving us. A&B Grand President, ANS Grand President.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Janice Jackson, Executive Committee. I just want to thank Sister Paulette, Madam President Paulette, for all her hard work and advocacy and just tireless speaking on behalf of the A&B and ANS, particularly the ANS. I've seen a lot of the work that she did with the herring protectors and the people in Sitka. And I've talked with people who, when upon spending time with Sister Paulette, Madam President, that they were really impressed and grew to love her just like we do. And I want to thank her and welcome her to the Executive Committee with open arms. Gunath Chish.
Thank you, Sister Janice. Sister Millie, did I see a check mark there? I don't know. I guess you want to say something. You have to turn on your audio.
Okay, Mr. Chair, what I did was when you called for a vote, I didn't know how else to vote because it wasn't in the dots. And I didn't know if I should raise my hand or put a check. So I put a check, which meant yes. But it looks like you only counted the in-person delegates, because I didn't see any count from the virtual.
Which vote are we talking about?
The last vote.
The last vote we had was for the A and B Grand President.
Nope, the one before that. It had something to do with the rollover. But it's okay now because we just need to move on. But thank you.
Thank you. Brother Marvin, then we'll go to dots. I see your hand up, brother.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to take this opportunity to thank ANS Grand President Paulette. She attended Byron Malot's service in Yakutat, and it was really, really well received and appreciated. And it was really good to see her there, as Byron Malot has been a real strong advocate for the ANB ANS Grand Camp and our local camps. And it was very heartening and warming to see her in full regalia, standing in there, being represented by the ANB ANS. And I just really wanted to thank you, Paulette, that that you were very gracious and really well received, and I know the family appreciated that. But also I'd like to take the time to thank you for the tireless runs and participations and being a real advocate for our people. You did an excellent job for us. I've seen you visibly everywhere that you could possibly be, and I just wanted to take the time to thank you for your service, and we look forward to seeing you on the executive committee. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Brother Marvin.
Hello, it's Jamie from DOTS. I just wanted to let you know, I think we're ready to close the election. I think we've got all the last minute electors added. And I think we've been able to cover the persons having issues. If not, please let us know.
I believe everyone has voted. Could you please post the results?
Were you able to get Char Wolf? Jamie?
I have Charlene Wolf in my text right now. Yeah, she's just not using the right internet browser, it looks like. She's on her phone, so it's very difficult. We'll try again. Charlene, can you post your phone number and I'll phone you directly?
So Jamie, just to clarify, you're not going to close now then?
I'm going to leave it open just a few more minutes because we need to get, I think I'll have to register the vote for her.
I see Joey Keita on the screen. You have something you want to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joy Kita, ANS Camp 36. I would like to also pay my gratitude to outgoing Madam Grand President Paulette Marino. Prior to the pandemic, she was able to visit the Tlingit and Haida Washington chapter, which many of our sisters are are delegates of, and she, instead of having a layover and enjoying her time maybe with family or friends, she did come visit our people, and it was greatly appreciated and noted that she was able to go ahead and allot her time. And when my family was in need, she called and prayed for our safety and our wellness. I do apologize. My entire family had COVID, and we had another family member very ill, and her words and kindness was uplifting. And I just appreciate her gracefulness and outreach and her kindness, and to just remind everybody that that little kindness goes a long way during this time of difficult times. And so I just want to express that. Thank you.
Thank you for expressing yourself. Brother on
We
the
have
floor.
one more hand up.
I have a speaker on the floor.
Thank you. Delbert Craig, Camp 10. I would like to thank Sister Paulette there for encouragement for the last couple of years for camp. Encouragement was from a couple of years ago for pushing us forward to now. We would have went to the wayside. Nobody would have came up here. Nobody would have, myself and Henrich and my sister Delphine, and nobody would have paid attention, and we wouldn't be involved. Most of the camps that are inactive is because of a lack of nobody paying attention anymore. So we appreciate the people like Paulette that don't want to let us go to the wayside. So I appreciate what she did there. But it's people like her that stick up for our people. And I seen her that she didn't back down from the fishing game. I saw her this year, and I am a person that don't back down from fishing game either. And all my tickets can prove it. I have a bunch of fines there too, just like Paulette there. And they're scared of her. And when she wears her hat, they're even more scared of her. So I'm pretty proud of her. So almost when they see her now, they go the opposite way. And she asked for help from other organizations or to fight for what she believes in. And that's for our native way of our life. And that's for protection of our herring. Everywhere that they fish there, they outfished our herring. It used to be by Cake. It used to be by Juneau and Sitka there. And now they're outfishing it in Sitka area. Down by Seymour, between Cake and Juneau, the herring are gone. Down by Ketchikan, it's going away. Over by Petersburg, it's going away. So what are we going to do when it goes away from by Sitka? So Sister Paulette asking for organizations to back her up there come January. I told her I sit on a board there that has the resources to help her out. So I'm going to do everything I can do to help her out there. And she wants people to come and testify to let the Board of Fish know that this is our way of life. And I'll do everything that we can to help her out. I'm very, very, very proud of her. and how she helps out the elders. She ended up with very little bit of hearing aids this year because she thought of the elders first. And that's the way we were raised. We always think of our elders first before we think of ourselves. So I'm really proud of you there, Paulette, for how you serve our people. So I just want to acknowledge that you did a very good job while you were in office. And the last thing I want to say today, right now, is I really appreciate this lunch right now. I'm so full that I'm ready for a nap. So thank you.
Daphne Albee, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too would like to pay my respects for our Grand President, Paulette Marino. As you can tell, she has done amazing work. She has a kind and loving heart, and she is a wonderful mentor. I've been working with her over the years on the finance committees, on different projects, and she can crack a whip. She gets everybody working, and she does a wonderful job. I look forward to having her seated on the executive committee and knowing that she will be there for any advice and any loving thoughts. And I appreciate her so much. And I'm so happy that she'll still be there for us. So thank you, Madam Grand President.
Chair recognizes Delphine Caddick.
Mr. Chairman, I also would like to thank Paulette for her service. My name is Delphine Caddick Smith, KKNS Camp 10 President. We had a camp that was active for many years, but they became inactive about 3-4 years ago. And Paulette was calling me, encouraging me, and she's very patient with me trying to get the cake camp going again. But I'd just like to thank her for all her phone calls, checking up on us, and that meant a lot. And when we lost our brother in January and our mother in July, she called to check on me. That meant a lot. I'd just like to thank her for her service, and thank you.
Thank you, Delphine. Chair recognizes Sharakita.
Ganeshtish, thank you, Chair. I would also like to say Ganeshtish to Paulette and Ganeshtish to Heather for two strong, very, very important people in our representing and encouraging our communities when our communities were so low for the past 2 years, uplifting, holding us, and remembering leadership guides people to strength. And that's exactly what they did. They guided our communities to be stronger and unite and not divide. And as they step aside, one to the executive council and one off to enrich their camp down in Portland, we will stand beside you and we will hold you and encourage you as much as you've encouraged us. And I would just want to thank A&B and ANS for standing so strong for so many decades and guiding people the rights of our human rights and encouraging people to stand up and stay strong and remind people that, yes, we are still here. Yes, we are strong. And yes, we will continue to fight for our rights as Indigenous, beautiful people of the state of Alaska. Ganeshtish. Ho-ho.
Thank you. Madam ANS Grand President has heard these people and she will be responding a little bit later. Right now, do we have a the results of the voting. Neither of the candidates have reached a threshold for election, for winning the vote. Therefore, we will go into another ballot for the position of A and B Grand President. So at this time, we'll ask Dots to prepare another ballot. And each of you delegate will have the opportunity to think about, you want to stick with the ballot, change your vote, stick with the vote, whatever you'd like to do. So at this time, I'll ask Dots to please prepare another ballot. Now,
I'm preparing the other ballot. Are we dropping off the last person, or are we recasting all three?
what is the wish of the body? Top two or all three votes?
Mr. Chairman, this is Richard Jackson.
Yes, Mr. Jackson.
We've lost a couple of conventions. We kept the top two for a runoff.
In the last two elections, we've taken the top two. So at this time,
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, this is parliamentarian.
yes, Brother Dennis.
Mr. Chairman, unless arrangements are made otherwise, we vote on the ticket that was there. Anyone has the option of withdrawing, but unless we set up a prior rule, we should not, after the fact of the first vote, decide to drop anyone. A candidate may withdraw, but we have not made any provision in advance for having the top two, for example. So at this time, the ballot should show all three candidates unless someone withdraws. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brother Dennis. The chair agrees. I apologize to this body. I did not set the rule prior to the vote. So at this time, we're going to have Dots prepare the ballot for the three candidates. And after this second vote, if there's still no decisive winner, we will narrow it down to the two top vote getters.
The vote will be prepared in just a second.
I apologize to the body again. The results are as follows. William Morrison had 12 votes, or 18.8% of the vote. Marcelo Quinto had 26 votes, or 40.6% of the vote. Sasa Stobolev had 26 votes, or 40.6% of the vote. I should have read that off sooner. Even though it appeared on screen, there might be people who have not seen it on screen. So I apologize for that.
I have started the election again. So please hit the next vote button and you should see the most recent election for the A and B Grand President up here. Thank you.
The ballot box is open. Please cast your vote. You have 2 minutes. Was it 2 minutes or 3 minutes? Set the clock, please. You have 3 minutes to cast your vote. Please do it as soon as it appears on your screen. Eric, you got 30 seconds. You want to sing a song? He's smiling. I liked his rendition the other day. Hopefully we got some of the kinks out.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can we have like 1 minute? Sherry's having issues, but she'll get her vote in about 1 minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Additional time
Thanks.
has been added.
Thanks.
You're welcome. We understand that this takes a little bit of time and this is a very important position. In the event there's a runoff after this election, we'll go into the 2 highest vote getters. I can assure you nobody's trying to steal the election. There'll be no recount and recount. I want to have Giuliani look into this. This is getting serious. I think we're at that point. Is there anybody in the hall that's having issues? Anybody virtual having issues?
Shall I close the vote?
Are there any other issues?
Hello?
I see a hand up with Millie. I see a checkpoint is. Millie, did you want to add anything?
No, Sherry was able to vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay. Seeing no issues, no hands on the floor, no hands virtually. The ballot box is closed. Please tally the results.
What were you saying? Yeah, he announced that prior to the vote. So he can do that because he announced in advance.
Mr. Chair, can we have the speaker, whoever's speaking, muted, please?
Chair recognizes Woody, Brother Woody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I withdraw my name from the election so that we can have somebody in the new position of Grand President, A and B. I will accept the rollover. I want to thank everybody that voted. Thank you very much.
Let the record show that Brother Woody Watson has resigned from the decline. Thank you.
Woodrow Watson declined to run.
The thing is,
Now, what we had discussed earlier was more than 50%. Is that correct, Brother Bill? More than 50%. You saw the results on the board. So we need to have a third ballot. Yes, we need to have a third ballot. Since we have one candidate pulled out, that there's going to be some changes on the two candidates. So we'll ask the dots to narrow the ballot down to two candidates for the position of A and B Grand President. That'll be Marcelo Quinto and Sasa Sobolev. Please let me know when you have the ballot ready. You can open it at any time when you have it ready.
The ballot has now started. Please hit the next vote button and you should see it appear.
Thank you. You start the clock. I would like to thank Woody Morrison for the great job he's doing up here today. And I'd like to thank him for, for his service. I know we're going to see more of Woody Morrison at next convention, aren't we? Yes, we are. And so Woody Morrison's a friend of mine who went to high school with him. And I only know two Woodies, Woody Morrison and Woody Watson. Yesterday they were calling him Woody Guthrie. I'd like to thank Woody for his service, for helping us out on this convention. Thank you, sir. Time has expired. Are there any issues, voting issues on the floor? Are there any voting issues on virtual?
There are no
Anybody
raised
need more
hands.
time? Everybody has voted? It looks like we have no issues, so if we could tally the votes, please.
Vote is now closed. Please stand by for results.
Ballot box is closed. It is posted on the board. The results of the election for A and B Grand President are Marcelo Cuento with 41 votes, 63.1%. Sasa Sobolev at 24 votes, which is 36.9% of the vote. A total of 65 votes were cast. Do you have a majority of that? more than 50% would be 33 votes. So we do have a winner. Congratulate Marcelo Quinto. Somebody hand him the mic so he can tell you what he's going to do, how good he's going to be for the next year. Marcelo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank all of you again for voting for me. I guess fourth time is a charm, you know, and appreciate it. With this new method of our meetings coming on, I hope that we will be able to make it so that we understand the process a lot better and we'll be a little bit quicker at it the next year because it takes time to learn these things. And I hope that I deserve your vote, and I will certainly work hard to make sure that, you know, this organization continues for another 100 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President-elect Marcelo Quinto. Okay, now, we started this morning with nominations for ANS first vice. We're going to go alternate back and forth here. We have two nominees for the position of ANS Grand First Vice President. I will open the nominations for any other nominees for ANS Grand First Vice President. Are there any nominations? We have two candidates. Correction, three candidates. Rhonda Butler, Barbara Erickson, Heather Powell. We have three candidates. Are there any other nominations?
Mr. Chair, ANS Camp 2 President Rhonda Butler is asking to be recognized virtually.
I'd like to remind everybody that if you are a delegate, you are eligible to vote. If you're going to change, an alternate is going to come on into voting status, the action must be taken through the chair. You must notify the chair that the eligible delegate is going to be away or absent or unable to vote, and the alternate will be taken his place, his or her place. Please be aware that they must be recognized by the chair, and until then, they're not a eligible voter.
Mr. Chair.
Brother Dennis first.
Mr. Chair, as a member of Grand Camp, I'm asking if we're going to hear from the candidates for this office. As a member of Grand Camp, I would like to hear them give their campaign speeches. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's up to the chair to decide, but we need to expedite the meeting, but I would like to know what their thoughts are on the office that they're each seeking. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, brother. Sister Rhonda. Sister Rhonda, did you have your hand raised?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. Before proceeding, are we going to be making a motion to accept the ballot before moving on to the next vote? Because if so, I'd like to make a unanimous motion to accept the A and B newly elected Marcelo Quinto.
Mr. Chair, this is the parliamentarian.
Brother Dennis.
Mr. Chair, once the vote is taken, the vote speaks for itself. Placing it up for approval means that it goes a second time, risking the vote that has already been determined. The vote itself is the final determinant. And once the vote is taken and the numbers shown, the chair announces who is elected, and the announcement by the chair constitutes completion of the election. But we don't need and should not have an action by the membership. The members have already spoken when they vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brother Dennis. Does that answer your question, Rhonda?
Thank you for the
Okay.
clarification.
There'll be no motions. As the parliamentarian has said, when somebody's elected, the delegates have spoken. And so there's no need for a motion to accept the vote.
Mr. Chair.
Brother Dennis.
I don't recall if you announced who was elected Grand President. That's part of the process. That's what closes the election is for the presiding officer to announce who was elected. And that announcement formalizes the results, the election results. And I don't remember if you announced that. If you didn't, then it'd be appropriate to announce who was elected and be Grand President.
Thank you, Brother Dennis.
Had you announced that?
Let's see who's. We did it before in person. Didn't. Are there any other nominations for the position of Enos Grand First Vice President? We have 3 candidates: Rhonda Butler, Barbara Erickson, Heather Powell. Are there any other candidates? Yes, sister.
Point of order, Chairman.
What is your
Frank.
point?
We need to address Dr. Demert's request. He did not hear the results of the A and B Grand Officer that was nominated.
We did hear from Marcelo.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'm sorry that if some people didn't hear it, I'm not going to ask him to repeat his acceptance speech.
Mr. Chair.
Last vote number. Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Brother Dennis.
I believe that the point of order just called had to do with the fact that I had stated as parliamentarian that in order to complete the election, the chair must announce who was elected. And I did not recall whether I heard you do that at the end of the announcement of the results, but according to the rules of order, the election is completed once the chair announces who was elected. And if you hadn't done that, and if you had even, it would be appropriate for you to announce who was elected Grand President. That completes the election. And that's a formal process, but that is part of Robert's Rules of Order. Once an election is results are announced and you have someone elected, the chairman must announce that person was elected as A&B Grand President. Thank you.
Thank you,
If
Brother
haven't done
Dennis.
that should happen.
The results of the election are Marcelo Cuento has 41 votes, which is 63.1%. Sasa Sobolev has 24 votes, which is 36.9%. Total votes cast for 65. In order to be elected, you must have 33 votes.
Mr. Chair, that is not what needs to be announced. What it needs to be announced is the name of the person elected if someone was elected. That the chair must do. The presiding officer.
Okay, Marcelo Cuento is declared the winner and has been elected as A&B Grand President. And he has already given his acceptance speech. Can we move on to the next? We are still in the nominations for ANS, Grand First Vice President. Are there any other nominations? We have 3 nominations: Rhonda Butler, Barbara Erickson, Heather Powell. Are there any other nominations from the floor or virtual? Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, hearing none, nominations are closed. We have 3 candidates for the position of ANS, Grand First Vice President. Will Dots please prepare the ballot? And at this time, I'd like to invite the 3 candidates to give a 2-minute resume or what you plan to do. And first, I'm going to call on Rhonda Butler. Are you available?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Please begin.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we can.
Are you calling on me to start? Can you
Yes, I am.
A&B, ANS, Grand Presidents Heather Gurko and Paulette Marino, A&B, ANS, Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson and Ethel Lund, A&B, ANS Grand Officers, delegates, esteemed elders and guests, and our virtual world who are watching. My name is Rhonda Butler. I am of the Haida Nation. I am Raven Doublefin Killer Whale from the Yaklanos clan. I am the granddaughter of the Kluknahudi. My late grandfather was Richard Stokes of Wrangell, and my late grandmother was Haida Elder Wilma Churchill Stokes of Craig, Wrangell. I'm the daughter of Ronald Butler and Donna McKay. I thank my mother for blessing me with this opportunity and strive to represent A&B and ANS in the capacity I do. We are in unprecedented times, and it is imperative that we come united to navigate these uncharted waters. And just as our arrows on our kugenas represent continued forward momentum, and I believe this needs to be done unitedly. We face many issues right now as presented to us by many of our youth. We need to increase our membership. I'm dedicated to our organization, and I have the drive and the heart to be willing to roll up my sleeves and continue the hard work. And as my mentors have guided me, such as Dolores Cariente, Percy Kuntz, Mickey Kuntz, they have faith, and I have faith in our organization, and I humbly ask for your support in running for ANS first Grand Vice President, and ask for your vote. Gunashish Hawa, Doixon Newsom, Solana.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Barbara Erickson, another nominee. Heather Powell, please stand by.
ANS Grand President Marino, A&B Grand President Heather Gerko, A&B Emeritus Grand Officers, all past presidents and members, all present, future presidents and members. I greet you. I've been serving as your president for Camp 16 at Petersburg for over 10 years. I have been in attendance at many of the conventions since then. And I've heard a lot of the issues and resolutions that need to be handled. My heart is with the Alaska Marine Highway issue. My heart is with the justice issues and the drug and recovery issues of our Native peoples. I am recovered several times over, this time 3 years. And I would love to be able to help this organization move forward in ways of healing and of better organizational skills through our guidelines per Robert's Rules of Order. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara Erickson. Chair calls for Heather Powell. Heather Powell. Thank you. You have 2 minutes. Let's get connected first. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, could you speak so we can hear you? Let me see.
Okay, can you hear me?
Very, very rarely. I mean, we can't hear you very well.
All right. How about this? Because for
Yeah,
those
you
of you
need
that
to
know
turn
me, you
up
know
your
that I can raise
volume.
my voice.
Need to turn up your volume.
How's that?
Almost.
Okay. Any better?
No.
We can hear you fine in the Zoom call. I think it's in the main hall that the volume needs to be adjusted.
I can stand by. Just go ahead and let me know.
Can the tech please raise the volume on the hall? Can you guys hear us in the hall? Sound check. Just for everyone online, it looks like,
I'm not sure if you can hear me or not, but I'm doing a sound check from here.
yeah, it looks like they are not able
Just
to
1
hear us.
minute, please. We're working on the volume. Looks like the master volume is not moving. The one on the bottom that's flickering, that's me.
So on the soundboard in the hall, can you guys please raise the volume that is coming as a return from the Zoom call, please?
What is that?
Mr. Chair.
And was your,
I seek to be recognized if possible. Talking with our grant secretaries, the issue when it comes to our sister Powell being able to speak, it is not a technical issue on her end. It is a technical issue on our end. Our technicians, our tech team is currently in the process of resolving that issue. But I at least wanted to inform everyone that it is on us. That's why us as delegates seated on the floor are unable to hear at this time.
thank you.
And we just hear the sound levels changing.
We're still working on it on.
Yeah, it's coming from the hall. It's not the volume you need to raise. It's the input coming from us.
Testing 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2 on this side.
Something now?
Testing 1, 2 on this side. Can you hear me?
No, we cannot.
Can you hear me from this phone?
No, we cannot. Not here, not at the hall.
Can you hear now?
This is Heather. Can you hear me in the hall?
This is mine. Yours is right there.
Sister Heather, we can't currently hear you at the moment.
Sorry, I'm just seeing that they are resetting the computer that is taking care of the sound between the online and the. So let's give it a second for them to unmute and we should be good again. Can you hear us in the hall now?
Not currently, no.
Oh, because the computer, it looks like it just reappeared, but.
Sister, can you speak again and see if we can hear you?
Testing sound?
Yes, this is Sister Heather Powell, Puna Camp 12.
No, we're still unable to hear you. Yes. Okay. Okay. We're doing all we can on this side. Heather, they're going to send you a telephone call and give you a number that you could call in and see if they can hook you up. So stand by for a call.
Okay, I'll call from Sister Phyllis Grant's phone. Thank you.
Pardon?
Hear me twice because I'm talking on the Zoom also. Can you show me the view meter? So okay, so you're not getting signal from the computer. Can you unplug? Are you using the headphone on the computer?
Wait, sorry, what?
That
Computer were you?
so I'm gonna.
So to all of our virtual delegates, this is Elias Chase, Camp 49. I just want to thank you all for your patience as we figure out this technical issue. We hope to get this quickly resolved. That way we can get the rest of our convention underway. So good noches.
Can you hear this in the room now? Yeah, without the video, I cannot see.
Thank you,
right?
Madison. As we're waiting right now, I was going to try to do business both online and in person. Oh, can you hear us okay? Online?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Should we do a auction for Grand Camp? An in-person auction? I know it's nice, right? Okay. So can you hear us in our virtual world?
There, if you get a signal, I'm gonna clap,
They
clap,
can't
clap,
hear us
clap,
right now,
clap,
and
clap.
we can't do
So-
business unless they can.
clap.
I was gonna try to have Joe come up here who
So-
only has a 10-minute presentation for the
just don't see
resolutions,
it on
but
the
I would
video-
like to
on the
take a
meter.
moment and recognize our beautiful elders who are patiently waiting in the back.
On,
These
So-
are two of our elders, and
Okay,
they are here
someone's speaking at
about
the
the
same time, it's pretty
co-talker
hard.
resolution. So we've given them lots of water and lunch, and they're visiting with us. Welcome. Thank you so much for your patience. It's good to have you amongst us. But also, while we're waiting, Brother Eric, I found your uncle's A&S, A&B Sitka Camp One cap in the antique store. Harvey Marvin was your uncle? Oh my gosh. Well,
Sister Heather.
Yes.
Hey, this is Elias Chase, Camp 49 ANS president. I have a phone number for you if you wouldn't mind calling into it. The phone number is going to be 1-833-368-7123.
1-833-368-7123.
Yes, that is correct.
I'll dial now.
All right. Thank you very much, Sister Heather. We appreciate it.
Hi, sorry, that was the DOT support number. We have someone trying to.
You are so beautiful to me. Can't you see? You're everything I hope for. You're everything I need. You are so beautiful.
Yes, this is Sister Heather, and I dialed the number. And it looks like they're searching for our credentials, is the email I got back, the text message. The message says, sorry, we missed your call. Please search your email in the credential data, thespot.com for voting links. Your call will be returned in order.
Okay, give me a quick moment, Sister Heather. I'm going to follow up with our grand secretaries.
Hi, Heather. Is this Heather Powell?
Yes, this is Heather Powell.
I should be able to look up your credentials right now.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I have my credentials. I'm actually waiting to give my nomination speech, and they were having issues in the hall hearing me. I'm virtual.
Right. Yeah. So it's unfortunately it's a local problem in the hall. We have one of our guys trying to help the local technicians, but it's a pure problem with the hall itself. It's not with the Zoom meeting or anyone else.
Amy, this is Heather Gerko. Heather Powell, I just want to say that I think you were given the number mistake. The intention was the number should go to the tech in the hall for them to call Alejandro for support. And I think the message just got kind of mixed up in translation there. So there was no reason for you to call that number. We apologize. We just kind of got confused.
I do apologize for that, Sister Heather. The information that I was given was from the Grand Secretaries, which then transferred it to me. It was from the Grand Secretaries, then transferred to our ANS Sergeant at Arms, and then transferred to me. But we did get our sound back on, brothers and sisters, so we should be getting back underway here very shortly.
This is Heather Gerko, AMB Grand President. Can you hear us in the hall? I see Sister Beverly with a thumbs up. Geez, you can hear us. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear us in the room now?
Sister Heather, can you hear me?
Can you hear us in the room now?
Yes, this is Sister Heather.
Heather Powell, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, amen. All right. Well, I am ready and standing by when you're ready.
You're really breaking up?
Actually, Heather, can you speak English?
Yes, Atlang gonna choose you, Han. Can you hear me?
You're really breaking up on your side.
Sorry, I'm gonna speak again.
Maybe if I turn my video off, it's better. How's that? Looks like it's coming in clear across virtual. Would it be okay if I just went ahead and spoke? And I think that there may very well be a ballot already open.
Yes, the ballot
Not
is
exactly
open,
sure.
but go ahead and speak.
Should I go ahead and
Cleared
speak?
up yet.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure. I wasn't sure what to do.
Heather, do you have a microphone of your own that you can hold up?
I can call in on a phone. I can call in on Sister Phyllis Grant's phone if that works on the Zoom and use that one. because I am speaking into the microphone on my device. How's this? Can you hear me on this device?
Loud and clear.
I'll recognize you after I finish talking. It's a point of order, Mr. Chair. What is your point? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Or was I hearing Elias? Was that you just talking a minute ago?
Okay, how does it sound now?
Say
Is it-
something, Heather.
Can you hear me now in the hall, loud and clear?
We can hear you in the hall. Yes.
Okay, Heather, you should be fine now.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, yes.
I'm just trying to figure out if you can hear me now.
Would you say something again, please?
So I'm trying to figure out if you can hear me on my device. This is my device. This is Heather Powell's device. Can you hear me in the hall?
We hear you loud and clear.
Oh, great. Okay. Right. So I think you can hear me and maybe you can even see me.
We can hear you and we can see you. Thank you.
Oh, cheesh. All right. Well, I see there's 2 minutes up on the clock there, and I will not keep folks in suspense anymore. So, cheesh the kat Yuhan, punach de kafadati ye jene ye Yuhan. Cheesh, Madam Grand A&B President Gerko. Chatsu, Madam Grand ANS President Paulette Marino. President Emeritus and executives, and our beloved delegates. Chish, thank you very much for allowing me the honor to sit and to present in front of you. I would like for you to, first of all, know a little bit about who I am. I am a 4th generation A&B ANS. I served under many of you, even as a junior A&B. And I want to thank all of my mentors, my aunties and my uncles that sit with you today. And thank you for the support and thank you for helping us to lead. You'll notice in my window here, I also have Camp 12 Vice President Phyllis Grant and our junior ANS, Sophie Diedrichsen from Hoona. I live currently in Hoona. I'm a Tlingit language and culture teacher. I began teaching in 1995. Working towards bringing culture and language into everything that we do. I'm a part of ANS for many reasons. My grandmother was originally part of A&B and served with many of you. So I would just like to say that there are many things coming before us, and I humbly ask for your support so that I could learn and work with you, bringing the rural voice into our communities, bringing that voice of our children, and also working in the shadows and the teachings of our ancestors. Thank you very much, and I'm very honored and very grateful for the work that you have done.
Thank you, Heather Powell. And thank you, Elias, for helping us out here. Good thing about, Camp 49, we got these young people. We have no politicking here. Well, I happen to know he's running for office here, so I gotta watch what I say. We have three candidates. You had each of the candidates. You've heard each of the candidates, Rhonda Butler, Barbara Erickson, and Heather Powell. So at this time, ask Dots if you have a ballot prepared.
The ballot is prepared and currently running.
Okay, if you open the ballot box, there are no other nominations. You open the ballot box so that our delegates can vote. Thank you. Three minutes on the clock. Two minutes on the clock. Time has expired. Is there anyone on the floor? Okay, we're working on the floor. Is there anybody that's virtual needs a little help? I'll ask Dots, when we show the results, please leave the results up just a little longer so people can copy down the figures.
Yeah, when
We
we
just
show
have-
results, we'll keep it until you tell us to take it down.
Thank you.
We just have one person having trouble voting.
Is there anyone on the floor still having issues? Okay, still working on it.
Just want to add that.
Okay, let's do
11
that
years
again.
of marriage and we're virtual, but we have great communication and no miscommunication like we have here. So thank you.
11th anniversary. Good going. What? Uh-huh. What I want to do is just finish this vote on this position. Yeah. That's yours. Is there anybody in virtual that is having any issues? Virtual looks good.
Doreen Merrick's is having trouble voting from her phone. We need her to contact us. I'm not sure how to assist without talking directly.
Are you Doreen in here? Okay. So we have the issue here on the floor.
If the issue is on the floor, then she can go to any computer, log in and cast her vote. She doesn't have to use her phone. That might be the most expedient thing.
Okay. Sisters, please review your budget for our meeting, and to our brothers and sisters that are here, again, really, thank you. I'm going to really need some help on how we're going to do our first ever virtual installation tonight. Executive committee men, Bill and Eric, how are we going to do the installation tonight?
During the dinner.
Gonna need help and open to ideas for those that are here or not, because we have we're gonna abbreviate the program as much as possible, but we need to ideas, Brother Liz and then Sister Mona. Brother Liz? Could we give Liz the 800 number she could call and vote? Okay. Oh, it's right there too.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at this and Doreen Liz Merrick's has registered a vote.
Yes, she is calling into the 1-800 number. I don't know if you could hear us or not.
No, but it's already registered. She already cast her vote.
Oh, you already cast your vote. Okay.
That's probably why she can't do anything because it's already been cast.
She has not, sir. She has not, sir. So she's going to call in just to double check. Okay.
Who are
Thank
we
you.
talking about? Can we repeat the name?
Liz Merrick, treasurer of A&B Camp 1. She's calling
Jamie,
in.
that's a different name.
Oh, I have a Doreen Liz Merrick's. Sorry.
She's calling you right now.
Okay. I'll be the one to pick up probably, so I'll mute.
So sisters, please have your committee reports done and ready to turn in. They'll be in writing, so we won't have to go over them. And Beverly, I have the gifts for the ingoing and outgoing officers. Carol is on the engrossment committee. Kevin and Sandy are on several different committees. To cultural night, our online auction was Tasha, and that can happen at a later date. Post convention, we also have our audit. Cecilia will be getting us to approve our audit. Then you have your budget in writing. So the chair is going to entertain a motion to accept the budget for 2021-22 for the Sisterhood. So please review that as you're able to, and I hope that it's online. It should be online, the budget that was copied and sent. And what are other committees, sister? We have engrossment, we have Well, gifts and benefits is one that's really important. Sister Beverly, when you get a chance, could you come up for a moment or meet me in the back of the room because I have the gifts and stuff? Thank you so much. And publicity, Mona, did you have a comment about installation? Please do.
Yes, Madam Grand President, I do have a suggestion in regards to installation tonight. I think it could be run similarly as we did the memorial in regards to the people online, to be, dressed typically as they would during installation, caps, kugenas, and then I know that when we have our local meetings on Zoom, we did kind of a general hand motion for handoff of items, like this, kind of a sign language sort of motion. So those are just some ideas. If somebody was actually to receive something, it'd probably have to be either taken to them or shipped to them. So just some ideas, Madam Grand President.
Thank you. So thank you. Grand President Gerko is online and she has the Kugena, but we need to find a way to, thank you, ceremoniously bring the Kugena, the gavel to our new Grand President, maybe. And then we can maybe just use his Kugena if that's okay for now. So we need to have all those things set up. And then we'll assign people to do the different parts that are here. And if it's a virtual person, somebody could keep track for me who's virtual and who's in person and the outgoing officers. I need a list of the outgoing officers, including the 5 of the 6 A and B officers that had changed positions.
Madam
Elias?
Chair.
Oh, he's got one.
Hi. Elias, and then Grand President Gerko.
Madam Chair, I do want to say for the record that Grand President Gerko did send the Grand Camp President Kogena with us. So we, as Camp 49, brought it on her behalf. And so it is present. That is also how we have the gavel up on the podium today. In addition to it, I would also like to extend if Sister Albee, who is our Grand President-elect, on behalf of you, Grand President Marino, as well as on behalf of our President-elect, I know I have a flight. I am flying back into Seattle and will be driving home the rest of the way. If need be, I can arrange on behalf to be able to provide the Kogena to Sister Daphne Albee.
Thank you so much for that, Grand President Gerko. Thank you so much for that. Very, very humble. Okay, that would be good. And I'd have to consult with the ANS Executive Committee women who are all online, that Elias ANS has offered to take the Grand President Kugena to our new Grand President. Is that correct? And you live in Portland. Will you see her in Seattle? When? Okay. So maybe somebody could put that in the chat to the ANS Executive Committee members, if that would be okay. If that would be proper protocol in some way, if I could go ahead and do that, and I could take the Grand President Kugena and cap off and have him take it down. And otherwise, the sergeant would, I think, mail it or somebody
Chair?
else. Yes.
I'd like to get back to the orders of the day so that we can get through all of the nominations in the election today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We're waiting
Goodness,
for a
geez.
vote to come in. We're waiting for a vote to come in, but I had asked Brother Elby if I could go ahead and do some of the other orders of the day. Thank you, Madam Executive. So as we're waiting for this vote, we have the minutes before us of yesterday. And the chair, it's a draft of the minutes of 10/8/21. What's that? Okay, the vote just went through, so we'll proceed. Thank you so much, Executive Person. I didn't know that until 5 minutes ago that we were able to hear you online also. So, okay, we do have all the votes into the DOTS team.
Yes, we do. I'm closing the vote and please stand by for results.
Ballot box is closed. Please show the results. The results of the election are Heather Powell, 52.3 or 34 votes, which is 52.3%. Rhonda Butler has 16 votes, which is 23.1%. Barbara Erickson has 16 votes, which is 24.6%. Heather Powell has reached a threshold for election. Heather Powell is elected as ANS first Grand President.
Atlântanas Chish.
65 votes were cast, which means the winner would have had to garnish 33 votes, and that has been done. Okay, now I'm going to
Mr.
turn the chair
Chairman?
over to question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler. Congratulations, Sister Heather. I'm looking forward to your continued leadership. At this time, I would like to extend the rollover option and have my name be placed on the ballot for ANS second Grand Vice President. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you'll need a nomination for somebody to nominate you for that when we open the nominations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
First Vice President-elect Heather, would you like to say a couple words?
Atlântanas Chish. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you, for those of you that have put your faith in not only myself, but also my community. And I look forward to learning and leading with you. Ganesh Chish to each and every one of you.
Okay, we're going to pause the voting for a few minutes here. I'd like to call back Chairman Woody Watson. Morrison has left, not the other Morrison, Woody Morrison has left the building. Woody Watson.
Thank you, Brother Frank. Privilege of the floor. At this time, I would like the A and B Sergeant at Arms to escort my guest forward, please. While he was doing that, I'll read the resolution that we have before us. Resolution number 21-00. Joe Stewart, will you step forward to the mic, please?
Just like to note that there are 3 virtual hands raised, Richard and Janice Jackson, Rhonda Butler, then Marvin Adams.
I'm sorry, I missed that. We had somebody virtually with their hand up.
Actually, we now only have Marvin Adams with the virtual hand up.
And Dennis Dammert.
Yes, sir.
Who are you recognizing?
I'm sorry.
I'm
I didn't
rising as
understand.
parliamentarian.
Yes, Mr. Devitt.
I think Frank Albee is still presiding. And a point that I want to make is that we're in the middle of the most important remaining business, and that is the election. And the time that is taking indicates that we're going to go very late. And there has been no approval of disrupting the current business to take up an election or to have anybody else speak. And it would be proper for us to continue unless there was a motion to what would the term be, but to depart from the minutes and take up other action. It's an action that would slow down the very important business we have to do. The primary focus should continue to be the election of officers. And after that, if there's time, then other business. But right now, the business we urgently must finish is that which has been on the floor. And it should not stop for anything else. Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Brother Dennis, I did pause the elections and I did turn the floor over to Woodrow Watson. And I would hope that meets the criteria for a pause so that we can take care of some business. We have some elders here that have been waiting for a long time.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. This is Marvin Adams. My hand's been up for a while.
Brother Joe.
Marvin Adams.
Yeah. I believe the proper procedure is, Mr. Chairman, is that Executive Committee, Mr. Dammert is correct. In order to deviate from our current agenda item and our current election is that they would request the privilege of the floor to add and increase or change the current agenda. Not the chair or nobody else has that authority except for the floor. So if we're going to change the agenda, that it has to be on a floor vote to do it. The second thing is my understanding is that any rollover vice president would automatically be on the tally of the next elected officer position and may not be required to be nominated. I believe it was automatic. So please correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you. Marvin Adams, Camp 87, Anchorage.
Thank you, Brother Marvin. From the floor, is there any objection? Is there any objection to pausing the vote so that we could hear from our Tlingit code talkers? Hearing no objection,
Mr. Chairman, I object.
please state your objection.
My objection is that we have pending important business on the floor that takes precedence over everything else, or should. And so I object to disrupting the election process and take up other business after we have completed that very important and so far time-consuming business. It was on the agenda for shortly after we came to order this morning, and what is it, getting close to 3 o'clock now, and we're still not where we need to be. So we must get this done. Anything else is subordinate to that.
Brother Dennis, I'm glad you're a parliamentarian. Now, Robert, when he wrote those messages, I'm sure he knew what he was doing. But I don't think he took in the native people at the time he was writing this, his rules of order. And the respect that we have for our elders and for the kind of the way that we as native people do things. I'm at a quandary myself here. It's, for me, Robert Rules of Order is a guide. It is not, for me, it is not written in stone.
Yeah, we could see
And
that.
we follow the guidelines as best we can. But sometimes there must be, we have to deviate a little bit so that we can meet our obligations as a people. We're simply trying to integrate a short period of time where we could recognize Tlingit elders who had served honorably, during the war. And we just need that little bit of time. And as chair of the elections committee, I said I did pause and I asked for a unanimous consent. And the
Mr.
body's in agreement.
Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, AMB Grant President Gerko, per the parliamentarian's initial response, I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to pause the election and amend the agenda to allow special Tlingit Code Talker resolution on the floor. And I ask for unanimous consent, and I am typing it into the chat as we speak.
Motion has been made and she has asked for a unanimous consent. No objection? No objection on the floor? No objection on virtual? Motion is carried. I apologize and we welcome you folks.
Thank you, Brother Albee. Joe, you have the floor.
Does this pertain to the one or to all of them?
We only have one person here, so. We have the daughter of George Lewis here.
Pardon me?
We have the daughter of George Lewis here.
Okay. How come this is not on?
It's on.
I can't hear me. Okay, as chair of the resolutions, I have once, what happened? Gee, Now, if you like, I could read this whole thing out. I can do that. Maybe I should. Okay, resolution 2100. Oh, okay. Whereas the Alaskan Native Brotherhood and the Alaskan Native Sisterhood recognize and honor 5 Tlingit Army soldiers who have served as code talkers during World War II in the fight against Japan. And whereas the U.S. Department of Defense recently declassified the information about the use of these code talkers and issued certificates of merit and silver medals to the families of these brave men. And whereas Army serviceman Robert Jeff David Sr., Richard Bean Sr., George Lewis Sr., Harvey Jacobs, and Mark Jacobs Jr. served as code talkers in the Pacific Campaign against the Japanese. And whereas A&B and A&S recognize that in pursuit of their duty to their country, one example of their work was that during the Battle of thank you. There were 800 native language battle communications received and translated. And whereas we acknowledge that despite efforts of boarding schools which these men attended to destroy the native language, and where they were harshly punished if they were caught speaking their native language, now therefore be it resolved that the A&B and the A&S at Grand Camp assembled October 2021 support and encourage the full recognition of these brave men in written history, and that a memorial be established and plaques placed on their graves honoring their work.
Thank you, Brother Joe. Any objection?
No objection.
Hearing no objection, so passed. Brother Willard?
Mr. Chairman, no one responded to my hand being up.
Thank
How
you,
can I
sir.
object if you don't respond to the hands being raised?
My name is Willard Jackson. I'm the A&B Veterans Committee Chair. I want to thank you for the resolution that was drafted on the floor. When you go across the Indian country in the lower 48, they honor their veterans. We don't debate it. If you ever watched any of their videos, these gentlemen were courageous, courageous. If you haven't been wounded like I have, you don't know what I'm talking about. I honor the family members that are receiving their loved ones' medals. This is an issue we've been dealing with a long time, and we always seem to push the veterans to the side. I am a type of person that will stand the ground, and I appreciate Top standing his ground, First Sergeant Albee, and helping us move this resolution forward. Goodness cheese, thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Willard. Brother Fletch?
Thank you. I wanted to object to that because, frankly, we are much better than, words matter. I'm writing up a note in the chat to everybody. Words matter. And we didn't need to include Japanese in this resolution. We could have said the Pacific Theater. We could have said it 100 different ways, but we did not have to include the word Japanese. And in some way, it doesn't diminish the code talkers in any way or our actions, but it does diminish us that we can't use words better. And unfortunately, it was adopted, so I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Fletch. Any more comments from the floor or from the video?
There is a
We
few hand
have
raised.
Willard Jackson Sr. and Brad Fletch.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I simply want to make the point that I agree with the point that Brad Fletch had made, and if it were possible to reconsider simply to change the language to include the Pacific Theater or some other term, and what he suggested is one option is to speak of the Pacific Theater. At this point, long after World War II, long after we've established peaceful relationships with the Japanese, I think it would be more appropriate to point out the theater of war that they were speaking in, that they were operating in, and exclude the reference to the Japanese. And did we adopt that by unanimous consent?
Yes.
I don't like to take a lot more time, but I would like to move that we reconsider. And since I agreed to its passage, I did vote silently in the affirmative. But I would like to move that we reconsider the motion just passed to change the reference from the Japanese to the Pacific Theater or whatever other language Brad Fletch had suggested. And I ask unanimous consent so that we can get this done quickly. But
Yes, as the maker of the motion, I so move that we allow for the friendly amendment to remove the name Japanese and just put the word Pacific Theater. Thank you.
That's adequate with me.
Been moved and seconded.
Is it moved or asking unanimous consent? If it's moved and seconded, then we have to vote. But if unanimous consent is requested, we don't need to take a vote. But if it's seconded, then we have to vote. And that takes time.
It is so ordered. At this time, our ANS Grand President would like to present a gift.
There is a point of order on the chat.
Thank you so much. We have a very special elder with us today, and thank you for that, passing that resolution. This is Verna. She is an elder with us. When she came in, we gave her lunch and she waited patiently. And we are so honored that you are here, and we just have a small gift for you. And it's just a pretty cup. Would you like to say a few words? Okay. I'll get another break. Give me just 1 minute. This is presented to you on behalf of A&B and ANS Grand Camp Verna, and thank you for your patience and the service.
Grand Camp A&B and Grand Camp ANS. I would like to say thank you very much for the resolution that have been put together for the Code Talkers. I don't stand by myself. My siblings are with me. Ruth Davis in Anchorage, Georgiana Hodge in Haynes, Thelma Fields in Fairbanks, Florence Murray in Sitka, Diane Hoisington in Lewiston, Idaho, and Raymond Lewis Sr. in Palmer. Kunis Cheese, thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you very much, everybody. Also, I'm giving her a copy of the resolution to share with the rest of her family.
Kunis Cheese.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
A&B Executive Committee, Brad Flitch. In response to the fact that the parliamentarian cannot make a motion, I move for reconsideration of the previous unanimous consent of the Code Talker resolution and to delete the word Japanese and ask for unanimous consent.
It's already been done. At this time, we'll turn the floor back over to Brother Frank.
Mr. Chairman, Richard Jackson here.
Yes, sir.
I was observing the procedures while the nomination chair was presiding over nominations. When there is a motion made on the floor, the presiding officer, whether it be A&B Grand Camp or ANS Grand Camp, have to go to the podium and deal with this action item. Frank was put in an awkward position, so when committees give reports and somebody makes a motion on the floor, the committee chair has to turn it over to the presiding officer. That's just for your knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We're getting back to business now. One thing as Native people, we like to recognize others who have helped us. In our last election, we elected Heather Powell for ANS Grand First Vice President. At this time, we'll go back to the election process, calling back to election process now. And we'll open the nominations for the A&B First Vice President. Nominations are, we have two nominees on board. That's Paul Johnson and James Lanos Jr. Are there any other nominations for the position of A&B Grand First Vice President?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes, this is Sasha Sobolev, Camp 76, Teneke Springs. I'm entitled to be put in the slot of A&B First Vice, and I would like not to do that, so I would wish to withdraw that consideration. Thank you.
Sasha Sobolev has asked that he not be considered. It was taken. Now, I'm not sure that the roll down is automatic. It's not. So whether the person wants to run or not, they're automatically roll down. So at this time, Woody Watson will roll down will be the third candidate for the A and B Grand First Vice President. Is that correct? Yes. So we now have 3 candidates for the position of A and B Grand First Vice. Paul Johnson, James Lanos Jr., and Woody Watson.
Mr. Chairman,
Brother Dennis.
Mr. Chairman, I thought you'd said at first that the roll down is not automatic, that it would take, which means that it would take a nomination for that position. And then had there been a nomination of Woodrow Watson, or did you just automatically roll him down? I did not hear a nomination. I mean, a nomination's in order, but if, as you said, the roll down is not automatic, was there a nomination of Woodrow Watson for that position?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brother Dennis, and that is in fact what I said when they first laid out the details for the election. That on the roll down, the losing candidate may be nominated for the next position. That's what I brought up. But now I'm hearing that it's an automatic roll down.
No.
So you've changed the rules in the middle of the election.
Would you say that again, Brother
That would
Eric?
be out of order.
Yes, thank you.
Wait.
In order to be rolled down, they need to be nominated. They're eligible for the next seat, but they need to be nominated on the floor. Thank you.
That was the stipulation that I brought up when I first set up the rules for the election. That they
Mr.
need to
Chair.
be nominated for
Mr.
the
Chairman.
roll down.
My name is Mr. Chairman.
Peter Nowrose, Camp 78, seeks recognition.
Floor recognizes Peter Naros.
Yes, Peter Nowrose nominates Woodrow Watson.
Woodrow Watson has been nominated for the A and B Grand First Vice. So he's officially on the roll. Sister Cecilia, did you have your hand up?
Mr. Chair, I was going to nominate Woodrow Watson. Thank you. It's done.
He has 2 nominations. Delegates, we have 3 nominations for the position of A and B Grand First Vice: Paul Johnson, James Lanos Jr., Woody Watson. Are there any other nominations for the position of A and B Grand First Vice? Are there any other nominations for A and B Grand First Vice President? I see none virtually. I see none on the floor. Nominations are closed. The ballot box will be open. Would Doss please prepare a ballot for while they're preparing the ballot? We're going. It's been done. Okay. We're going to have a 2-minute speech by each of the candidates. Paul Johnson. Brother Paul Johnson.
Yes, Chairman.
Yes, we'd like to hear what all you're going to do for us next year.
Okay. Bilis Sheesh for this humbling opportunity for the nomination. I greatly appreciate the confidence that my fellow brothers and sisters have in me. I'd like to acknowledge A and B Grand Vice Presidents, Madam Vice Presidents, Emeritus leaders, And I apologize that we're not there and attending in person. And I'm hoping that this opportunity to demonstrate the resiliency of the Brotherhood. I know that I'm relatively new to many of you folks. At Camp 87, we do operate in the largest village. And although we do live in the urban setting, my heart is really in promoting at the Grand Camp level the organization itself to the many potential opportunities that this organization needs to grow. And although voting rights and a lot of other civil rights issues may have been addressed in the 60s and earlier in the 40s, I believe our organization has never been more important than it is now in addressing voting rights, civil rights, subsistence rights. But also, I'm a big proponent of equity. And right now, with the pandemic and the growth of infrastructure and what I do on a professional level, I see a lot of funds that are earmarked for tribes, grants, and other infrastructure. But the beneficiary, direct financial beneficiary, are the companies and organizations that have no financial long-term ties. And so I'm a big advocate that any public money that is spent on behalf of tribes goes to benefit the tribes and assets and buildings and those things. And I believe that my professional experience in working in so many of our communities to understand enough to know that while I may understand some communities, I don't understand all the communities. And I greatly appreciate the history of our organization. And I honor the past sacrifices by many of our elders, including many of my aunts and uncles, late uncles that paved the way. And my start in A&B actually was from my late brother, my younger brother, who was heavily involved in A&B in Yakutat. And I always admired his commitment to our communities. And so one of the elements I'd like to champion
15 seconds.
is to making sure that we promote more involvement of our rural camps in Angoon and Yakutat and Cape and Huna and those places. So I'd like to make sure that even though we are an urban camp, that we have connection to our small rural camps. I appreciate your vote and thank you for your confidence. Goodness sheesh.
Thank you, Brother Paul. James, you just cut your time short. No, just kidding. We'll next hear from James Lanos Jr. James Lanos Jr.
Oh,
Hello, we can hear you.
okay. Thank you for the nomination. I'm gonna try to keep mine a little short. This has been going on for quite a while and I'm eager to get things moving. So I'll give you a brief update about me. I've been a part of Camp 14 for 25 years now. I've held the position of secretary or landless of Ketchikan for 9 years. I've obtained a 501c10 for Camp 14, and I've also created a 501c3 organization. And during all these years, through these different organizations, I've noticed a difference between our respected elders and the youth. And one of the things I would like to do is try to be a mediator between the elders and the youth, and try to bring them together. And how I would like to try to do that is I would like to encourage our elected grand president of A&B to create new committees where we'll have 2 A&B, 3 ANS, or vice versa, and a mixture of age, of youth, and I'm running out of time. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I've been the grand secretary as well for a couple years, and I just like to bring what I know to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, James Lanos Jr. We will next hear from Woody Watson.
Thank you, Brother Albee. As first vice, I'd like to continue what I was doing when I took over here. I also want to, like I said before, find ways that we can help elders. When the ferries weren't rented, we had a lot of people that are having a hard time getting their own staple food. Simple stuff like rice, potatoes, and vegetables. I'd like to see this happen. I'd like to see our ferries keep running year round instead of being tied up. We've got a brand new one tied up in Ketchikan, not doing nothing. Now they got to rebuild it again, and put cabins in it, which they forgot to do in the first place. I will accept your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Woody Watson. I believe the ballot is prepared.
Ballot is prepared and starting right now. You can now vote.
Okay. Can we show the candidates on the screen, please? Okay.
The time has expired for the vote. I see no hands having issues. If anyone's having issues, please raise your hand or phone support number. And once we have permission, we'll close the vote. Vote is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
The results of the election are on the board. "63 votes were cast. A total of 32 votes must be received in order to win the election. There will be a runoff between the two highest vote getters. Anyone need to look at that a little bit longer? Thank you. There will be a runoff for the position of A&B Grand First Vice President. The runoff will be between Paul Johnson and Woody Watson. So would the doc please prepare another ballot?
The ballot is prepared and will be started in the next 30 seconds.
Hello.
Are you on break?
Hmm?
Are you on break?
Sure.
I said, are you on a break?
The ballot is now started. Please remember to hit the next vote option and you will see it appear.
After all the voting's over, all the virtual get to go home or they're already home. We have to stay here and stay a little more business. I'm not sure what, but I don't think we're done yet. So we're following precedents.
Mr. Chairman,
Brother Dennis.
Mr. Chairman, on a parliamentary question, I think there was a situation alluded to earlier in which a candidate from the previous ANS election had indicated her interest in rolling down, and the chair said he must be nominated, which is correct. But Robert's rules also permits any member in good standing to nominate himself or herself. And that's fairly common in many other organizations as well. But, either someone else can nominate or the candidate can express his or her interest in because of rolling down or for any reason, can express his or her interest in being a candidate. And that's appropriate according to Robert's Rules of Order. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, brother. Is there anyone on the floor who needs more time? Is there anyone on virtual who needs more time?
We have cleared the calls that came in to support. So there's no one that we're aware of that still needs help.
All right, the ballot box is closed. It may show on the screen, please.
Ballot is closed. Please stand by for results.
"62 votes are cast. In order to be elected to the position, you must receive 32 votes. So you can see the results. Woody Watson has 32 votes, 51.6% of the vote. Paul Johnson has 30 votes, 48.4% of the vote. The floor declares that Woody Watson has been elected as your A&B Grand First Vice President. Would you like to make an acceptance speech?
Thank you, Brother Albee. I want to thank everybody that voted for me. Thank you very much. And I will continue to do what I can to help people, our elders, even our youngsters that want to learn more about what's going on here. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Woody. Okay. Moving right along. For the position of ANS. Second Vice President. We have one nomination on the floor. Cindy Reeves. At this time, I open the nominations for any other nomination for the president of ANS Grand Second Vice. Nominations are open. Brother Peter.
Peter Nowrose, Camp 70. I'd like to nominate the Camp 2's ANS's president, Rhonda Butler.
Rhonda Butler has been nominated. Brother Joe.
Joe Stewart, Camp 16. I'd like to nominate Barbara Erickson for
Second Vice.
Second
ANS.
Vice. ANS, please. Thank you.
Barbara Erickson has been nominated for Second Vice, Grand Second Vice, ANS. Are there any other nominations? We have 3 nominations for the position of Grand Second Vice, ANS. Cindy Reeves, Rhonda Butler, Barbara Erickson. Are there any other nominations? Nominations are open for the position of ANS Grand Second Vice. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none on the floor, seeing none on the virtual screen, the nominations are closed. We have 3 candidates for the position of ANS Grand Second Vice: Cindy Reeves, Rhonda Butler, Barbara Erickson. If they would please prepare a ballot and let us know when you're ready. Thank you. The ballot box has been closed.
The election has now started. Please remember to hit next vote.
Brother Les, Sister Les.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do know that our sisters, Barbara as well as Rhonda, have both had an opportunity to speak. I was wondering, through the permission with the chair, that our Sergeant at Arms, Cindy Reeves, would have an opportunity to give her speech.
Yes, each candidate will have an opportunity to speak right now while the ballot is being prepared. So at this time, I call for Cindy Reeves. You can do it right there, yes.
Okay. Guyana. It's been, ANB ANS Grand President Emeritus, ANB ANS Executive Committee members, ANB ANS Grand Officers, ANB ANS Host Camp, delegates and guests. It has been my honor to serve you in the past since 2018 elections. It's been my honor to serve as Grand Sergeant, and I've had the pleasure of teaching technology and working with our precious youth. That's my passion. I'm the Indian Ed counselor in Anchorage, where my passion is teaching culture, language to all Native Alaskans. And so I will continue to serve in that capacity, and I look forward to working more with Alaska Native Sisterhood in a greater capacity and getting more of our youth involved. And it's just been a pleasure working here with our precious youth rep and having the leading and guidance of all our executive members. I wish they were here with us right now. And I've just been blessed, totally blessed to have everyone. Like I said, we wouldn't have been a 109-year generation organization if it were not for the leading of our Lord. And I thank you, and I ask for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Cindy. We will give the others, even though they have already talked, this is a new position. So Rhonda Butler, would you like to say a few words? Candidate Rhonda Butler.
Can everybody hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. A&B ANS Grand President, A&B ANS Grand President Emeritus, A&B ANS Grand Officers, delegates, and esteemed elders and guests. I'm honored to be able to share with you some of my credentials in regards to who I am and how long I've been a part of our organization. I'm also currently an elected member of the Juneau Plinkett Haida Community Council and serve as an interim secretary, serving my third term. I've served 2 terms as a Central Council Plinkett Haida delegate, and I'm an appointed member to the A&B ANS Grand Camp Scholarship Committee. I joined ANS in 2008. For many of you who don't know me, my hometown was Wrangell, Alaska, prior to me moving to Juneau, where I'm currently serving my 7th term as Juneau ANS Camp President. My grandmother, my great-great-grandmother, is one of the founding mothers of ANS, Elizabeth Desmond. My late grandma, Wilma Churchill Stokes, taught me the importance of taking each position in an organization and working your way up through the organization so you can have an opportunity to learn the duties and responsibilities and how much work it takes to do the job. I've served 2 terms as Grand Sergeant at Arms in the past and 2 terms as a past ANS Grand Secretary. And I am honored to have Brother Peter Narrow's nomination and the other members that have continued to encourage me to put my name forth to run now as an opportunity to run as ANS Grand Second Vice President. I'm dedicated, I'm passionate, and I want to devote my time to the increased membership of our organization. I think it's vital, and to take our resolutions as our marching orders, and I'd be honored to assist the elected leaders to be a strong, unified front for our people, for our landless and our subsistence and our betterment for all. Gunushchish Hawa, I would appreciate your vote.
Brianna, thank you. Barbara Erickson. I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Did you? You already voted. Okay. There are others who have not voted. If you're fine with that, that's okay. So you've heard the candidates. Please cast your vote. The ballot is open. Please cast your vote. You start the clock anytime.
going to look for costumes. Do you think there's any place else that might have something too? Look at that. I already voted just like that.
Too late to start another song, Eric. Only got 1 minute. Is there anybody in the hall having issues with the voting? Anyone present having issues with your voting? Is anyone virtual having issues with their voting? Anyone virtual having issues with the voting?
I have no raised hands and I have no support calls.
Time has expired. Since there are no issues, the ballot box is closed. You may please present the results. "66 votes were cast. In order to win this ballot, you must have 34 votes. The results are on the board. Cindy Reeves has 39 votes. Rhonda Butler has 20. Barbara Harrison has 7. Cindy Reeves is declared the winner of this election. Congratulations, Cindy. We could hear your acceptance speech.
I just wanted to say, Guyana Jaknak. I'll continue. I look forward to working with the next Grand Camp and doing awesome stuff this year, along with our youth.
The ballot is closed for the position of ANS Second Grand Vice. At this time, we will now open the nominations for the A and B Second Vice President A and B. We have 2 nominees, John Morris and Joe Stewart. If I have any rollovers from the previous election, they would have to be nominated. At this time, the nominations are open for a position of A and B, Second Vice President, Grand Second Vice President. Sister Elias.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want, just as an informative, based off of the notes, there are actually 3 candidates for this position. Ginger McCormick was nominated originally by Ginger Fox, but we found out she was an alternate. Therefore, our delegate, Sid Hartley, had nominated her last night instead.
She has withdrawn. That's right. She withdrew in favor for another position. At this point, we have 2 candidates for the position.
Mr. Chair. A&B Executive Committee Member Brad Flitch.
Brother Brad.
It's my great pleasure to nominate Brother Peter Narrows, Camp 70 A&B First Vice President.
Peter Narrows has been nominated for second vice president A and B. Are there any other nominations?
Mr. President, or Mr. Chairman, Marvin Adams.
One moment, please. I have on the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor Marino Suits, Anchorage Camp 87. I nominate Paul Johnson.
Paul Johnson has been nominated for A and B, second vice president. Are there any other nominations?
Mr.
For the
Chair,
position of, yes,
I'd like to nominate Jimmy Llanos, Camp 14.
I'm sorry, your nomination is?
Jimmy Llanos.
James Llanos Jr. or Senior?
James Llanos Jr.
James Llanos Jr. has been nominated for A and B grand second vice. Are there any other nominations? We have 5 nominations for the position of A and B grand second vice. John Morris, Joe Stewart, Peter Llanos, Paul Johnson, James Llanos Jr. Are there any other nominations?
Mr. Chair, I believe that is Peter Narrows, not
Peter Narrows, that's
Llanos.
correct. If I said it wrong, I apologize to Peter, Brother Peter. He says we're good. Are there any other nominations for the position of A and B, grand second vice? We have 5 nominations. John Morris, Joe Stewart, Peter Narrows, Paul Johnson, James Llanos Jr. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations for the A and B second grand vice? Seeing none on the floor, seeing none on virtual, nominations are closed. We'll prepare a ballot, please, for 5 nominees: John Morris, Joe Stewart, Peter Narrows, Paul Johnson, James Llanos Jr. And while they are preparing the ballot, we'll hear from the candidates. John Morris, are you available? John Morris. Hey, brother. And tilt it toward him a little bit. Tilt it down a little bit, yeah.
Thank you. Chief, Alaska Native Sisterhood, Alaska Native Brotherhood, members, delegates, folks online, Chief. Let me introduce myself. My name is John Morris. I'm Takakwanya Nyadi, president of Camp number 3 from Douglas. I just retired the end of this year in January. I served on the board of directors for Search Medical for 9 years. I also served on the board of directors for Alaska Native Tribal Health in Anchorage for 9 years. I was president and executive committee for the Transboundary Commission. I served on the Gold Belt Heritage Board for 6 years. And I also served on the City and Borough Art Panel. So I'm honored to be nominated for the position, and I accept the nomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother John. Joe Stewart. Peter Naro, stand by.
Really? Thank you.
Hi, Joe.
Oh, what's the damn fun? My name is Joe Stewart. I'm president of Camp 16 Petersburg. I didn't really come here to get elected, but that's okay. I've learned to do what I was told. You know, I could come up here and give you a whole bunch of rhetoric about the great things I'm going to do and not going to do, none of that happy stuff. But you know something, you know, I don't like to make promises, which is to say I don't like lying. You know, like, you know, when I say I'm going to do something, let's do something. You know, this here, coming up here and telling you all this happy stuff I'm going to do. No. There is so much to do. There's so much to do for our people, for our children, for our communities. And, you know, we don't have to look far to do it. And to sit here and tell you what I'm going to do, that doesn't work. What works is when I get out there and, you know, find a brother, find a sister that needs me, needs help, needs anybody, you know. And that, you know, this is what I plan to do. You know, like I said earlier, you know, I learned how to do what I was told. And I can't, you know, one of the things that you guys taught me is how to listen. I spent over half of my life giving orders because that was my position, that was my job. I come here to learn how to take orders. And just a matter of following them and, you know, doing things, you know, proper protocol. My 2 minutes has got to be up. You know, the first 2 minutes is usually the truth. Yes, the rest is usually bullshit. So thank you.
Thank you, Brother Joe. Peter Naros. Paul Johnson, stand by.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peter Nalrose, Vice President, Camp 70. It's a great honor to be in front of this convention. And what a happy convention it is. Imagine greeting the 2 grand presidents 900 miles apart, or maybe 1,500 miles apart. I'm not exactly sure where President Gurko is, but executive committee members, delegates, friends, family. As I said, my name is Peter. I've been in the Alaska Native Brotherhood ever since the person who nominated me introduced me. almost 20 years ago. And he even actually signed my first card. So thank you, Brother Fletch, for doing that. I am on the Grand Camp Finance Committee. I serve there, and I've restrained myself from appreciating Madam Grand President Paulette Marino for her work on that committee. She has really shown us how the numbers should be crunched and how they should be rolled out in front of the body. So I look forward to working in the future on this subject with you and the other members. And if you all elect me, I will work as hard as I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Peter. Paul Johnson. James Lanos, please stand by. Paul Johnson.
Hi, I'm here. I'm just trying to get my video to work here this time.
We hear you just fine.
Could you have them one more time request the video, please? Okay.
We see you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I can't see myself. My name is Paul Johnson. I'm the grandchild of Quashquequan of Yakutat and Tequidi of Angoon. I had the pleasure of being the planning chairman for the convention in Anchorage, where I learned a tremendous amount from the Grand Camp officers and other brothers and sisterhood. Over the past 25 years, I've had the pleasure of running a consulting company that focused on economic development and rural Alaska and Indian country as a whole. I've worked in many different capacities for several different Alaska Native corporations and tribes, and I'm currently involved in contributing to the community values that A&B stands for. One of the missions that I'd like to do is take my experience in the corporate world and educational side and bring it to the Grand Camp in support of the mission of continuing to raise our voice in the current issues that face our people, as well as other marginalized people in the community. I greatly appreciate your vote, and I'm honored and humbled to be nominated amongst such a wide variety of very qualified individuals. I thank you for your time and opportunity. Beneshish.
Thank you, Brother Paul. James Lanos, Jr.
Greetings, Grand Camp. And thank you again for the nomination from my.
A little bit louder would be good.
You got it.
More better.
Okay. I would like to thank my camp for nominating me and believing in me. And I was told I need to switch it up and give a different speech. So here I am. I'm very happy and honored to have the opportunity to serve Grand Camp again. I am very excited at the possibility of bringing some ideas to the table. Things that we need to do for Grand Camp is to get our house in order. This convention, current convention, as you know, is a hybrid convention, and our constitution and bylaws do need to be updated with this in mind. And that's one of the things I want to bring to the table and give opinions on for Grand Camp. So I look forward to serving you, and thank you very much, and I look for your vote.
Thank you, James Jr. We've heard from all 5 candidates, haven't we? Yes, we have. Okay, if they would prepare or count the ballots and put the results on the screen.
I have started the election. Please remember to hit the next vote button.
Are there any issues on the floor with the voting process? Are there any issues on the floor with the voting process? Madam Grand Secretary.
I was fined earlier for sitting with my cocaine on. So I'd like to pay my fine, but I don't have change, so I'll give 20 instead of the 5.
Thank you. She's been fined and she didn't have any change, so she's up in the ante. Anybody else want to? Anybody want to get fined, raise your hand. Are there any voting issues on a virtual screen?
We've had no one raise a hand, nor have there been any support emails or calls.
Seeing none, hearing none. The ballot box is closed. If you would count the ballots, please, and put it on the screen.
Vote is now closed. Please stand by for results.
"61 votes have been cast. In order to win this election, you must have 31 votes. The results are on the screen.
You need to turn on your speaker again. Or maybe it's
Based on the number of votes and following the custom of our voting procedure, we're going to take the 2 highest vote getters.
I think they've already finished voting.
That'll be Paul Johnson. First, let me read the total results. 61 votes were cast. In order to be elected, you must have 32 votes. Paul Johnson has 25 votes. John Morris has 4 votes. James Lanos Jr. has 10 votes. Joe Stewart has 9 votes. Peter Naros has 13 votes. The runoff will be Paul Johnson and Peter Naros. Will the Dots please prepare another ballot for runoff between Paul Johnson and Peter Naros.
The ballot is prepared and I'm just getting ready to start it as we speak. Ballot is now started. Please remember to hit the next vote and it will appear.
I think last 3, 4 years, we were quicker doing the paper ballots. I had a system all set up. Is there any voting issues on the floor? Any virtual voting issues?
No virtual hands have been raised and no calls have been received on dot support.
We have a question on the floor. That problem been solved? Have we taken care of that problem, brother? Okay. Are there any other additional problems on the floor? Any issues on the voting? There's none virtual. Time has expired, even though talks on, but would you please show the results?
Closing the ballots, please stand by for results.
"64 ballots have been cast. In order to win this election, you must have 33 votes. The results of the election are Paul Johnson, 41, Peter Narrows, 23. Paul Johnson is declared the winner of this election. Paul would like to say a few words of acceptance.
Chish, brothers and sisters, I look forward to bringing my experience and energy to help support the mission of the Brotherhood. And I look forward to working with you folks, and I appreciate your votes. Chish.
Thank you, Brother Johnson. Congratulations. Moving right on. For the position of ANS Grand Secretary, nominations are open. We have two nominees on board, Carol Dewis and Elias Chase. Are there any other nominations for the position of ANS Grand Secretary? We have two nominations for ANS Grand Secretary, Carol Dewis and Elias Chase. Are there any other nominations? Nominations are open for the position of ANS Grand Secretary. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none on the floor? Hearing none
Mr. Chairman?
virtually? Yes.
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. There is a nomination that has been placed in the chat.
We have two nominations on the floor. At the time of the first nominations, we did have another nominee who has withdrawn.
Prior to, Mr. Chairman, prior to your closure of the nominations, it was placed in the chat. Can the secretary read for the record, the nominee and who was the maker of who nominated them?
So what Rhonda is saying that there was a nomination on the chat before you close nominations, and it's for Sandra Churchill.
It's okay, I decline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make sure that our delegate's voice was heard as intended. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. Yeah, brother. Okay, since the nominations are closed, we have two candidates. And at this, while they're preparing the ballot, we'll hear from Carol Dewis. Dots, please don't put the ballots out until candidates have spoken. Thank you. Sister Carol.
Candidates near and far, I'm Carol Dewis. I was adopted by a trio of Eagle Cogwanton sisters in Haines, and my husband was adopted by the family of the co-talker gal you just saw here, Verna Adams, who is a sister of Barbara Lewis, former ANS Grant President. So he was a Raven Woodworm. And notes, yes. I stand on my 10-year record, blemishes included. So you have seen the minutes from 2019 that was mailed out to virtual delegates as well as being here on the floor. And I am positive, however, that the other candidate, Elias Chase, would do a great job. So although the virtual format of Grand Camp is new this year, I would suggest that we still have our old bad habit of being far behind schedule. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Carol. Elias Chase. Come on down.
All right, to save some time, I'll try to keep mine short and sweet. So I would like to say good noches to Sister Beverly Russell for the nomination. My name is Elias Chase, Portland Camp 49 ANS President. I am the grandson of Benjamin James Sr. and Danila Hope James, who is my grandmother. My mother is Tamsin Alziut. I am humbled and honored for my Camp 49 members giving me the opportunity to serve them as a delegate for 2 conventions in a row, let alone president for the last year and a half. I also serve as our Camp 49 501c3 treasurer, in addition to serving on our board of directors for that account. I have been a member of the ANS for 3 years now and counting. And as most of you know from statements I've made, that I come from a long line of family members that serve or continue to serve on the ANS and AMB executive committees or officer positions. With this being said, I am dedicated to AMB and ANS as a local camp president and ready to take my dedication to Grand Camp as a grand officer. As a younger generation at only 24, I vow to the best of my ability, I will dedicate my time and energy to make sure I can fulfill my duties if elected. I ask for you for your support as brothers and sisters to uplift me, to make me a Grand Camp officer as well as making our Grand Camp officers more diverse within age groups. I also feel that Sister Carol, our Grand Secretary, is also a great fit. So I also ask that you choose who you feel is the best fit. Gulnachish.
Thank you, Sister Elias. We prepare the ballot. Candidates have had their opportunity to speak, so prepare the ballot, please.
It is prepared. I can start it now if you like.
We would like.
Ballot has started. Please remember to hit the next vote button and it should appear.
Is anyone on the floor having any issues with the ballot? Anyone on the floor having any difficulty with this vote? Is there anyone who is virtual having any issue with the ballot? On the virtual screen, does anybody have any problems with the voting?
I see no raised hands and I've had no support calls or credential emails.
Time has expired. The ballot box is closed. If you'd please show the results. "65 votes have been cast. 33 votes are required to be elected. The results are that Carol Dewis has 36 votes. Elias Chase has 29 votes. Carol Dewis is declared the winner of this election. And now we'll have a victory speech.
Again, I will keep it brief. Thank you very much, delegates, but that wasn't a landslide by any means. So kudos to Elias. And I'm jumping ahead, but again, to save time, I would like to invoke his rollover right to serve as, to be nominated for the treasurer position, which is coming up next. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. A rollover must have a nomination. Any questions on the ballot? Okay, we have a winner for the, we'll now get ready prepared for the next vote for the position of A and B Grand Secretary. We have two nominees, Tamzin Al-Zayut and Andrew Johnson. Nominations are open for any additional candidates for A and B Grand Secretary. Nominations are open for A and B Grand Secretary. We have two candidates, Tamzin Al-Zayut and Andrew Johnson. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations for the position of A and B Grand Secretary? Seeing none on the floor and none on the virtual, nominations are closed. Please prepare a ballot for the two nominees. And at this time, we'll invite the candidates to speak. I'll call first on Tamzin Al-Zayut. Yeah, right there's fine.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank ANS Grand President Marino for the nominee. I will try to keep this short. Yesterday, I was asked, or I was reminded, I am secretary to the body. And from the time I stepped into Camp 49 back in 2017, I have been a service from my local camp, from stepping into my first convention and sitting beside Cynthia Lanos and learning how to do things, to most recently when the secretary resigned, I was asked to serve secretary on the Grand Camp level. I do believe that I uphold our Constitution and Robert's rules where it does not conflict. And I think I have proven I am doing the job. I can still do the job. And the fact that I have 3 generations of my children actively participating and have been at Grand Camp for the past 4 years, well, when we've been in person, you can see the dedication to Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood, our culture, our values, and the faith that we want for everybody, as well as our rights. So with that said, Gunesh Chish, Hawa, and thank you for this opportunity at this time.
Thank you, Brother Tamzin. We will now hear from Brother Andrew Johnson.
Hello, ANS members, and A&B members, and all the delegates online and so forth. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the great-great-grandson of Chief Catlian of Sitka. My grandparents were Selena and Richard Catlian of Sitka, full-blooded Tlinkits. I'm half Tlingit and half Norwegian, but I have attended a A&S convention a couple of years ago in Portland. I went there as a guest and just wanted to see what your convention was about and hang out with friends there. I'm back this year. I appreciate the nomination for Grand Secretary. I want to say I've had past experience in as a Clinton Haida delegate of Seattle a few years ago. I served 2 terms. Those were two-year terms. And also served on the Shiatica Grant Fund Committee for 7 years as a volunteer committee member. And well, I'm back up here and I'm from Seattle. So I am with now in a startup with Camp 36B there. So appreciate the nomination and would hope to get your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Andrew. You've heard both candidates, so if we could prepare the ballot and have it sent out. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Yes.
This is Cherokee. I'm sorry, I'm in Montana and the wind's kind of bad, so it messes with our internet. Who's the last speaker that spoke?
That was Brother Andrew Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We have 2 candidates for A and B Grand Secretary, Andrew Johnson, Tamsin Zayut.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your patience with me.
You're welcome.
The election is ready to start if you'd like me to start it. Shall I start the election?
Yes, please.
Thank you. The election has started. Please remember to hit next vote.
Okay, here we go. I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill, on Blueberry Hill. When I found you, the moon stood still on Blueberry Hill and lingered until my dreams came true. The wind in the willow played love's sweet melody, but all of those vows you made were never to be. Though we're apart, you're part of me still, for you were my thrill. on Blueberry Hill. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brother Eric.
Mr. Chair, this is A&B Executive Brad Flitch.
Brother Brad.
If we're going to attract younger people to our organization, we should really have music from at least this century.
So is that your call to start singing and doing something from this century? What are you gonna do? Rap?
And you you don't
you,
want me
Brad.
singing.
Thank you, Brad.
They
Your
actually
remarks are
made me
noted.
stop singing Onward Christian Soldier. That was so bad.
I thought you said this century.
We need something to attract the young people. Anybody know any disco?
You said century, this century.
And show the results at any time.
Time is up. Should we close the ballot?
Yes, please show the ballot.
We have a support call in. Sorry, it just came in.
Mr. Chair, maybe Brother Eric can do some rap for us next.
They disconnected, so we can close the vote.
Oh, yeah. I can't get that deep.
Vote is now closed. Please stand by for results.
Standing by. Sixty-six votes have been cast. In order to win the ballot, you must have 34 votes. The votes are as follows. Tamsin Zayut, 36 votes. Andrew Johnson, 30 votes. Tamsin Zayut is declared the winner. And she's the A&B Grant Secretary. Moving right along.
Acceptance.
Oh, acceptance speech.
Goodness, Chief, I hope to serve you in even a better way this next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now open nominations for ANS Grand Treasurer.
Mr.
We
Chair,
have one nomination. Yes,
I have my hand raised.
yes. Sister
This is-
Cecilia.
Thank you. This is Cecilia Tavalero, Camp 36, ANS. I nominate Mary Lekanoff for the office of Grand Treasurer.
Mary Lekanoff has been nominated for the position of Grand Treasurer. We now have two nominations for the position of Grand Treasurer, Jamie Ann Hasselquist and Mary Lekanoff. Are there any other nominations for the position on the floor?
Beverly Russell, ANS Camp 70. I nominate Elias Chase for treasurer, ANS.
Elias Chase has been nominated for ANS Grand Treasurer. We have three nominations on the floor. Jamie Ann Hasselquist, Mary Lekanoff, Elias Chase. Are there any other nominations for the ANS Grand Treasurer? Are there any other nominations?
Yes. I nominate Gloria
Trustee
Eon.
Churchill, yes. You
Yes,
have the floor.
I nominate Gloria Eon from Wrangell Camp 1.
Gloria, let me look that up. Somebody help me with that. That's Gloria who? AYON?
Mr. Chair, in the back.
Question.
Beverly Russell, ANS Camp 70. I don't show the name on the delegate list as credential.
It is my thought that you do not have to be a delegate. You simply have to be a member of the ANB or ANS that you're running for. You simply have to be a member. Whether he's a paid member, I don't know. I'm not going to check. But if he's a member, he's qualified to run. I had the same question you had till I remember in my head.
Mr. Chairman, I would refer that, Mr. Chairman, this is Richard Jackson.
Brother Richard.
I would refer that to the parliamentarian because I see it as you have to be registered to vote. But he can be more clear on whether you can be nominated for an office if you're not registered.
Thank you. Mr. Parliamentarian, could you please help us on this? Can anyone run or must you be registered to vote?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, so far as I know, the rules are silent on that issue. And so if there's going to be a focus group or some left out, that should go into the bylaws. And I'm not aware of any bylaw that bars anyone from that happens to be a member from serving. Over the years, I've seen it go both ways, and it was determined by each convention. In some cases, people who were not members of the Grand Camp were nominated and elected, and in others, the members of that particular Grand Camp made it exclusively registered members of the Grand Camp. So, in my opinion, it's open issue, and if a nomination has been made for someone who is not a member, and if there's no objection to that, it would stand. And if there is an objection, then the membership will have to decide which way we go. It's a little late to do that, but
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brother Dennis. Eric Morrison, Brother Eric, you have the floor.
We do have a precedent. We had during the Prince of Wales convention, we had a person that was an AMB member, but not a delegate, and he was residing in Ketchikan, and he was nominated and he accepted through the phone the nomination. Thank you.
Is online with us. I've been in contact with her and I guess her name was spelled incorrectly. It is EYON. And we can see her online as Gloria Ganakshatsu.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Richard Jackson.
She is a delegate.
Mr. Chairman, this is Richard
Sister
Jackson.
Churchill, yeah. Let me get some of Churchill first. Thank you.
Yes, Chair, she is a delegate from Wrangell. She was seated and has had voting rights all day.
Thank you.
Beverly might have been looking at the old list that didn't have Wrangell on it yet.
Brother Dennis, did you have something else?
I would just say that solves the problem, Mr. Chairman, if she's a delegate. So there's no question that she has a right to be a candidate for that office.
Thank you, brother.
Chairman, Richard Jackson here.
Sister Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I wanted to thank Sister Sandy for that clarification of her being a registered delegate, because I was going to make sure that it is not in our bylaws that would prevent her from running. She is a paid member of the ANS Camp 1, and her name is on the list that ANS Camp 1 has provided, which makes her in good standing. I support the nominee.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. The nominations are still on the floor.
Never mind.
Say Mr. Chairman.
No.
You gotta say it
Did
loud.
somebody else want to speak?
This is Richard
Nomination.
Jackson. May I comment?
Brother Dennis?
No, this is Richard Jackson.
Oh, Richard Jackson, I'm sorry. Brother Richard.
Yeah, I didn't rise to objection. I just wanted a clarification. I know in the past we've nominated on the floor, so it's a reminder to everybody that it is not closed just to members that are registered. They have to be in good standing. Thank you.
Thank you. We've heard that the nominee is in good standing. So she's added to the nomination list. Let me read the nominations for the position of ANS Grand Treasurer. Jerry Ann Hasselquist, Mary Lekanoff, Elias Chase, Gloria Eon. Forgive me if I mispronounce. Are there any other nominations for the position of ANS Grand Treasurer? Are there any other nominations for ANS Grand Treasurer? We have Jerry Ann Hasselquist, Jamie Ann, Mary Lekanoff, Elias Chase, Gloria Eon. Are there any other nominations? Seeing and hearing none on the floor. Seeing and hearing none on the virtual screen, nominations are closed. Would the dots please prepare a ballot? And at this time, I will call on the candidates to give their speech. Jamie, if you'd go right up there, and Mary Lekanoff, please stand by. I tried to call them in the order that they're nominated. You have the floor.
Kunishish, thank you. Flinget Kena Zechtin Aya Aksai. Yetna Hatsati, Deshitan Aya Hut, Blake Kayadi Aya Hut, Kagwantan Dutch Kan Aya Hut. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jamie Ann Hasselquist, my English name, and I was born and raised here in Juneau. My background comes from Angoon. My grandfather was Billy Pete Johnson, and my great grandfather Jimmy Johnson. my mother Lillian Pardoon, my grandmother was Mabel Howard Zuboff Nelson. My auntie, which is really known by most people, is Diane Church, was Diane Church. Also, I competed in the sport of boxing for 13 years. So some of you might recognize me from the fight scene. I promoted fights for 20 years and was very successful in that, and also handling all the sponsorships and monies and involved with the fight scene for 34 years here in Southeast Alaska. I retired from the fight scene 2 years ago so I could start fighting for my people instead. I am currently the administrative assistant for Central Council, and I work in the office of the president and also with the executive council, where I handle 7 credit cards that I reconcile. And I am also a business owner of Zechtin Hair and Nails, formerly Knockout Hair and Nails, where I have provided done my own taxes with QuickBooks for 2 years. So I've got lots of experience with handling money and being successful in businesses. I really appreciate the nominations and your votes. Thank you for listening to me.
Oh, thank you, Jimmy Ann. Mary Lekanoff. Elias Chase, please stand by.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Mary Lekanoff, and I would like to greet the president, the grand president of the ANS and the ANB, and the presidents emeritus and members of the executive committee and delegates. And I would like to thank Cecilia Tavaliero for the nomination. And I have been very active with many Alaska Native groups since the 50s. So that gives you an idea of my age. And I started off with the AFN in the 70s, and that was before the land claims. And I was the most simplified bookkeeper in the world, but I was responsible for the finances, along with Peter Izai from Eklutna. And I have served as a delegate to Central Council for 24 years. And I founded Camp 87 up in Anchorage, along with Eric Morrison. And I've been active wherever I have lived. I have moved around a lot, but I've really gained a lot from my experiences in life. And I look forward to working with all of you. And I am a team player. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Sister Mary. Elias Chase. Gloria Eon, please stand by.
All right. Mr. Chair, to conserve time, I still stand by my speech that I made earlier. So at this point in time, I prefer not to say any further words.
Thank you, brother, Sister Elias. You heard him a little earlier, when he ran for another position. So he stands by his words. Gloria Eon. Gloria Eon, are you available?
Can you hear me now?
Here she is. We can hear you.
Thank you. Gunishish. Good afternoon, AMB, ANS, Grand Presidents, Grand Emerituses, Grand Executives, Grand Officers and Delegates. Gunishish for this opportunity. It is an honor to be nominated. Gunishish to Sister Sandra Churchill, Grand Camp First Chair, And Camp 2 Vice President, I would like to also recognize and wish my running mates, Jamie Ann, Mary Lakanoff, and Elias Chase. Wish them well and good luck. Gunish Chish to my sisters who clarified my eligibility. Ganaksha Yuchet Duasak, Ye Ayachet. Dagana hit, or Hluknakari Nachet City, Dagana hit, Dak Ayachet. Gunaku Kwan, Ayachet. Wushki Tanyadi, Ayachet. Dach Ja Dutch Khan Ayachet. My name is Gloria Darlene Eon, and I was born and raised in Wrangell. My heritage comes from Yakutat. I am Raven Silver Salmon from the Faraway House, also known as the White Frog House. My father's people are Wushkitan from the Thunderbird House here in Juneau, and my mother's father's people is Ned Williams from Angoon. My culture was reawakened in me when I attended the Flitzing camp in 2009 when I was an accounting analyst intern for Sea Alaska. During that time, I learned my Tlingit introduction from David Katzik. I realized after listening to my good friend, Grand Emeritus Ethel Len, that it is my time to step up and be of service. Our conversations consisted of her work at Search as CEO, part of ANS Grand Camp, and of course our home in Wrangell.
10 seconds.
I've had 28 years experience as an accountant at very many different capacities. Thank you, Gunish Tish.
Thank you, Gloria. There we have it, delegates. We have 4 candidates for the position of ANS Grand Treasurer: Jamie N. Hasselquist, Mary Lekanoff, Elias Chase, and Gloria Eon. The ballots have been closed. Prepare the ballots, please.
Mr. Chairman,
Sister Rhonda.
so while we wait, I loved Eric's singing.
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Hardly.
So I've started the vote.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We see you.
All right. Hi, everyone. You guys have flown with me up to Anchorage on Thursday, back to Juneau, and now I'm driving and just entered Oregon. So you guys have been traveling long distances, and so I thought it was wonderful that you gave that opportunity for Brother Eric to sing. And like Brother Brad had stated, a way to get our youth engaged. There's this really good song that is called Welcome to My House. And it has some powerful words, and it is of this generation. I'd like to have privilege to play this and share this song while we wait for the ballot. Thank you. I'm pushing play. Can you guys hear it?
We hear it. Or we heard it.
Turn right onto the I-5 North ramp, then merge onto I-5 North.
Y'all was coming in, now you're backing down. Now you're backing down. So the song big with smile. And you brought your friends, saying watch it go down. Watch it go down. I got mine too. Welcome to my house. Welcome to my house. 'Cause these are my
My
people.
Sisterhood.
This is what we pray for. This is God's plan.
I like our brother Eric better.
So I just wanted you guys to hear that chorus, that it states, these are my people. This is my land. And this is God's plan. And I just felt that it was really relevant to our organization. And it's such a neat way to incorporate a lot of the values of A&B and ANS and what we fight for. We fight for our people. We fight for our land. And there is many of us that do fight in the name of our Lord. And I apologize for the Siri jumping in with the directions on the highway for me to get to my brother's house. But thank you for that moment.
Well, thank you, Sister Rhonda. Are you ready for this? The chair fines you $5 for driving and being on the phone at the same time.
Hey, I'm not
Yeah.
driving. My nephew is driving, but I'll gladly pay $5 for.
Thank you. I was going to turn you over to the chief of police if you didn't comply. I know who he is now. You can show the ballots anytime they're ready. The results.
This is Jamie with Dot, so I'm just taking someone's vote over the phone. I will close in a minute.
Mr. Chairman, this is Sister Heather Powell. I ask
Yes.
for privilege of the floor.
Privilege of the floor granted.
My 12-year-old daughters, Junior ANS, Sophie, and Ava Diedrichson, would like for privilege of the floor. They heard the call from their grandfather, their Sliknachari grandfather, Eric Morrison, for a rap, and they have prepared the Elizabeth Paradovich rap that was written by their auntie Dash Ginny. So they are ready to present that now.
Thank you. Please do.
And all the votes are in. I am closing the election. Please stand by for results.
You're on.
Yeah, they're on. Go ahead and do it.
She married a man named Brotherhood. When they went to Juneau, they tried to buy a home, but the people who were living there just said no. We don't want no natives living in our home. Go to somewhere else. Leave us alone. The government said you had no rights, no voting, no working, that's only for the whites. But there were many people who stood up to fight. They had to work hard to gain their rights. Elizabeth fought hard for this cause, but she took chance the government's laws. In 1945, the bill was passed to close discrimination at last. So put your hands together and say gotta teach to all those who fought to end the argument. Gonna teach, gotta teach, gonna teach,
Okay. Results are in. 61 votes have been cast. In order to win the election, you must have 31 votes. The two highest vote getters are Gloria Eon and Elias Chase. Gloria has 24 votes. Elias has 20 votes. Jamie Ann has 9 votes. Mary Lekanoff has 8 votes. The runoff will be between Gloria Eon and Elias Chase. Please prepare another ballot.
Ballot is prepared and getting ready to start.
Please start when ready.
Go ahead and hit the next vote and it shall appear. Thank you.
We just wanted to announce some of the fines that were issued yesterday and today. Some of the fines that were issued were not being fined for being a gentleman, for eating with your kugana. I forgot. Walking around with no shoes.
Grand President Marino was fined $25 for issuing fines, which she had paid.
For making the Grand Sergeants walking around too much.
For not singing enough, is that one?
We'll count and let you know how much we have now.
It's just like people who aren't wearing disposable masks, because that's what the hall asks for each day. Under our mitigation rules for the
I claim executive privilege. I'm the chairman and I have to speak clearly into the mic, not muffled. Oh, thank you.
Mr. Chair, the whole back row wasn't wearing masks and they're trying to sneak them on right now.
The whole back row is not wearing masks and
So
they're back there grinning.
So far in the scholarship fund, we have $106.
Is there anyone on the floor who has not voted or having difficulty? Is there anyone on the screen? What do you call that?
There are no hands raised and there are no support calls in.
Okay, you may show the results anytime. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. I said my brother, is this on?
Yeah.
My brother Eric is up next here and I want to pay a little $6 to make sure that the ladies out there vote for him. Be sure it's true when you say, I love you. It's a sin to tell a lie. Millions of hearts have been broken just because these words were spoken. I love you. Yes, I do. I love you. If you break my heart, I'll die. So be sure it's true when you say I love you. It's a sin to tell a lie. Cross my heart and I hope to die. I never, never, never tell another white lie. Took a little girl out on a date last night. Next to her sat a girl that looked all right. Now I'm between the devil and the deep blue sea. As I said, baby, you look good to me. I told her I loved her, but oh, how I lied. And now she's getting set to be my blushing bride. If you lead me to the altar, then I'm sunk. 'Cause I can't tell the preacher I was drunk. So Lord have mercy on a no-count sinner. Give me one more chance to let another guy win her. Cross my heart and I hope to die. I'll never, never, never tell another white lie. Hey.
The results are posted on the board. If 31 votes were cast in order to be elected, you must have, correction, 61 votes were cast. In order to be elected, you must have 31 votes. Elias Chase has 32 votes. Gloria Eon has 29 votes. Elias Chase is declared the winner as ANS Grand Treasurer. Moving right along. Pardon, acceptance speech. Yes, please wear your mask when you're at the table. Eric, John, and Quinto, please wear your mask. The fine just went from $5 to $10, no free ride. Okay, now that's for the people back there with no mask on. Elias Chase, please accept your
Well, first
win.
time, Mama.
They're mama and son right there.
My parents instilled in me values that have taken me all over the world, that have defined me from other Americans. My mom helped me instill those values in my children and my grandchildren. And we have one. Our little Reina is due any day, but we came here. That's how important you folks are to us. And thank you for believing in my son the way I believe in him. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Elias.
So I apologize after I saw the results. And I want to give high praise to Gloria Eon for also running as a candidate with me. So sister, I am extremely honored to run alongside you for this position. If anything, I am humbly honored due to the fact that being fourth generation, I know I am making my family proud. I'm continuing on the lineage, but I also want to say Gunalchish to all of my brothers and sisters for having faith in me to put me in a Grand Camp officer position. I vow to make sure that I will perform this duty to the best of my ability and I won't let you down. Gunalchish.
Thank you. You can write us all a check as soon as you get the checkbook. It's called the A&B CARES Act, ANS CARES Act. Okay. But I will say that it speaks well of Camp 49 in Portland. Camp 49 in Portland has 2 grand officers in there. Thank you. Our new grand president does not have his mask, but he does have money in his hand.
Therefore, he owes us more money, right?
Mr. A&B Grand President elect. Don't put it in your pocket. Hand it to the young lady there.
You are fined for walking around without a mask on. So whatever you have in your hand. Thank you. Thank you. I was saying it speaks well of Camp 49 that we have 2 grand officers, and I'm glad you have confidence in us. We have a very active camp. We meet every month or every month, regardless of the pandemic that's going on. We meet virtually or in person at the Great Spirit Church in Portland. So thank you. Moving on. Moving on. We're now open the ballot for the A and B Grand Treasurer. We have 1 candidate that's been nominated, Eric Morrison.
Mr. Chairman, Richard Jackson.
Brother Richard.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I nominate Marvin Adams.
Marvin Adams has been nominated. We have 2 candidates for A and B Grand Treasurer, Eric Morrison and Marvin Adams. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations for A and B Grand Treasurer? Final call. Are there any other nominations for A and B Grand Treasurer? We have 2 nominations, Eric Morrison and Marvin Adams. Seeing none or hearing none on the floor, seeing none and hearing none on the virtual screen, the nominations are closed. Doctor, please prepare a ballot for A and B Grand Treasurer, Eric Morrison and Marvin Adams. Thank you. I bet he doesn't limp around in a casino.
The
like
ballots
my
are
wife.
waiting. We're just waiting for the speeches.
Brother Eric, you have the floor.
Brothers, delegates, it's my honor to be nominated in this position. It's not an easy position, and I don't have a business degree, but I do have an advanced degree. I've also owned businesses very successfully. I've been assistant port director, and also I've managed a bar. Didn't own a bar like Marcelo, but I did manage a bar for a couple of years. And one of the things I'd like to do is make this treasurer's financial report public. It should be open to our delegates and to our presidents especially, and make it simplified. And I was listening very intently to Gloria Eon, and I was impressed with her background. And I'm sure she'd be glad to help with us as a volunteer to make financial reports public and simple so that everyone can read. And that's what I'm hoping to do. Also to work closely with Sea Alaska. We don't own the AMB ANS Trust Fund. They do. But we need to be active with them and help them manage it. When Dennis Demert and I were executive officers, we met with them because
fund had gone from $1 million to less than 500,000. And we sought ways and working with them to restore it. And we were able to do that over the years. Now it's finally back to $1 million. And I want to see it grow. And I want to see it public. And I want to see it work for the camps. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Eric, and thank you for reminding me campaign speeches. Brother Marvin Adams.
A&B Grand Camp Emeritus Richard Jackson, ANS Grand Camp Emeritus Ethel Lund, A&B ANS Grand Camp Election Executive Committee, A&B ANS Grand Camp President and ANS Grand President, and officers and delegates and guests. I'm honored to be nominated for this position. As many of you know, over the years, I've served at many capacities at A&B Grand Camp level. I served as first vice president, the second vice president, the grand secretary, and grand treasurer of A&B. I've been in the A&B members for 29 years. And I also served as the grand treasurer for 2 terms. So I'm very comfortable about the budgets, the processes, and developing these budget and processes. I'm also very strong on protocol and processes. I think we need a little bit more work that we have to do and working with our Grand Camp and our conventions is to be following protocol. My strength is understanding budgets and bank accounts and fundraising. I believe that we're at a crossroads right now, and A&B, ANS, we need to start setting up foundations that we can start raising money, that we can start expanding our mission of civil rights, where our founding fathers stood very tall. And I believe we're at that level right now. We have raised a lot of money in the small village of Anchorage, and we had educated a lot of the folks that were not familiar with A&B in that area, and they were amazed that our history of civil rights was not known. And I believe we need to capture that. We need to start expanding it out into these other foundations. I'm real excited and be a team player and working with ANS and A&B executive officers and furthering our mission. So thank you for your vote and support. I will do my best to represent all of us.
Thank you, Brother Marvin. You've heard from our 2 candidates. We're just waiting on the ballot to be prepared and presented.
The ballot is ready to start now, if you'd like me to start it.
Yes, we would.
Please hit the next vote button and it will appear.
Is there anyone in the hall who is having any issues with voting? No one in the hall having any issues with voting? Is there anyone that's virtual having any issues with voting? Anybody having any problems with voting? We still have a few more seconds to go to ensure everybody's had a chance to vote. Time has expired. The ballot box is closed. Please tally the votes. As soon as you're ready.
Vote is closed. Please stand by for results.
There is a total of 64 votes cast. In order to win this ballot, you must have 33 votes. Votes are shown as Eric Morrison has 37, Marvin Adams has 27. Eric Morrison is the winner of this ballot. Congratulations. We'll have a victory speech.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Grand Executive Officers, delegates. I am honored. I had a very good candidate running against me, and I respect the work that he does as a business consultant. And I plan on using all the tools of all our financial experts, not just for financial reporting and billing, but to make our accounts meaningful to you, to the camps here. Because just like this year, you don't have the financial reports yet. There's no reason why we should wait until the last minute. We need to make meaningful decisions for our future, and our future lies in our financial foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Eric. We're going to hold you to that. Moving right along. For the position of ANS, Grand Sergeant at Arms, nominations are open. At this point, we have one nominee, Mary Marino Suits. Are there any other nominations for the position of ANS, Grand Sergeant at Arms?
Mr. Chairman,
Sister Rhonda.
at this time, I'd like to nominate Sister Jamie Ann Hasselquist from ANS Camp 2 for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms.
Jamie Ann Hasselquist has been nominated. We have two nominees for the position of Grand Sergeant at Arms, ANS. Mary Marino Suits and Jerry Ann Hasselquist. Jamie Ann, please forgive me. $5. Sister Tam. I'm asking my finer to reduce it to $3 because that's what I have on me. Agreed? Jamie Ann, you agreed? All right. Here. We are still in nominations for the position of ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms. We have 2 nominations. Mary Marino Suits and Jamie Ann, I got it right, Hasselquist. I got it right. Give me my money back. Are there any other nominations for the position of ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms? We have 2 nominees for the position of ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms, Mary Marino Suits and Jamie Ann Hasselquist. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none on the floor, hearing none, seeing none on the virtual, hearing none. Nominations are closed. Please prepare a ballot for 2 nominees for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms, Mary Marino Suits and Jamie Ann Hasselquist. Thank you. Oh, speeches. All right. Mary Marino was nominated first.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor Marino Suits, good afternoon. 109th A&B ANS Grand Camp Convention. Mayor Marino Suits, Yuhat Duasa, Kinedi Nahatati, El Yodi Hatati, Shika Kwan, Ayahat, Anchorage Kayatati, Gunachish. My name is Mayor Marino Suits. I am Tlingit Raven. My father is Aleut. My family is from Sitka and Wrangell. I am born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. It is an honor to be here today. Gunachish, thank you. Thank you, and Gunachish to Grand President Paulette Marino for nominating me and believing in me for this position. I appreciate your vote of support. If I pronounce anything incorrect, please forgive me. This is not my intention. I am still learning. A&B Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, ANS Grand President Emeritus Ethel Lund, A&B Grand President Heather Gurko, ANS Grand President Paulette Marino, A&B Past Presidents and Executive Council, ANS Past Presidents and Executive Council, Host Camp 70 A&B, Host Camp 70 ANS, Host Camp 2, guest speakers, honored guests, and online participants and fellow delegates. Today, I wanted to share about these banners that myself and my daughter Madison, our youth rep 2021, as well as my husband Nathan, my sister Stephanie, and my aunt Rachel Marino had helped make. It began as a 5-minute craft, which turned into a 5-person, 5-day event. So original intent was to give these to executive council members. And this right here, this stick is the backbone of ANS and A&B. And these are not just letters. They actually really mean something really important, as we all know, Alaska Native Sisterhood and Alaska Native Brotherhood. And then I started with 1 string and it wasn't enough. So I added another string and it ties us all together. So right here, it just means that each side is equal, that you cannot have one without the other, just like our ANS and A&B organizations. We must reach out to our youth and we will not survive the next 5 years without them. Please vote all of our younger generations in today. Gunachish, thank you for your time. And it really has been an honor to come to Grand Camp, and I appreciate your vote for Sergeant at Arms. Thank you, Gunachish.
Thank you, Brianna. Jamie Ann Hasselquist. Yes. Please give Jamie Ann an extra 30 seconds, just so that we could kind of match the time between two candidates. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Ganesh Chish again, everybody. Thank you for nominating me for the Sergeant at Arms position. I've mentioned before that I used to work for the Alaska State Senate, where I sat on the Senate floor for 2 years as the Sergeant at Arms. So I kept decorum. I had 7 pages, which is basically what Cindy and them have been doing today, scanning or throughout the whole convention, scanning the floor, making sure everyone's got water and beverages and everyone's doing okay. So it's something that I definitely have experience in. This is my first time to Grand Camp, and it's been a real learning experience. I also mentioned that I work for the Office of the President, so I get to see how Executive Council runs too. And I consider all of you delegates virtually and sitting on the floor as equal as those senators that I worked with. And we all deserve the dignity and honor and respect that they receive. I called the Juneau Empire here because A&B A&S is a sleeping giant. It doesn't get a lot of attention. People barely know that we exist because of the numbers in our camps. And as a fight promoter, I had a lot of interaction with media. And so I know that the more exposure that we get in the newspapers, like we did yesterday, well, that there's an online article, then that just brings us more to light. And you've heard me talk a lot about the change that's happening and how to get more younger people involved in this organization. And I just really hope that that doesn't fall on deaf ears. We saw people cry here because of that forefront. So really, I just try to work for my people, and I really am very happy to be here. Ganesh Chish, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Sister Jamie Ann. Do we have a ballot prepared yet?
We do, and we're ready to start it.
You bring it up whenever you're ready.
It has been started, and please remember to hit the next vote, and it shall appear on your screen.
We have to vote.
Is it voting time?
I'm not sure. It's pretty quiet.
Yep, vote now. Mary Marino.
Where was Mary Suits?
She's on there.
Little blonde girl?
That's her mom.
It is?
Yeah.
Little tiny one?
Yeah.
That's
You're
her
not
mom?
on mute. You're not on mute. You're not on mute. We're
These no runoffs are a lot easier. Has anybody in the room have any voting issues? Are there any voting issues in virtual? No voting issues? Time has expired. The ballot box is closed. Please tally the votes and show it on screen. Thank you.
Vote is closed. Please wait for the results.
Results are on the screen. 59 votes were cast, which means in order to win the nomination, you must have 59 votes. You must have 30 votes. Votes are as follows. Mary Marino Sutz has 42 votes. Jamie Hasselquist has 17 votes. Mary Marino Sutz is the ANS Sergeant at Arms. Yes, acceptance speech, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor Marino Suits, Anchorage Camp 87. I had, thank you for the nomination, Paula Marino. So I had asked my daughter if I should run after the nomination. So she had wrote me a note and said, she said, I'll be watching. So that says it all. And then I just wanted to say that I'll be learning from her because she has this job at this convention. She's learning from our very own Cindy Reeves. So I just wanted to say thank you for teaching her the youth in the good ways. And I am so proud of all of you. Thank you, Gunachish.
Congratulations. Moving right on. This is the one you've been waiting for. It's the last one. For the position of A and B, Grand Sergeant at Arms. We have three candidates, Sean Gurko, Chad Titel. Did I say that right? Titel, Ginger McCormick. Nominations are open for any additional candidates. No. I'll take that as a cheering section.
I'm not going.
Nominations are open for the position of A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms. We have three candidates, Sean Gurko, Chad Titel, Ginger McCormick. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations for the position of A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms? Are there any other nominations? Seeing none on the floor, seeing none in virtual, the nominations are closed. Please prepare a ballot for three candidates, Sean Gurko, Chad Titel, Ginger McCormick. Sean, would you like to have a campaign speech?
Sure, I'll do that. I'm using Grand President's computer really quick. Okay, let's try this. Hey, thank you, AMB, ANS, Grand Emeritus, AMB, ANS, Grand Presidents, A&B ANF Grand Executives Committee and delegates, and A&B and ANS Grand Officers. Like, my name is Sean Gurko. I'd like to Camp 49. I'd like to thank you guys for the opportunity. Navy veteran who is committed to a service. I've worked in the past with Sergeant at Arms Charlie Shuley from here in Portland and also in Juneau, helping Charlie out. And then I've also been helping and support in the Anchorage campaign or convention. If elected, I hope to make each and every you guys proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean Gurko. Chad Tatel.
Yandakanil yuchat dosok yel nachatsete ganachtedi hitsate. Hello, my name is Chad Taitel. In Tlingit, I have introduced myself as Yandakanil. I am the clan leader for the Ganachtedi Ishka Hit House. I would like to run as Grand Sergeant at Arms, as I have been interim in-person Grand Sergeant at Arms during this convention. My experience as Sergeant at Arms dates back to 2011 with A&B Camp 1. I have been the Sergeant at Arms since then, and I would like to ask that everybody votes and Ganesh Chish.
Thank you, Chad. Ginger McCormick, are you available? Is Ginger McCormick available for a little campaign talk? Ginger McCormick.
Mr. Chair, Ginger is having technical difficulties. Can you have patience, please, for her to get online, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Start video. Let's go here. Oh wait, it's already. Okay. But it's kind of blurred. There's not very good lighting. Okay, that's fine. Okay, don't move. Right there.
We can see
Oh, you
you.
can hear me already? You unmuted yourself? Whoops. I apologize. I didn't know we could be heard yet. Grand presidents, executives, delegates, and guests. Yehit nahatsati Tlingit ayachat haida ayachat yeh atu ayhat gunakshish tantakwan gunakshish sanyakwan chish tongues forest people. My name is Ginger McCormick. In English, I'm known as Yeh Atu, Raven who teaches. I come from the Raven Dog Salmon people, and in Haida, I'm a Raven. I really appreciate the nominations today, and I'm a very active member since receiving my associate's degree in Columbia Basin College and attending Portland State University. I have attended Indigenous Peoples Day within the city of Portland, and I'm a co-founder of Alaska Native Sisterhood, Camp 49, also the first president. I've hosted the Salmon Bake, and since returning to home, I hosted the island's first Indigenous Peoples Day celebration, along with Elizabeth Paradovich Day celebrations. And Monday is Indigenous Peoples Day. So take your time to just celebrate yourselves. I appreciate Camp 14 for allowing me to represent the camp as a delegate. And I'm here for the next generations. I do miss our in-persons gatherings, especially Harriet Belil. I didn't see her. And she is always telling me stories about my grandmother, Matilda Kushnick, and my grandfather, William Kushnick. I also miss Pat Alexander and Frank Albee. Some of the mentors on the floor are out there. But I just want to make it super short since I'm the last one, but Gunakshish, and I'm sorry for the technical difficulties.
Thank you, Ginger.
Touch screen.
You've heard from your three candidates. The voting, you should start voting. Has it been loaded?
The election has been finalized and is now started. So please hit the next vote button.
Thank you. I don't know what happened. A whole bunch of stuff showed up on here. Yeah, all that just showed up.
Eric.
And Brother Eric.
Microphone's off.
Wear a mask, you can't hear me. I'd like to take this opportunity to, since we have a break, to report as a subsistence chair. I'd like to report we have two resolutions we considered. One was on the herring fishing moratorium, basically because Native people have not been able to harvest their amount for the last 9 of 11 years. And 2019 and 2020, there wasn't even enough herring for a commercial harvest. This resolution is calling for a 5-year moratorium on commercial harvest of herring in the Sitka Sound area. And the other resolution is entitled the support of subsistence compliance with Katie John. The Katie John case won subsistence rights for Native people. The state of Alaska was required to write regulations in compliance with the Katie John case, which they've refused to do. And this resolve asked for this case to go back to the federal court to enforce the state of Alaska to comply with the laws of subsistence rights for natives in Alaska. So I ask for unanimous consent to do pass. Thank you.
Are there any objections? No objections?
Isn't the chair supposed to come back up?
Is that Grand President Yurko, I'm sorry, Heather.
No, Mr. Chair, that was not me.
Rhonda, Sister Rhonda, okay. We have a request for unanimous consent.
Mr. Chair. Rhonda Butler.
Sister Rhonda.
I believe the request came from our executive committee woman, Janice Jackson, and was asking for clarification from our parliamentarian that it was stated earlier that not to put you as our election chair in a position to handle motions that are being brought on the floor, to bring back the chair, whether it be our Madam Grand President or our brother Woody Wilson. That is the request of the sisters. Well, I believe what Sister Janice was asking for. And so am I.
Mr. Chair.
Point
This
well
is
taken.
Celia Tavalero. And I was the one that spoke, not Sister Janice. Thank you.
You guys sound so
Mr.
much
Chair.
alike. Thank you.
Well, if
Mr. Chair,
Brother Dennis.
Mr. Chairman, it is appropriate for the chairman of a committee to make a motion for the approval of whatever recommendations the committee is making. In fact, the rules of order say that if a member of the committee makes a motion, it's assumed that there are more people than the person making the motion, because it's a committee, that support the proposal, and that a second is not needed. So in this case, it is appropriate for the chair to make a motion to adopt, and I would also support the idea of unanimous consent. However, I do have a question of the maker of the motion. The motion did not indicate whether the wish was to have both of them acted upon or only one. My recommendation, and this is consistent with Robert's Rules of Order, is that each resolution should be acted upon separately. But
Yes,
it is appropriate for the committee chair to make the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Parliamentarian. We have in the past, as committees, that where we have resolutions that are non-controversial, to ask for them to be adopted in numbers. So that's what I've done here, but I could do them separately, and I'm looking at Woodrow to act on it. I'd first like to ask for unanimous consent on the hearing resolution for passage. Thank you.
Yeah, this is not an election stage, so I'll turn it over to Brother Woodrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And this is a resolution that's been presented to us over the years. The language is very similar. And we do have a fisheries committee that's we need to testify to in January in Ketchikan. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Morris. We have been asked for unanimous consent. Do we have any objection?
No objection.
No objection. So
Thank you.
passed.
We have a hand raised by Rhonda. Oh, that went down.
Sorry, no, sorry, that was a hand raise requesting that Brother Woody chair this portion. I have no objections. I support this motion 100%.
Thank you. The second resolution is for seeking compliance with Katie John. As you're well aware, it's the subsistence rights case that was passed. And the state of Alaska was required to write an amendment to their constitution to be in compliance with this law, which they've refused to do. So this is urging the federal courts to seek enforcement of the state of Alaska to comply with federal law. And I seek unanimous consent. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Morrison. Do we have any objection in the audience or virtually? No objection, so passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I almost forgot. The Fisheries Committee's work is done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother. Brother Frank.
Thank you. We have on occasion in the past fit in some housekeeping items after on the agenda so we could get them out of the way at times during election when there's a long pause, and that helps us get through our agenda much quicker. Do we have the results of the vote?
Closing the vote. Please stand by for results.
63 votes have been cast. In order to win the vote, you'd have to have 33 votes. We will have a runoff. Chad Titel has 31 votes. Ginger McCormick has 22 votes. Sean Gurko has 10 votes. We must have 33 votes in order to win the election. There will be a runoff between Chad and Ginger. Thank you. Please prepare another ballot. Sister Rhonda.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Since we've agreed to address issues that are still pertaining during the breaks, I would like to ask if the minutes are available and ready with the corrections from this morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I believe they're put on a daily basis. No, they are not ready for them from this morning.
Okay, I would also, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would also like to get a update in regards to my request on behalf of ANS Camp 2 President. I requested last night and again this morning from our Madam Grand President, Paulette Marino, and our A&B and ANS Grand Secretaries to assure that the 2 resolutions our camp presented be distributed to the floor and emailed, as we submitted those resolutions prior to the deadline. And those resolutions were not included in the resolution packets. And I would like those to be distributed and get an update on that request at this time, please. Thank you.
As elections, I cannot answer that.
The election is ready to start whenever I get to work.
Start the ballot. Let's do the ballot. Let's get that ballot out of the way. Do you have the ballot? Please don't talk until you're recognized. Do we have a ballot prepared with 2 candidates?
The ballot is prepared and started. Please hit the next vote option and it shall appear.
Vote regular and vote often. Sister Carol.
If I may answer Rhonda's 2 questions, the second one first. Yes, your resolutions were distributed on the floor. And I cannot speak to whether they went out by email, but I would suspect so because Tam is quite efficient. And second, going back to the first question, I don't know why the concept of a draft set of minutes is so hard for people to understand. Draft means, yes, it needs to be corrected, just like motions are supposed to be in writing. Would any of you who have amendments to the minutes, please submit them to me in writing, and I'll be glad to take care of it.
Through the chair.
ANS Grand President Paulette.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And through the chair, yes, Sister Rhonda, I did immediately make that request to the ground secretaries. So thank you for that reminder.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Grand President.
Thank you. Do we have the results of the vote?
The vote is still open for another 52 seconds.
Anybody in this room have any issues with voting? Anybody virtually have any issues with voting? Seeing and hearing none.
Mr. Chair, this is Grand President Gerko. There's a message in the chat that there is an elder having some difficulty in asking for more time.
Time has expired. The ballot box is closed.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. Grand President Gerko, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I apologize. I don't think you heard me before. There was a message in the chat that an elder was having trouble in getting assistance with their vote.
I did not see the chat.
It looks like the chat has been followed up. They found help and he's voted.
Did you say it has been completed?
Yes. So I am ending the election.
Thank you.
Please stand by for the results.
"60 votes have been cast. In order to win this election, you must have 31 votes. Chad Tatel has 34 votes. Ginger McCormick has 26 votes. Chad Tatel is the winner, is a A and B Sergeant at Arms. Acceptance speech. He's waiting in the wings.
Goodness cheese. I thank you all, and my plan is to serve you all. Goodness cheese.
Thank you. That's the way we like him, nice and short. Madam Grand President ANS, Grand President A and B, that concludes my portion of this convention, the election process. I'd like to thank you, and I'd like to thank this body. I'd like to thank you that you put your trust in me to do what's right, and I hope I have. if I've done anything or said anything that offended anybody, that's too bad. Because it's over and I'm done. I think the nice thing to say would be, I apologize. So I do apologize, but thank you. Thank you for putting your trust in me and all of you here.
6.5 hours.
Might see you again another time. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is Cecilia Tavalero. Was there supposed to be a vote on the place for the next convention? Or were there no volunteers? No invitations for the next Grand Camp Convention? Is that correct?
First, I'd like to thank Brother Albee for handling the election. I know it was trying. And can we please get another round of applause for him? Regarding the next host camp, do we have any volunteering camps for 2022? In the live audience or virtually? Any camps willing to volunteer?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2 President. At this time, I would like to let the body know that I have extended a request out to our camp in hopes for coming back to convention with a report of an invitation. I am waiting on their approval. I am not here for just myself. I need my camp's support on this decision. I think it's important, and we would like to possibly have this opportunity.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. A&B President Heather Gerkel, do you have any suggestions for what you want to do now to proceed?
Mr. Chair, thank you so very much. And I really do appreciate the great work you are all doing there on the ground. We do have important business to continue. We have the remainder of the resolutions as well as the budget for next year. That would be my recommendation, to follow those as the next orders of business, understanding we are over time, but we come together each year with the three main goals of elections, resolutions, and budget. So that would be my recommendation to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, President.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Marvin Adams.
Yes.
Are you acknowledging me, please? Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, brother.
Oh, okay, thank you. I spoke with some of our brothers in Anchorage, and we have yet to reach out to our sisters up there, but I think we would be interested in going on record for hosting the 2022 A&B Grand Camp, ANS Grand Camp Convention. We had a great time 2 years ago, and it was a great turnout, and I think we can do it again. So I would like to put Anchorage for certainly as a candidate for 2022 Grand Camp Convention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Morrison. Your mic.
Yes. Douglas Camp has asked me to speak for them. They would like to host in 2022. This will commemorate 60 years since the burning of the Douglas Village. And they would like to host the convention next year to commemorate that. And the convention will be held right here in this hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Do we
Mr.
have any more
Chairman?
camps? Yes.
Sister Rhonda, ANS Camp 2 withdraws our invitation in support of Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda.
Mr. Chairman, I guess if there's two camps that are wanting to host it, then it looks like we're going to have an election. This is the time to do it by the floor.
Mr. Chair.
Brother Willard.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of myself and my family, I want to donate $100 to Eric Morrison and their endeavors for 2022. If you can get a hold of me so I can send this $100 to them on behalf of my family, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Willard.
Mr. Chairman, Marvin Adams, in Camp 87.
Mr. Adams.
Yes, I believe the nominations for the hosting of the camp is now open. We nominated Anchorage to host the camp, and I guess Douglas is also nominated. So I believe it's required now to have a vote to decide where this election is going to be. We need as much lead time as we can to host these conventions because many of you know it's not something that's easily done. It takes a lot of work and a lot of fundraising and coordinating. So we would hope that by the end of this meeting now that we would know whether we're going to be a host or not. So my recommendation is we vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'm
Rhonda,
sorry.
Go ahead,
don't-
Rhonda.
Okay, well, I can concede to Piper. I believe, I think I'm sorry, I'm trying to read the name. There was another person with their hand up, but I did want to make reference that I did place my motion in the chat. But I do concede to the other person to speak. Phyllis Grant had her hand up prior to me. But for the record, a motion is in the chat.
Thank you. Do we have another person that will wishing to speak?
Yes, Sister Phyllis, Camp 12 of Huna, ANS. I would
Yes,
like
ma'am.
to see if we could do something in Huna. It's been a long time in the making, and I'm not too sure if you know our situation with the A&B hall. We are working on it. They just got the sidewalk finished. We've been missing our community hall. This is the only hall that we've had our Christmas programs in, our funeral services, all of our community functions in. It's the biggest hall and it's the biggest building in our community. And also it's the only historical building left in our community. And I feel like this is the time to push for something to happen. And we're in the works of getting everything done, but I would love to be able to host the next Grand Camp convention and show everyone that we are here. We need that push. We need the support from everyone. We're working with different folks to get this going, but we're here. We don't want anyone to know that we're dying as they think our building is. You know, we want to be here for our grandchildren, our children, or everyone. So this would be an amazing opportunity to put the word forth that we need the support and we would love to host. So please keep us in mind. It's been, I think 2001 was last convention we've had here, but I know we are due for it. And I would love the support. And this has been in the ears and eyes of everyone. And I believe this is the time to do it. I think you guys, everyone could support us and be our backbone and be stronger than ever. And we can do this. So if you guys would just keep us in mind that we need to get this done, and let's do it. So Huna's, if you guys want to, Huna's in there. So please consider us. Ganakchish.
Thank you very much. We
Thank
have
you.
3 camps wishing to host the next Grand Camp.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, it's Richard Jackson.
Douglas and Huna. Mr. Jackson.
From what I'm hearing, we have confirmation from 2 camps, Douglas through Mr. Eric Morris on the executive committee, and Marvin Adams, who just came from Anchorage. And in past, sometimes there are people that want to have the hosting, but they didn't get confirmation from their camp through a meeting process prior to the convention. So we need that before we vote on anybody. I think we have 2 already today. So Huna, if they had some way to confirm it, they could be included, but right now we have 2 that are confirmed. That's what I'm hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Representative from Huna, are you nominating Huna as the next host?
Chairman, this is Heather Powell, ANS Camp 12, Huna. I am also an officer as Phyllis Grant is vice president as well. And we have not had confirmation from the camp as a whole. So at this time, I think that we will stand down. Just know that we'll be ready for the next time.
Thank you for that clarification. Dot, can we have?
Mr. Chairman, Marvin Adams.
Marvin.
Yeah, I wanted to confirm that we've talked with our officers of AA Camp 87, where the majority that they support having the convention in Anchorage on 2022, just for the record.
Mr. Adams, we are having trouble understanding you. Can you repeat, please?
Yes, I confirming with our officers of A and B Camp 87 that we have the majority that approve hosting the 2022 camp in Anchorage, for the record.
Douglas, we want to confirm that you are still offering to host the next camp.
We do have a motion in the chat from Sister Rhonda Butler.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Douglas, even though we confirmed it, we have a great love for Huna. Oh, thank you. Even though we confirmed our camp is ready to host, we have a great love for Huna. And we know the great deal of sacrifice and work they've done to restore their hall and the community. And we are in support of giving them 30 days to put together a bid. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Marvin Adams, Camp 87.
Mr. Adams.
Yes, we just received confirmation from ANS Camp 87 that they would support us in hosting the Grand Camp Convention in 2022. So we have both ANS and ANB Camp 87 in support. We don't need 30 days. We made our decision today.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Mr. Chairman,
Tam, can you restate the motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, this is Sister Heather Powell. Would like to stand down.
What? Could you repeat yourself, please?
Yes, this
Could
is Sister
you-
Heather Powell, Alaska Native Sisterhood, Camp 12. We would like to stand down. In reading the motion in the chat, we noticed that it said Douglas, Anchorage, and Huna. And Ganesh Chish to Brother Eric for allowing us the 30 days. And at this point, I think that we'll go ahead and stand down. We'll gather strength and we'll be ready for the following year. Ganesh Chish, and thank you.
For the motion itself, could I ask a question of clarification? Not the motion made by Sister Rhonda Butler, but when Brother Eric offered the camp, that's the A and B camp 2? 3, that's my concern. All right, question. Thank you, sir.
As of now, the only bid left is Anchorage.
Chairman, this is Richard Jackson. I see that offer as in order.
Do we need to make that a motion?
I make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have motion. We have a second. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, Marvin Adams seconds the motion.
Mr. Chairman, we can
It's been
expedite by
seconded on the floor.
asking for unanimous consent.
Mr. Chair, can we please have the motion reread?
Motion maker, please restate the motion.
Mr. Chairman, this is Richard Jackson. I move we accept Anchorage offer to host a convention in 2022 as in order.
Mr. Chair.
Brother Dennis.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to suggest that there be an amendment to that and call for unanimous consent. That would expedite the process. And we are getting late, so rather than having everybody vote on it, if we could act on that by unanimous consent, we'll get that done much more quickly. So I make that suggestion to my brother, the A&B Grand President Emeritus.
Thank you, Brother Dennis. We had a motion for unanimous consent. Do we have any objections?
Rhonda Butler has her hand raised.
Rhonda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler. I'm just trying to proceed forward in regards to requests as our grand secretaries have stated to help expedite. I know you guys hear my voice a lot, and I do rise to address the floor and on an extensive amount, but I do so because I'm here as representative and given directives from my camp to make sure that we are here and we are being heard. I was overlooked at my unanimous consent ballot cast. It was the other camps withdrew due to clarification purposes, which is 100% accepted. I then followed through with the request of the grand secretaries to place my unanimous ballot cast to have Anchorage host 2020 Grand Camp. I will relinquish my unanimous request to the executives that have placed their vote, ballot and motion out there. But I rise to help bring order and to keep us in order. And some of you may have a difference of opinion in regards to that. And I apologize if any of my words offend anyone. I do follow along with Robert's Rules of Order. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. Do we have any objection from the floor or virtually?
No objection.
No objection, so passed. Anchorage is our next host.
Mr. Chairman. Marvin
Finance
Adams.
Committee, do we have a report? Do we have a budget report from the Finance Committee? Brother Tam.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We are actually waiting for a response from our Grand Treasurer because we do have one resolution that we need to take into consideration regarding in the budget, and it should only take 15-20 minutes maximum once we can meet. And so I'm just waiting for that confirmation now. Thank you, sir.
Yes. President Gerkel, do you have a response?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I do understand the request from the Finance Committee is to allow time to hear from the Grand Treasurer in regard to a resolution. My recommendation would be that we move forward to complete the resolutions and then move to the Finance Committee for their final report.
Thank you, President Gerkel. Do we have any more from the Resolution Committee? Yes, Brother Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Bill Martin from the Camp 70. I'm not the election chair, but I would like to make a motion regarding the resolution. My motion is that all resolutions be considered as a block. If anyone wants to pull a resolution for debate, I have no objection. But in order to save time and to get the ball rolling on the Budget Committee, I would recommend that we approve those resolutions that have not already been approved as a block, except those that are requested to be pulled. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's what a second.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anybody in the audience or virtually that wishes to pull a resolution?
Heather Gerkel has her hand up.
Madam President Gerkel.
Thank you. I don't rise with an objection. I would just like to request that executive committee member add to his motion requesting unanimous consent if there are no objections.
Delegate McCormick has also raised their hand.
Sister Carol Duez.
Yes, I had risen to second Bill's motion, but I like Heather's suggestion of unanimous consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Paulette Marino, ANS Grand President. I call for question. If there's no further discussion, respectfully, Mr. Chair.
We do have a hand raised still from Delegate McCormick.
McCormick, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair. I was chairing the Education and Health Committee for resolutions, and we overlooked 2 resolutions. Can you hear me?
We can understand you very good.
Okay, give me just a second. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
I had chaired the education and health resolutions, and in the committees this morning, we had discussed them, and I had helped edit the resolution from Ketchikan. And also, it's been edited and ready for resubmission, and then I had an ask for a resolution from Juneau over missing and murdered Indigenous women to request not only the numbers out of the state of Alaska, but because we have such a high population in Washington, I was hoping they would add that into their resolution for Washington numbers as well. But other than those 2 resolutions out of our committee, I was hoping those 2 could be edited, and we will submit them.
That's cool. Brother Bill, can we add those resolutions to the block?
Rhonda Butler has raised her hand.
Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paulette Marino, ANS Grand President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am checking with the A&B Grant Secretary to make sure that the Camp 2 resolutions were emailed out for information purposes. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chair, these were resolutions that I believe were forwarded to me in the middle of the night. I understand that the writer of those resolutions informed me yesterday that I do the wishes of the body. And the thing is I am doing the wishes of the body, and that's helping have this virtual convention. And I am not deflecting from my duties and obligations, but we are maxed out. Nothing has gone intentionally by the wayside. I have sent out several emails today, and we have been criticized because camps haven't filed things appropriately, but we're still doing the best we can. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We are asking from Brother Bill for permission for adding the last resolutions to the block.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. But the motion was for any resolution that has been proposed. If there's others that are being proposed late, then sure, they could be included. I have no problem with that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brother Bill.
Grand President.
We have a hand raised on screen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, AMB Grand President Heather Gerko. I would just like to ask the motion maker to include the wording of with the amendments recommended by the Health and Education Committee, and ask that Delegate McCormick get the wording to the Grand Secretaries for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Brother Bill.
Mr. Chairman,
Brother Bill, do you accept the friendly amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I had a mouthful. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brother Bill.
Mr.
We have a
Chairman,
hand up online.
yes, this is Sister Cecilia, ANS Camp 36.
Yes, ma'am.
I just, I guess we're going down this path now with admitting late resolutions, but resolutions, the notices of call to convention, they're sent out. There's 2 calls to conventions, and then there's resolution deadline. Why are we entertaining late resolutions? Is our organization going to allow these resolutions to go to the president and the grand officers and the executive committee members to decide on, like Plinkett and Haida does, or this is going to hold everything up, and there's no reason to scramble to get your resolutions in a timely manner? I'm just saying, there's some late and then there's some really late. It
Mr.
just
Chair.
takes their time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is Brother McCormick out of Camp 14. I think my request was misunderstood. I didn't say I had resolutions to submit late. I'm saying that we edited resolutions that were submitted. And we felt like there should be some wording changes, and the wording change came out of a resolution out of Ketchikan in 2018. We wanted to fix it so it added in emissions and farming. The resolution coming out of Juneau was submitted, and I received it last night. And we just wanted to change the wording so it didn't not only include Alaska, we wanted it to include Washington as well. These are not resolutions I'm trying to add. These are resolutions that as a committee, we wanted to edit.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is Sister Cecilia again. Thank you. I believe the procedure with resolutions that need amendments or edits get sent back to the maker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Marvin Adams.
Marvin?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've served on the resolution committee and as a chair, and as I recall, what we did is that we allowed all those ones that were met in a timely manner and we resolved and recommended by the resolution committee for pass or no pass. But at the end of the day, if there was still other resolutions that came in late, we would consider them then. But they normally would have to be put on the very back after all the ones that did make the timelines, and then we would consider them at that time. So I'm in support of that if the body's willing to, if it's that important. So, but I agree with Executive Committee Valero that, we do have a process. We should have got them in on a timely manner, so we cannot punish those that did. But in the end of the day, if there's still time, that we should be able to consider the late resolutions if it's so desired by the body. Thank you.
May I be
Thank
recognized?
you. Rhonda has a point of
Mr.
order.
Chairman? Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As my point is, as the resolutions that are being discussed, these resolutions are from ANS Camp 2. These resolutions were emailed to both grant secretaries prior to the deadline. They were not late resolutions, please. We submitted them accordingly. And once we received our resolutions packet, it was brought to the attention to Madam Grand President and the Grand Secretaries that our resolutions were not in the packet. We met the deadline, and I just want to make sure that it's very clear. These are very important
I'm on the floor.
resolutions. Thank you. I'll relinquish my point of order to Sister Jamie Ann of ANS Camp 2.
Jamie Ann, then Sister Tammy.
Thank you for recognizing me. Our resolutions were sent by email on October 6th. October 6th, I have them right here, both in front of me, Transforming Schools Alaska resolution, and also the other resolution having to do with the Truth and Healing Commission for the boarding schools. Both of them were sent October 6th. So if somebody received them later than that, it is not due to the Camp 2. And I have been trying to reach out to my president to ask about the corrections that have been made, but she's been busy doing other things. So if someone would like to come and help me with this, since it is my first year, I would appreciate it because there are corrections that need to be made. Who do I talk to about getting the corrections made in these resolutions, since I can't seem to get help from her over line? Do you have any answers for me, Mr. Chair? Because I feel really annoyed.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, I would like to reiterate that these were sent to me not by the camp, it's that as they allege, they were actually sent to me by a different camp sister because I had been kept out of the loop. Now I'm doing the best I can. We are all doing the best we can. And I am not minimizing the seriousness of these resolutions. But again, I did not get them until they were forwarded to me this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Tam. Sister Carol.
As I have already stated on the floor today, the Camp 2 resolutions were distributed on the floor. Jamie Ann is saying that they were sent in on October 6th. That was not the date for resolutions to be submitted. It was much earlier. Thank you.
That's just the copy that I have. So there was.
Mr. Chair.
Sister Kevin Allen.
I'll yield to Elias first.
Thank you, Sister Kevin. I did want to put the gentle reminder not to disregard our sisters in Camp 2. But I did pull up the calls for convention. And with the resolutions, I understand where the grand secretaries are coming from. I also understand where our sisters in Camp 2 are coming from. But I did want to gently put out the friendly reminder that within both calls to convention, the deadline for all resolutions, to my knowledge, the deadline for all resolutions were or was August 31st, and that it was to be sent to both grand secretaries. And so I did want to toss that out there just as a friendly reminder.
Thank you, sister. At this time, we'll have
Mr.
Mr. Chair.
Grand President Paulette Marino. Sister Marino, Grand President Marino will finish the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Woody. Grand President Gerko, could you stand by, please?
Madam Chair.
We have a motion on the floor, from what I understand, that was made and moved to accept all the resolutions as a block. If there is no objection, all resolutions accepted as a block would include all resolutions. And I want to say that when Sister Rhonda did mention that she had 2 resolutions from Camp 2, and those are, each and every resolution is very important. That's why we gather together. Those resolutions were forwarded to the secretaries. I asked them to make sure that they had followed that request yesterday before the close of business. So we have 2 resolutions from Camp 2. We have a motion on the floor. It is so moved. I believe the chair respectively called to see if there was any objection to that. So I'd like to call on Grand President Gerko right now. Grand President Gerko, are we accepting resolutions that were submitted on, what, Jamie Ann, was it October 6th?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have had my hand raised for quite some time. As a point of clarification, on our agenda for Thursday, October 7, 2021, 11:40 a.m. is listed as the 2021 final resolution deadline. So we will be accepting those resolutions.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor to accept all the resolutions, including Camp 2's. And if there's no objection, virtually or in person, the chair will so order. And thank you so much for your patience. At this time, is there any objection? The chair calls on President Marvin Adams. President Marvin Adams, did you have your hand
Thank you, Madam
raised?
Chair. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I was trying to get in, and I just wanted to reconfirm and reiterate that that is the right approach. My understanding, the Camp 2 resolutions were submitted in a timely manner. They were submitted to the Grand Secretaries, and traditionally, what would happen at that point is the Grand Treasurers or the Grand Secretaries would forward them over to the Resolution Committee, and they would do the reviews, do the corrections, and then send them off to each individual committees, depending on what the issues were that we're trying to pass. So my recommendation, and you're just following it, I'm agreeing with you, is just to go ahead and adopt them rather than delay it and have somebody not have the opportunity to present at this body. Thank you.
Thank you, President Marvin. So that you are not objecting at this time, you're commenting, correct? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Cecilia, ANS Executive Committee woman.
Thank you. I just had a question. Isn't it just a matter then of helping them make revisions to it?
Did the maker of the motion state all resolutions to be accepted as a block as amended? To the motion maker, could you please restate your motion? And the chair would entertain a friendly amendment if it does not include the words as amended.
Well, Madam Chair, Sister Jamie Ann was asking for help to revise them, amend them. Excuse me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Brother Executive Committee Member Bill Martin,
Thank
could you
you,
please
Madam.
restate your motion?
Thank you, Madam President. My motion was to consider as a block all resolutions that we have received. And if there is any that need to be debated, that have the option to pull those resolutions and we can discuss it or debate the sense of that resolution. But there's the ones that are already passed, that's out of the question, so we don't need to do that, but all resolutions that we have just be considered as a block. Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chairman.
The motion maker did not say all resolutions as amended, correct?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Once a resolution is submitted, they can be amended.
Thank
There's
you.
no problem with that. It's
Thank-
just that we need to consider them all as a block.
Thank you, Brother Bill. So count two's motions are included in this. And there's a motion on the floor. Thank you. Is there any objection, virtual objection, or at the Elizabeth Pradovich Hall? And I would like to call on President Mona.
We have a
Thank you,
hand raised
Thank you,
by
Madam Chair.
Dennis.
Right.
Madam
Thank you, Madam
President,
Chair.
Madam Chair,
Brother Dennis, Mona, would you like to yield to Brother Dennis, or would you
yes,
like?
I want to get some clarification
ahead.
here. The last statement talked about considering them as a block, that is the resolutions. And I'm not sure what that means. Consideration means to discuss them, for example. And also a variation of that motion was use the term accept. And according to Robert's Rules of Order, there are several words that can be used: accept, adopt, approve. But what the rules recommend is that you avoid words that have some ambiguity to them. And the word accept is ambiguous. What does that mean? The word adopt, the word approve has no ambiguity to them. We're adopting them, we're approving them. They become law for us. And if the motion is to consider, that still means we're not adopting them, we're going to discuss them. I'd like clarification from those who are making the motion. Is the intent to adopt them as a block? That's not a good practice, by the way, but given the time constraints that we have, we may be either forced to that or to do what Robert's Rules says normally, is that if there's no action taken on them, they die. That happens with the legislature, for example, in Congress and other organizations. At the end of your meeting, if your resolutions aren't acted upon, they die. But there's some attempt being made here I think, to act upon them. And my question, and I think our A&B Grand President had used the term accept in talking about that. And the Executive Committee man had used the word consider. What is it that we want to do? Do we want to adopt them as a group and move on? Or do we want to consider them and discuss them and act upon them later? We don't have much time later.
Brother
I'd
Dennis,
like clarification from those who discussed and used those terms. And I'd like to suggest that if we're trying to get them acted upon, the motion should be to approve or adopt. Thank you,
Brother
Madam.
Dennis, are you making a friendly amendment to the motion?
No, I'm not. I'm advising on the parliamentary question. If there's going to be a friendly amendment, it should not be the role of the parliamentarian. It should come from perhaps one of those who is making the motions, but someone other than the parliamentarian. I'm simply advising on the procedure that should come into play here.
Thank you, Brother Dennis. Thank you. So the chair recognizes Sister Mona.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Would I be out of order to clarify how many motions that we have and just state the title? I'm not sure.
There's been asked for the reading of the titles of the resolutions. Would our resolution chair please read the titles of the resolutions?
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have not heard that there has been any objection at this point to the resolution. So this is just a clarification statement. Executive Committee Member Bill Martin.
Just for, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just for clarification, that when you consider it as a block, you can accept them all as a block. You can reject them all as a block. But the option is if there's any that you want to talk about or debate, those resolutions can be pulled out of that. And that was part of the motion, that I have no problem with anybody asking that any particular resolutions they wanted to consider and debate, that I'm fine with that. But the motion is to consider all of them one way or the other.
Thank you so much. And the chair has called upon our resolution committee chairperson, Joe Stewart, when ready, to read the titles of the resolutions, of which Camp 2 resolution should be in
Madam
that
Chairman,
as
Madam Chairman,
directed.
there was a motion by Brother Martin to do that as a block, and I'll second it so we can discuss it. I agree with his approach. If there's any debate or any concerns in any of those block resolutions, that they could be pulled under discussion. So if it's in order, I will second that motion. Marvin Adams, Camp 87.
Brother Joe, could you read the titles of the resolutions that are in the block? And if there is no objection, then the chair will so move that we consider these resolutions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Grant President, Richard Jackson.
Yes.
If
Brother
you,
Jackson?
Madam Grant President, after the titles are read, then you may ask, or is there any wish to pull any of these resolutions for consideration?
Thank you so much. As the chair of the resolution committee, he has given us his recommendations on the resolutions, and he will be reading the title. Thank you. Brother Joe?
What I got here is Resolution 2101. The title is Recognition of the Tlingit Code Talkers during World War II.
That was passed, Brother Stewart. Thank you.
We have two hands raised, Dennis Demare and Heather Gerko.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Brother Joe?
I have another one here. It's Resolution 21. I assume it's 23. No, it isn't. Okay, statement of support for the Truth and Healing Commission on Indian Boarding School Policies Act and bolstering initiatives. Okay, now the next one I have here, I don't have numbers on these. Supporting and activating for implementation of transforming schools, a framework for the trauma-engaged practices and strategies in Alaska. Holy smokes. Okay. Okay, this resolution 2100. Voting rights need to be protected with vigilance. Okay, here's another one.
Would you like some water?
Title.
Do you want it muted or not?
Resolution title A and B, A&S sponsoring voter registration and getting out the vote at conferences, convention, and other events. I think all these stapled ones have to do with voting. Resolution title A and B, A and S support substance compliance with Katie John.
That
I
was
have a
also
due
passed.
pass on that,
Thank you.
unanimous consent. Okay, okay. Title request funding for energy and transportation plans for Southeast Alaska. Okay, title is Alaska Native Brotherhood, A and B, Alaska Native Sisterhood, A and S, pledge full support of Secretary Helens. Is that right? Federal Indian Boarding School Initiative. Okay. Title revenue sharing of unincorporated villages. Support for requiring secure storage of firearms in Alaska. Protecting voting rights. Okay, that's the title. Whereas Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood have worked in full civic participation of citizens for many years. Okay. Requiring support for the landless communities. That's the title.
That was passed already, Mr. Chair. Please proceed. That was passed already. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Okay, title requesting endorsement for energy innovation and carbon dividend act, HR 763 from the Alaska Congress delegation. Anyway, Young and Senator Mikowski and Sullivan. Local government bodies and tribal councils.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes.
That's
Excuse
the
me, Madam Chair.
resolution. This is Ginger Camp 14. That was a resolution that came out of Ketchikan that we wanted to add in greenhouse emissions. That way it included the cruise ship emissions as well as the lower 48 farming pollution. We've already edited it out of Ketchikan and it should be being sent to the grand secretaries as we speak.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please proceed, Brother Joe.
I got two more.
Three more. Thank you.
Two more. The title is request commercial herring fishing memorandum.
That is passed.
And requesting quarterly reports from the Alaska Native Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Cold Case Office and Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Coordinator's Office for the District of Alaska.
Madam Chair.
Excuse me, Brother Joe. Yes. Please proceed.
This is Ginger out of Camp 14. That resolution it's asking for the numbers for missing and murdered Indigenous persons coordinator out of the Office District of Alaska. Because of our high population, the committee had the idea that we would just edit it slightly to include Washington numbers too, because we have high numbers of missing Indigenous women out of Southeast Alaska that also reside in Washington. So those numbers would be important to be in this resolution.
Duly noted, as these will go to the executive committees. Thank you. Brother Joe, is that all the resolutions in the packet? Yes. Thank you. Count 14, are your resolutions included? Camp 14, are your resolutions included?
Our president of Camp 14 is currently emailing the resolution for the missions to the Grand Secretary, and the missing and murdered one, Jamie Ann asked for assistance. We just need a simple change of wording so it adds in Washington.
Thank you so much. And when these resolutions go to the executive committee, if there's any other wording, then the executive committee will contact the local camps. And Camp 2, are your resolutions included? Camp 2 President Rhonda Butler, did you hear the title of your resolutions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of ANS Camp 2, I appreciate the inclusion of our resolutions. They were stated in the received, and I appreciate that. And at this time, our ANS Vice President, Jamie Ann Hasselquist, is an elected delegate and is on the floor. Apparently, there is some resolution suggested edits. Those were not forwarded to me, so I was unaware of that. But it is with the utmost trust that our sister Jamie Ann will see these resolutions forward, as it is easier for her to receive those suggested corrections, because I have not seen any of those and was not asked for any corrections. So thank you. At this time, I am allowing Sister Jamie Ann to speak on behalf of ANS Camp 2 pertaining to our resolution.
Thank you. Sister Jamie Ann is working very hard on those. Camp 2's resolutions are in this packet. And that was the intention of the ANS Grand President yesterday. That was the direction to the ANB and ANS Grand Secretaries. It sounds like they have done their due diligence. So we have a motion on the floor. If there is no objection, we will pass these resolutions as a block, please.
Madam Chairman, Marvin Adams, yeah, Camp 87.
Brother Marvin, do you have an objection?
No, what I've got is, I think there's a misunderstanding here on what the process is. My understanding was that we put this in as a block. And if there was any questions on any of those resolutions, that they would be pulled and then discussed and corrected. Now, what I heard you interpret and say was that these will be voted as a block, then they'll be referred to the executive committee. But that's not true, because they are getting approved on the floor by unanimous consent, is my interpretation. So they will not have to go to the executive committee for review or approval. That would actually be approved on the convention floor. So I need clarification. My understanding was we're voting on this as a complete block as is. And if you have any questions on any of those resolutions that were talked about and the numbering by the resolution chair, now's your chance to pull it. Or if not, it will be they'll be approved by the convention floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Marvin. That's what we're doing right now, is making sure that the makers of the resolutions, if they have any corrections, that they are doing that themselves. I was referring more to the executive committee if they had a question in regards to things, not an edit, but a question. So thank you so much for President Marvin. And are there any objections virtually from our virtual family? Are there any objections?
Madam
The
Chair.
Elizabeth Pradovich Hall? Yes. Brother Dennis, we've not heard any objections in the Elizabeth Pradovich Hall.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like a clarification. There was a resolution read, and perhaps I should have interrupted the speaker at the time that he presented it, but it had to do with the Katie John case. And there was one aspect of it that it sounded like it covered different, the Katie John case in a way that I'm not familiar with. And I'm not sure that it was consistent with the intent of the Katie John decision. And I'd like to ask if that title at least could be read.
Thank you. Thank you, parliamentarian, an A&B Executive Committee, if Brother Peter Naros is coming forward with that resolution on behalf of Resolution Chair Joe, you may approach the chair. He would like to hear the title once again of the Katie John resolution, please.
Madam Chair. Unless
Yes.
I stand to be corrected, that was passed earlier.
That was passed earlier.
Yes,
That
it
has-
was.
Thank you so much. That has already been passed, Brother Dennis. Thank you. Is there any, Brother Peter?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, this is Marvin Adams.
Brother Marvin?
Yeah, I think if there's any other further discussion, it should be just to pull the resolution that are in question, because we're voting as a block now. And if there's any question, even including Brother Dennis's, that it should be pulled for discussion. But if not, I call for the question so we could move on. Thank you.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you so much. for
Madam Chair,
following-
this is Richard
Madam
Johnson.
Chair.
Okay, Brother Peter, do you yield to our Grand President Emeritus, Richard Jackson?
Will I? Yes, of course.
Thank you. Grand President Emeritus?
Okay. What I'm looking at from my point of view, when the resolution chairman came up, he read the titles of resolutions that were submitted. And he didn't mention any amendments. And my understanding is, from what I saw, was they were accepted or going to be accepted as they were submitted. Is that the case?
The case is that because we want to make sure that the camps have the resolutions clearly, we are taking this time to check into the wording so that we are doing our due diligence. Thank you, Grand President Emeritus, for the question. Brother Peter?
They're
Thank you,
they're
Madam
presented
Chairman.
as is.
I have
Yes, thank you.
the floor, please.
Yes,
Thank
Brother
you.
Peter?
My question, I am on the resolutions chairman with Brother
Yes.
Joe, but
Mhm.
there's a couple resolutions that this committee hadn't seen and I don't understand. One of them, I looked at both of them and one's okay, but the one I'd like a little bit explanation on, so I'm pulling it from the group, is a resolution that's entitled Requesting Endorsement for Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act,
Okay.
HR 763, please.
Okay, so you are pulling that resolution, so duly
For
noted.
further discussion.
For
Yeah.
further discussion,
Yes, ma'am.
okay,
From the block.
thank you. Thank you so
That-
much.
That's all I understand.
So what is the number of that resolution?
It's, they're not.
They're not numbered yet, I'm
It's-
sorry.
That's why I read the title.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you so much. One resolution has been pulled. Has all of the camps, because this is why we're here. We're all in this together for the same purpose. So are all the camps comfortable with their submitted resolutions? And is there no objection?
Madam Chair, I request to see the motion before us.
Could we please put the motion to dots on the screen? Thank you to dots. And it is the intention of the ANS Grand President, when directed to do something such as this, that I do my best to do so, and had forwarded this, as you see, they are in the packet, and our Grand Secretaries have also done the best that they could, as has our resolution chair. So if we have in any way done anything that is perceived as not working together on this, that is not our intention. Thank you so much. But thank you, this is your convention, and if we got to stay here all night like our ancestors did, then we will, well, I can't say everybody will do so. We've got our Grand Sergeant of Arms, Chad Titel, Sergeant at Arms, and our A and B brother, Liz, Camp 1, who need to catch a flight tonight. You are now excused. Thank you. Brother Gilbert is also excused. Thank you.
Sorry, could you repeat the name of the resolution?
Which resolution was that?
The one you wanted to show on the screen?
Okay, we're going to show them, we've been asked to show Brother Bill's motion. So Dots is going to put that one on the screen. That's been requested. Thank you.
Okay, we're just
Dots.
waiting for it.
Okay, thank you, Dots, for putting that on the screen. Yes.
She has no idea what she's doing.
Ground President Gerko, could you please stand by with Brother Woody on what will be next on the agenda?
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, yes, I have the motion, but a friendly amendment was made and it was not seconded or accepted by the original motion maker.
Okay, then it would just be the motion. If you could just put the original motion on
All
the
right,
screen, please.
thank you.
Thank you. Ground President Gerko? Ground President Gerko?
My apologies, Grand President Marino. It's 8 p.m. and I was taking a bite of my dinner.
Thank you so much. If our Grand Sergeant of Arms, Cindy Reeves, Sergeant at Arms, if you could please come up here, Elias, who is standing in at this time. If you could please open my computer and assist First Ground Vice President Woody Watson with the app so that he can communicate with Ground President Gerko on the next parts of the agenda. I know we still have minutes. I know we still have a budget. The Sisterhood has not had their lunch meeting yet at this time either, our business. So did we have a motion on the floor? The motion
Madam
was
Chair.
stated on the floor. Is there
Madam
any
Chair.
objection?
Madam Chair,
I see Rhonda Butler's hand raised. Rhonda, do you yield to Dennis? Brother Dennis?
Madam Chair,
Yeah, I will yield to Brother Dennis, and if you could come back to me, please.
Thank you. Brother Dennis?
Madam Chair, I read the motion as it was put on the board. It contains the word consider those resolutions. In the vocabulary of parliamentary procedure, consider means to debate, to discuss. And it doesn't, it isn't, if the intent was to have us adopt those, approve those, one of those words should be put in its place, because the word consider in this context is ambiguous. It does not mean that they're adopted. And I think the intent of the initial statement from the ANB Grand President was to act on them, to do something, to approve them. And accept is also an ambiguous term. The terms recommended by Robert's Rules of Order, if we want to adopt something without ambiguities, either we approve them or adopt them. And
Brother Dennis, are you making a friendly amendment? If you are making a friendly amendment to include the word adopt or approve, then the chair would consider a second to your friendly amendment.
Madam Chair, I move and ask unanimous consent that the word consider be replaced with the word adopt.
Is there a second to Dennis's?
I ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection to the amendment virtually or in the hall? Hearing no objection? Hearing no objection?
Are you fine?
I'm fine. So ordered on
From Anchorage.
the motion as amended with the word adopt. The chair would like to recognize Rhonda, President Rhonda.
You're really warm, huh?
I've got on two
shirts.
Could you correct
I know,
the
but it-
dots? If you could please correct the spelling
good.
of the word adopt it, please.
This is what they do at Grand Camp, huh? I can see why you didn't want to go. Geez, I already want to pull my own teeth.
Okay, we can hear you, Brother Paul. Thank you so much. So they're correcting that right now, and it will read, does the maker of the motion?
What?
We are still in session at this time. I'd like to please kindly request that if you are in your virtual family, I know it's getting late. I know we have children and dinners and so forth, but if you could please mute your button if you're not speaking, we would appreciate that so much. We're getting at a late hour here in the hall too, and we've traveled very far. So thank you so much. We appreciate that. Okay, so we are.
Madam Chair.
Sister Rhonda had her hand up, Sister Rhonda, and then our Grand Secretary. So do you have any objection to the amended motion to adopt these resolutions as a block? Thank you. Sister Rhonda?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yeah, your screen is freezing though a little bit, Sister Rhonda, but please proceed.
Recording in progress. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. As we are in a unprecedented area, there is some suggested amendments to some of the to our resolutions. Unfortunately, the video pictures that I'm getting, I don't know the number, the assigned number of the resolutions. There is suggested edits. Jamie Ann, our ANS Vice President, is present. She has given those to the secretary, the Grand Secretaries, for those corrections. So the procedure would be for me to request for those resolutions to be pulled from the block, or do I just leave them in the block with the suggested amendments? I'm asking for leadership from our floor. We have them. We were given the suggested amendments. We agree with the amendments. They're submitted back to the secretaries. What is the wish of the body and in the procedure of steps forward, please?
Thank you so much,
Madam
Madam
Chairman,
Chair.
Morgan
Grand
Adams, Camp
President
87.
Emeritus Richard Jackson, the chair would like to call upon you to respond. Richard, President Rhonda would like to know the procedure in this matter as far as pulling, should she pull her resolution since there's edits that are still being worked on right now at this time? Grand Emeritus Richard Jackson. And this is how we learn, everybody. We go to those who are so much wiser than us. Grand President Emeritus.
With the concurrence with the parliamentarian, if you amend the resolution, you have to present it to the body for approval when you start working on your resolutions in the assembly.
Yes, if Camp 2, Grand President Emeritus pulls the resolutions from this particular vote, they can do so at this time, correct?
Yes, you can do so at this time if you agree to it, and then she reads the amendments. And then you can say adopt as amended after she reads the amendments.
After the block, after we vote on the block. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So yes, the answer to that, President Rhonda, is yes, you can pull those from this voting block, and then we will go through and we will come back to it, which will give Sister Jamie Ann, who's working very hard in here, to get those right, because we do want to make sure that these are right. That is our whole intention here.
Madam Chair, I have not
Thank
been
you.
recognized yet.
Yes, Sister
Madam
Carol.
Chair, I apologize. This
Who's
is,
speaking?
this is still Rhonda Butler. I was
Okay.
asking for clarification, ANS Camp 2 President, because this motion is pertaining to this and this action
Yes.
needs to be done. I was seeking advice.
Absolutely.
And on the advice of our Grand Emeritus, I need the resolution numbers. Or I don't know our numbers that you assign to those, our resolutions that need to be pulled. Can our resolutions that Sister Jamie Ann is diligently working on be pulled from the block to be represented once corrections are made?
Once again,
That is a request.
thank you.
At this
Once
time.
again, the answer, President Rhonda, is yes, and the resolution chair has not assigned numbers yet. Thank you so much, Sister Carol.
Through the chair, I respect the executive committee man's suggestion, but a much simpler one through the chair to Sister Rhonda would be that Jamie Ann has already submitted the corrections to me.
Oh.
I have assured her that I will amend it, and so I see no need for her to pull it from the block. Let's get moving.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. So Sister Jamie
not
Ann
pull
has
our-
submitted those?
Yeah.
So Sister President Rhonda, are you okay with that? And may we proceed?
I call for the question.
Thank you. Question has been called. Is there any objection? Here, oh, sorry, I was still on objection. Question's been called.
Madam Chairman, this is Richard Jackson.
Yes. Yes, Brother Richard?
If those are just corrections, they're typographical corrections. There's no change in the resolution. So the secretary is correct.
So we are voting on those resolutions as a block. Thank you so much. So question has
What is
been
the,
called.
what is the motion that we're voting on?
If we could put Dot's, the motion back up on the screen, please. Did all of our delegates
If we
in
can
the
please
hall
get the
eat?
motion on the chat.
Excuse me a
Because-
moment. Excuse me a moment. Did all of the delegates in the EP hall or Elizabeth Proutovich hall get food? And is everybody okay? All right, there's water over there too. There's still coffee. Thank you for still being with us. So there is a request to have the motion on the screen.
Is it up?
Okay. Dots, would this be another vote? Another vote by our voting log?
But first, we need the motion on the chat or somewhere where we can copy and paste. So there's no mistakes from it.
Okay, are you, okay, so Dots is putting the motion on the screen, and if we could all just stand by with our phones once again, we are going to vote to pass this. Thank you so much. And we have the budget that is being distributed at this time. All delegates, if you could please review the budget. If you could also be ready to act on the minutes from yesterday, that would be great. We have elections, we almost have resolutions. We have the budget before us. A&B Executive Committee member Sasha Sobolov had presented his audit. That was accepted, so we are almost there. And I know we have installation tonight to plan in a way that we've never had it before. So we still have a little bit work to do. And sisters, if we could please decide what we will do in regards to our breakout room or our meeting this evening. So if do we have the motion on the screen yet? Not yet. We're waiting for the motion on the screen so we can vote. Yes.
Hi, this is Jamie from DOTS. We're actually waiting for the motion to be sent to us in a clear format so that we can do that.
Okay, so sister, or brother Tamsin, they're waiting for the motion to be sent to them. Brother Bill, Executive Committee Member Bill, would you mind please going over with our ground secretary to make sure that your motion is worded correctly so that we could put it on the screen and then we can vote on it? Thank you so much.
Madam Grand President,
Yes.
Peter Nowrose. Greetings from the resolution, part of the resolution committee. I have looked over this resolution. I've had time to look over it since we talked last, or since I had the floor last. Can I call upon the maker of this resolution to, for some questions that I have?
Yes, this is a time to do so. Please
Yes,
do.
I would like to
Um,
do that. I don't know who
you
it
can-
would be.
What is the title of the resolution?
The title again is requesting endorsement of Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend
Right.
Act,
Mhm.
HR 763. And it goes on from there, but that should be enough to identify the maker.
Mhm. You may
Madam
contact,
President,
you may contact the maker of that motion, yes. Yes, do we have the resolution? I mean, do we have the motion from DOTS yet? I believe that they're working on the wording right now. Was there, Grand President Gerko, how you doing?
Madam President,
Yes, Grand President Gerko.
No, that, I believe that was Delegate McCormick, who is, I assume, going to be stating, answering Brother Peter's question. So I yield.
Thank you. That resolution was from Sitka in regards to the Carbon Dividend Act, Brother Peter. Thank you.
Madam President, that resolution was stated that it came out of Ketchikan and it was written by our president, Dr. Hall, and we've already edited it.
Oh, okay,
But I'm
thank you.
open for any questions that in regards, considering that had already been pushed forward in 2019. So I feel like it was written in 2018 and it needs to be stood by immediately so it can get passed. But I'm
Thank
open
you.
for any questions.
Absolutely. Brother Peter, through the chair, please, you may address
May
her.
I?
Mhm.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The question I have is, this pushes for a specific piece of legislation to be passed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the status of the legislation right now?
It's in the House right now. It hasn't been approved, but it's, I don't have the wording exactly, but it is sitting there and it does need support, especially from our elected representatives in the state of Alaska.
So, and that's part of what my confusion is. It's a House bill, but we're asking Senator Murkowski to take action. Is that correct?
Our elected representatives within the state of Alaska, as well as our Grand Camp officers, it needs to be highlighted. So this would help us with, it's to help with global warming and to help lower the emissions so we can protect our subsistence and our waters and our way of life.
Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, I don't want to continue with the colloquy here, but because of the interest of time, but I think each member should read this for themselves and determine if it accomplishes those goals. And I would maintain my objection and have the body vote on this individually.
Are you pulling the resolution?
I'm not pulling it. I'm just
Okay.
saying that's what I recommend, that everybody looks at it
Oh, okay.
and makes their own decision about it. Because I'm for fighting global warming,
Mhm.
but I don't think I do it this way. So, I think it's an individual
People do
decision.
have different opinions. Thank you.
Yep.
Madam President, I'm
if the-
sounding, it sounds like he's trying to do a roll call vote without a roll call vote. So what is he exactly stating?
Could you please state your name and your camp? Thank you. It's kind of hard for me to be able to recognize
Sure,
everything.
Kita from Camp 36 from Seattle. He's
Thank you.
stating
He stated he wants us to read this resolution and as if we need to react to this resolution, but he doesn't, I'm just saying, we need to figure out what exactly what he put on the floor.
Thank
Because
you,
he
Brother.
was speaking.
Thank you, Brother Peter. Would you like to clarify or respond?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Peter Narrows, Camp 70. What I was speaking to was there was a new resolution that was presented to the body. It was presented to the body in what I would say a normal way from my experience, which was as part of a block. I had reviewed all the resolutions in the block before, and several of them had passed earlier in the day. So I was keeping track of that, and I had no questions as myself as an individual delegate on any of the ones that were recommended in the block. But then I heard there were some additional ones, so I quickly went to look at those, and one of them I think raises questions, at least in my mind, as to the effectiveness of that resolution and whether the Grand Camp should support it. In my opinion, that this is something that's left for the body, and it's not something that the resolution committee can, at least my part of it, cannot recommend. It probably should go to a federal and state committee. And then, but in the interest of time, I don't think it can go through another committee review. So I was just encouraging each delegate to look at this resolution and that we have a vote on it.
Thank you, Brother Peter. So,
Madam Chair.
so you are
Madam
not
Chairman, Marvin
recommending
Adams.
for this resolution to be pulled at this time, correct?
I am not asking for it to be pulled. I'm just laying, it's still on the table as far as I'm
Okay.
concerned.
All right,
Yeah.
because, thank
Madam
you.
Chairman, I
Yes.
call a point of order. Point of
Yes.
order, Marvin Adams. Point of order
Brother
is
Marvin.
that we've got a block that we're trying to get approved. And we're having one or two resolutions that are holding it up. The proper procedure is if there's any question on any of those resolutions, they got to be pulled and then set aside and get the other ones done. And then we come back to the other ones. So a point of order, we need to just vote on this block. If there's any debate, whether one person objects, then you just pull it. There's no debate on it. Just pull it out and let them deal with it after the other ones get approved. Thank you.
Are you recommending that it be pulled, Brother Marvin?
Madam Chairman, it's being debated on the floor without being pulled. It shouldn't be.
Right.
If there's any objection or
Thank
anybody
you.
questioning it, it should be pulled. If not, then just vote on it.
Okay, thank you. So that is the advice from Brother Marvin. So we will pull that resolution, Peter, at this time because there is some debate. So that is pulled from the block at this time. Dots, do you have the motion on the floor?
Madam Chair. Madam
Brother
Chair,
Bill,
this is,
I'd like to recognize Brother Bill, please. He's been standing for quite a while and he is also one of our elders, Brother Bill.
what I have is a parliamentary issue, Madam.
Thank you. It'll be just a moment, Brother Dennis. Thank you. Brother Bill?
I'll yield to Brother Demmer if he has something to say on
Thank
the
you.
motion.
Very gracious, Brother Bill. Brother Bill has yielded to Brother Dennis.
Madam Chair, the motion that has been put up on the board appears to be part of what we had discussed earlier. And in my recollection, I may be mistaken, but as I recall, as various motions were made, someone would suggest that it not be just a motion, but asking unanimous consent. And that unanimous consent would expedite the process, save time for us. And with this motion, if it's a motion by itself or if it's a part of what had been said earlier, either way, I believe the intent was to approve it by unanimous consent. And if there were no objection, the chair could simply announce that it's adopted by unanimous consent. That would save us time.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Brother Dennis.
Pardon?
Brother Bill?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I really tried to save some time because we're falling so far behind. And it seems like I knocked down a hornet's nest or something, because to me, it was really simple. You know, all my motion said, and by the way, they do this at AFN every year, is they take all these resolutions and let's consider them all at once. Either to vote for them or against them. But there's an option that if there's a resolution that you want to talk about, pull it. Just put it aside and say, we're going to discuss this later. But if this is causing so much heartburn, I'd be willing to withdraw my motion and let's just go through them one at a time. Maybe that's the best thing to do, because
I'm just gonna withdraw my motion.
we probably would have been done already if it wasn't for my bright idea of saving time. So,
Poor Bill.
Madam Chairman, I think I would just withdraw my my motion and let's just do these one at a time and let's get it done. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Brother Bill.
I'm gonna
The
go
second,
take some
the
aspirin
second
now.
person of that motion, we can hear you, Madam Executive Committee Woman Cecilia. Thank you. You have a sweet laugh, Sister Cecilia. Okay, so Brother Bill has pulled his motion. Was there a second to the motion? Who was the
Unanimous
second?
consent did not require a second.
Okay, so, all right, thank you. So at this time, could our resolution chair please come forward? If you could present the resolution.
This is Marvin Adams. Madam Chairman, this is Marvin.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
And let us know what your recommendation is. Do pass or not? Is that that I believe that's what is being asked for, since Bill had withdrew his motion, unless we're going to do a so move on them, since I think they've all been amended and presented now. So we want to make sure all the camps, because this is what the new ground officers are, this is our marching orders for the next year. So these 3 hours are the next 10,000 hours for our new ground officers. So I know it's late. I'm tired. We're all very tired, but thank you for your patience. Yes. Okay. So the chair recognizes President AMB Grand President-elect Marcelo Quinto.
Motion. We've gone all this far right now. Basically, almost all those resolutions are ready to pass, except for maybe 1 or 2. To go through the whole 10 again right now, we're talking, we'll be here to midnight. You know, I'm getting a little upset over this thing here, because I didn't think it was all that hard to take. He's just said, hey, you got a problem with the motion, pull it. If you don't, we pass it all together.
It sounds like, Brother Marcelo, there was some debate and some concerns from the camps, and we wanted to make sure we heard that. Were you making a motion, Brother Marcelo, or may we proceed?
I so move.
You so
Marvin
move?
Adams seconds. Marvin Adams seconds it. I agree with that.
Thank you. It's been
What
moved
is the motion?
and seconded, and that was to adopt all motions as presented, correct?
No, with the exceptions of the one that was discussed.
Excuse me, I'm waiting
Peter,
for
that-
clarification.
It was, except if you have an argument with it, pull that one resolution. If you don't, the rest go as a bundle.
Okay,
Are you asking unanimous consent?
okay,
At
so
the same
we
time,
ask for unanimous consent. The chair will call 3 times if there's any objection, both virtually and in the Elizabeth Proutovich Hall. Is there any objection? Any objection? Any objection? Hearing no objection in the Elizabeth Proutovich Hall. Is there any objection in our virtual family?
Dr.
Any
Demers has
objection?
his hand raised.
Any objection in our virtual family? Is Dennis' hand still up or was that from a previous time? Any objection in our virtual family?
Call for the question.
Thank you. The question has been called.
Madam Chair, with the call for unanimous consent, there is no need to go beyond.
Thank you. Thank you,
You've
Parliamentarian
asked
Dennis.
for any objection. There hadn't been, and if there were no objection, the chair can announce that the motion is approved.
Thank you. So ordered.
Thank you. There's
Okay.
only one resolution, Madam Chairman, that is under discussion, and it's the one Peter Norris pulled. That's the only one that we should be discussing at this point.
Yes,
because it
that
was
is correct.
pulled. Okay,
Madam
let's
Chair.
just get on roll.
That is correct. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Richard Jackson.
Motion that was pulled. Excuse me, could you please identify yourself?
Richard Jackson.
Oh, Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson. The chair recognizes you.
Make a motion to refer this to the executive committee. The resolution titled requesting endorsement of energy and innovation and carbon dividend act, HR 763 from the Alaska Congressional Delegation.
Thank you. Is
Local
that,
government bodies and tribal councils.
have you so moved, Grand President Emeritus?
Yes, I have.
Thank
Are
you.
you asking unanimous
Is
consent?
there, yes. Have you asked unanimous consent?
I ask a unanimous consent.
Thank you. A and B Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson. I will call 3 times. If there's no objection, then the remaining resolutions that were pulled will go to the executive committee. In our Elizabeth Pradovich Hall, is there any objection? Brother Bill? This is a tough job.
Is a unanimous consent request to turn this all over to the executive committee?
Excuse me, Brother Bill?
Again, is the unanimous consent request to turn the resolutions, all resolutions over to the executive committee?
No, Brother Bill, we have, thank you for that question. The resolutions have passed as a block, except the ones that were pulled. The 2 that were pulled, our Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson had so moved to make unanimous consent to send those 2 pulled resolutions to the executive committee.
Thank you. I don't object. Thank you.
Thank you. I will call, is it 1 more time or 2 more times? In the Elizabeth Pradovich
So
Hall.
ordered. You just
Okay,
hit your
hearing
gavel.
no objection in the Elizabeth Pradovich Hall. Any objection virtually? I will call 3 times. To our virtual family, is there any objection? Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Thank you so much. Our resolutions have passed. Okay. Yay. We have before us the minutes dated yesterday. It is in draft form. The minutes dated yesterday, we've had several hours to review those minutes. What is the wish of the body? And once again, these are draft minutes from yesterday. So a draft, the secretaries will make any corrections. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the minutes dated yesterday, October 8th, 2021.
Madam Chair, ANS Camp 2.
ANS Camp 2 President Rhonda Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler. I move and ask unanimous consent for draft minutes for 10:08.
21. Thank you.
I'm sorry if I'm losing reception. Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much.
The intent of the motion is there. Unanimous consent.
Thank you. Is there any objection in the Elizabeth Pradovich Hall? Any objection in the Elizabeth Pradovich Hall? Any objection? Seeing no objection, is there any objection with our virtual family? Any objection with our virtual family? Any objection with our virtual family? Seeing no objection, Minutes are now approved. If we could look at our budget, please, Brother Bill, as a draft. And thank you. Brother Bill?
I don't have a real objection, but I would ask that the both presidents, grand presidents, review the minutes and do some wordsmithing, because the minutes should not be an editorial, and some of that stuff should be stricken. Thank you. But I request that the grand presidents review the minutes. Thank you.
Duly noted, they are aware of that, and they will do so. When there's a request or a motion, it becomes an administrative action for the following grand officers. So thank you so much, Brother Bill. That will be done. We have the budget before us right now. Do we have the treasurer online in regards to the budget? Did everybody get a copy of the budget in the Elizabeth Pradovich Hall? And virtually, did you get a copy of the budget? And is Brother James Lanos, is he available to stand by for questions? And I have a question to the ANS Executive Committee. Madam ANS Executive Committee, if you could please advise me, since we have been here for 3 days and this is our first time of doing this, we have not, a virtual hybrid gathering, we have not had an opportunity as Alaska Native Sisterhood to meet as we.
Madam Chairman, Marvin Adams. I'm trying to address the budget issue.
Word out.
Do we have I think I'm going to run for Senate next.
Yeah, Madam
Oh my
Chairman,
gosh,
Marvin Adams.
I'm so
Deputy
sorry. My
Senator.
microphone, excuse me, if you could give me a moment. The microphone just died. Or retired, I should say, something we have not done yet.
Madam President Emeritus Paulette. So
And you
gracious
guys are-
and beautiful, so beautiful and
Point of order.
gracious. Yes, you
Oh my
shall.
goodness.
There
We-
shall be no point of order. Nobody can say anything. You're beautiful, gracious, and
Point of
so
order, Madam
supportive.
Thank you so much.
And you
I appreciate-
shall run for Congress.
I appreciate the flattery, but I would like to get back to business and the orders of the day. Thank you very much. Brother Peter, we have a budget before us at this time.
Madam Chairman.
Do we
I'm
have
meeting-
James
I'm
Lanos
meeting at the
standing
floor.
by?
Madam Grand.
Brother
Madam
James
Chairman.
Lanos, our chair. We have quite a line here in regards to our budget.
Madam
Excuse
Chairman.
me?
to help
And once
expedite
again,
something-
if I may, once again, and as another reminder, since I cannot find anybody, I don't think on chat right now. If you are in your respective beautiful homes and you are not muted and not speaking, we here in the Elizabeth Bradovich Hall are able to hear a lot of background noise, and we still have to rest tonight, do our installation and travel. We would really appreciate it if you could mute your button because we're getting background noise, but thank you so much. Brother James, if you're not with us yet, Dots, is Brother James with us? He was our first Grand Vice President, and then he graciously stepped into the treasurer. Brother James?
Madam Chairman, we could expedite this if I could just.
As
be
we,
here on the line,
as
please.
we are waiting for Brother James, if you are going
Madam
to,
Chairman, can you hear me?
excuse me?
Yeah, this is Marvin Adams, Camp 87. I was just going to make a motion to adopt the budget so